Chapter 207. In this mathematical Olympiad, the Chinese team once again stood out. The individual gold medal and team total score were among the best. When the results were announced, Director Li stood up with a whoosh and strode to the examination room to give all the contestants who had persisted for 5 hours a warm hug. The audience also applauded continuously. This was for all the students. Regardless of success or failure, the spirit of the students' hard work was worthy of praise. Father Gao, who had never attended his son's parent-teacher conference and had never even been to his son's school, had tears in his eyes. As a middle-aged man, there was a trace of gentleness in his love for family compared to when he was young. He really didn't know that his son was so outstanding that he was so proud of him. A fierce competition ended with the contestants shaking hands with each other and a gentle smile on their faces. The mathematical Olympiad ended. Yi Qian received the gold medal that she had obtained in 2 lifetimes. She, who had always been calm and composed, was also slightly red-eyed. In her previous life, she had gone through hardships but still could not escape from Yi Ying's persecution. In this life, she finally did not need to look at Sun Dongqing and Yi Ying's faces and live carefully. She could stand upright and no longer suffer from that cowardice. The continuous applause was like flowers that appeared on the roadside when you walked through a thorny road. You could stop to feel the joy, but never forget that a wonderful life could not be stopped because of this. Yi Qian and Yang Yi, the 2 girls, stand in front. The boys stand on the left and right. Take a group photo together. Below the stage, Director Li, who had a face full of pride, and the staff sent by the embassy took the first group photo of all the students in Australia. When the 12 contestants began to visit the scenery of the University of Sydney, this photo had already been sent back to China by the embassy staff. Yi Qian and the others had not yet returned from Australia. In China, the news that the Chinese team won the most gold medals in the mathematical Olympiad team and the individual gold medals swept across the country like a spring breeze. Even the People's Daily, which had the largest circulation, reported it and accompanied the contestants' performance on the stage. Yi Zhifan was the deputy mayor, and the People's Daily was the paper he had to read every time. When he saw the photo that occupied the most important section of the People's Daily, his gaze suddenly froze. Then he looked at the name attached. His originally relaxed brows suddenly furrowed, and his expression had changed greatly. He had just arrived at work. He picked up his briefcase from his desk, clenched the newspaper in his hand, and strode out of the office. A government worker saw that he seemed to have left in a hurry and asked kindly, "Deputy Mayor Yi, there are still 10 minutes before the meeting. What are you, postpone the meeting for an hour? I have something urgent to attend to." How could he be in the mood for a meeting? Yi Zhifan didn't even look back. He left the office building with a gloomy face and sped home on his motorcycle. After breakfast, Sun Dongqing took Yi Ying to the streets to buy groceries. When they came back, they happened to meet the villagers of Shuka village. At this time, they were already proudly talking about Yi Ying's results in the midterm exam. "It's not that I want to praise my Ying, but this child is very sensible. Old Yi and I have never had to worry about her studies." As a matter of fact, he was one of the top few students in the entire cohort during the final exam. Everyone says that all things are inferior, and only education is good. My Ying is not a boy, but in what way is she inferior to a boy? During this period of time, Sun Dongqing was a little arrogant again. It was said that Yi Zhifan was very likely to become the mayor, and her daughter was very capable. Wherever she went, she held her chin high. Yi Zhifan, who was riding his motorcycle all the way, happened to see his wife chatting with the villagers. His gloomy face was almost squeezed out of water. Chapter 208. The women from the same village would more or less interact with Sun Dongqing. After all, she was the wife of an official. Sometimes, if they wanted to do something, it was difficult to find Yi Zhifan, but it was definitely not a problem to find Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing was greedy and liked to listen to flattery. Sun Dongqing was both. My old Yi always says that even though my Ying is not a man, she will definitely not be bad in the future. Next year, she will definitely be able to get into the provincial experimental high school in the middle school exams. She will definitely be able to get into Hua University and Shi University. She became more and more enthusiastic as she spoke, her saliva flying everywhere. Even though she was very plump, she really did not match Yi Jifan in terms of temperament. When the women from the same village heard this, they clicked their tongues and exclaimed, "Isn't that so? Who doesn't know that your Yi family is full of talents? And this talent is from your family. Ying is born with good looks and good grades. When she becomes a university student, she will be a golden phoenix flying out of our poor village." Ying liked to hear these words. When she heard this, she pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. "Auntie Tao, I know that little brother Little Dong also got into town high school. In the future, little brother Little Dong can look for me in class if he needs anything. If he doesn't know where my classroom is, just ask around and a classmate will bring him here." When Auntie Tao met her, she first mentioned that little brother Dong got into town high school and that he would have to worry about something in the future. Yi Ying immediately knew why she was here. Since Yi Qian, that damned girl, made her life in school even more difficult, then she had to think of a way to make everyone in the same village stand by her side. Let's see if she has the face to return to the village in the future. Rumors and slanders killed people. Since she had failed to seduce teacher, she would have to take her time. Yi Ying's smile became even sweeter as a gloomy look flashed across her eyes. She didn't believe that she couldn't win against an orphan. If 1 year wasn't enough, then 2 years. If 2 years wasn't enough, then 3 years. As long as that damned girl returned to the village, she would have a chance. When Auntie Tao heard this, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "Of course not. I say, Dongqing, your Ying is really sensible." No wonder everyone in the village said that the one who had become a demon in the Yi family was actually Yi Ying. Looking at it now, wasn't it true? Yi Jifan had been listening for a while. If it weren't for his status, he would have walked over and taught the mother and daughter who didn't know anything a lesson. His hands tightened on the handle of the motorcycle. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the sound of a car horn behind him. A black Santana stopped next to him. Someone greeted him with a smile. "Deputy Mayor Yi, Deputy Mayor Yi." A Santana stopped, and the person sitting in the back seat came over with a smile. "Long time no see, Deputy Mayor Yi. Isn't this Secretary Wu? Are you going to school?" When Yi Jifan saw who it was, the gloominess on his face disappeared. He walked over with a smile and held Secretary Wu's hand. He said politely, "It's so hot today. Do you have something urgent?" Secretary Wu was the leader of the city's education bureau. Auntie Tao heard it too. When she looked over, she clicked her tongue and said, "Old Yi is really a busy man. That person looks like an official. Tis. Dongqing, you're really lucky. Wasn't he a blessed person?" Son Dongqing smiled arrogantly. "I have to go take a look. You're busy. If you don't return to the village at noon, come to my house for lunch." After that, she pulled Ying over. Chapter 209. Aunt Tao, who had wanted to get closer to her, did not dare to make her stay. Seeing the mother and daughter walk over, she stopped for a while and left. "I just found out that you're Yi Qian's uncle. This is really..." When Sun Dongqing heard Yi Qian's name, she was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She immediately exploded. "Yi Qian? Old Yi, what trouble did that wretched girl get into again? Let me tell you, whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with my family. Wretched girl, ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for my family raising her, she would have been a beggar begging for rice." He spoke quickly and hurriedly, without any pause or buffer. He finished speaking with a crackling sound like firecrackers, but he didn't notice that Yi Ying was already sweating from anxiety. "Mom, what are you saying?" Yi Ying was afraid that she would say something unpleasant, so she quickly pulled her back and whispered, "Mom, Dad's expression has changed, and you're still talking. Why don't you see who the important guest is? You can't say anything nice the moment you open your mouth." Ying was also an expert at reading people's expressions, even though she also liked to let others know more about Yi Qian's scandals. But now, who was the guest? What was he doing here? Why was he looking for Yi Qian? She had no idea. Sun Dongqing was still a little unhappy. What? How long has it been since that wretched girl showed up? When I asked you, you said you didn't know. When I asked your dad, he wouldn't tell me. Who knows if she got into trouble outside? This wretched girl, She just doesn't. Mom, can you stop talking? Yi Ying's little face was now pale because Yi Jifan's gaze just now was so sharp that it made her shiver involuntarily. Secretary Wu was talking happily. With Sun Dongqing's reprimand, he could tell that something was wrong. He did not show it on his face, but he smiled and asked, "This is... Sai, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. This is my wife. She doesn't know anything. All she knows is to take care of her 3 meals a day." The children like to spread rumors about the slightest mistake. It was impossible for him to teach Sun Dongqing a lesson in front of outsiders. People who worked in the officialdom were good at smoothing things over. They didn't need to explain anything, but they could explain everything clearly. Secretary Wu's expressions softened a little. He had wanted to say a few more words, but now he was not in the mood. It seemed that he should wait for Yi Qian to come back. He smiled and said, "So it's Madame Yi. That little classmate must be Deputy Mayor Ye's daughter." "That's right. Come, Yingning, say hello to Secretary Wu." How could Yi Jifan not see the change in the situation? The other party was clearly here for Yi Qian, but he could not bring himself to mention it. He had to smooth things over first. In terms of social interaction, Ying had always been polite and appropriate. With Sun Dongqing's previous offense, Yi Ying's actions and words were very dignified. "Hello, Uncle Wu. If my mother offended you just now, please don't take it to heart. She was just worried about my sister, so she spoke without thinking. Please don't take it to heart." Yi Jifan, who was suppressing the anger in his heart, saw this and calmed down quite a bit. His daughter was still sensible, but she was still a little narrow-minded. He would teach her slowly in the future. It's normal for a family to be worried. "Then I won't disturb you. Deputy Mayor Yi, let's chat again next time." Secretary Wu saw some clues, but for Yi Jifan's sake, he naturally wouldn't embarrass his wife. He said a few words of courtesy, which was considered as giving face to her. Chapter 210. Yi Jifan knew that he couldn't persuade him to stay, so he smiled and said, "That's good. You came to the village on such a hot day. You must have something urgent to attend to. I'll have a drink with you when I'm free." After watching Secretary Wu get into the car, Yi Jifan's smile immediately disappeared. He glared at his wife and said to Ying, "Look after your mother. I'll deal with you when I get back." It was time for the meeting, so he had to rush back. Ying was always afraid of him. Hearing this, her back broke out in a cold sweat and she nodded timidly. Suppressing his anger, Yi Jifan didn't even have the mood to attend the meeting. Whenever he thought of his wife's complacent look outside, he felt his heart burn fiercely. He had a belly full of anger that he couldn't vent. Yi Qian, the wretched girl she kept calling, had already gone abroad and won an award. People's Daily even published a photo and highlighted the students who won the gold medal in bold. Yi Qian was one of them. They even used the phrase, "turning the tide," to describe Yi Qian's performance in the exam. Let's see if he still has the face to talk about Yingying's exam results. Let's see if he still has the face to talk about how amazing his daughter is. Let's see if he still has the face to step on Yi Qian's face and make himself look good. Originally, he wanted to come back after work to scold his wife, who knew that after the meeting he would call Yi Jifan to go to the city. The matter that had been hanging in the air for half a year finally had an answer. He was promoted from deputy to official. On the same day, he had to report to the city and study for half a month. He could only come back when school started. The success of his official career made Yi Jifan temporarily put this matter aside. He packed his luggage and rushed to the city. In Shuku village, Uncle Zhen and Principal Chen came back from fishing early in the morning. Both of them were full of smiles. They knew about Yi Qian's results before Yi Jifan did. At the same time, they also knew about the dangerous incident that happened that night. Although it was dangerous, when they thought about how the military knew about it and recorded Yi Qian's achievements in the file, the two elders were pleasantly surprised. Little Yi is brave and careful. Once she sets her mind on something, there's nothing she can't do. Old man Zhen dealt with the big grass carp that he had caught early in the morning and laughed out loud. Even the deep wrinkles on his face looked like blooming flowers. "I feel at ease now." Ever since Principal Chen returned from the province, he and Uncle Zhen, to live in Shuka village and go to the military once a week or so. Hearing that, a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. He sighed and said, "A 4-year plan is a long time, but half a year will pass in the blink of an eye. Little Yi will only be with us for a year. The rest will have to wait until the winter and summer holidays." There was no high school in town. If there was a high school with little Ye's talent, she would not be held back if she went to high school in town. She was smart and eager to learn. No matter where she went, she wouldn't be bad. Uncle Jen was already laughing. Children grow up. Sooner or later, she'll fly high. She can see further. She just has to come back to visit us occasionally. Don't restrict her. Although the time is short, we'll teach her strictly. If she studies seriously, she'll be admitted to school sooner or later. They removed the scales, dug out the innards, and washed the fish clean. Their lunch of braised fish was inevitable. Chapter 2:11. The two elders usually talked about Yi Qian. Other than that, they also talked about the training of some soldiers in the army. For the two elders, this kind of topic was their hope and spiritual sustenance. In the hotel, Yi Qian had already packed her luggage. She sat on the bed and looked at the letter that the front desk had just handed her. After a while, she finally tore up the envelope and the letter inside and flushed them down the toilet. It was from Xia Jinyuan. It wasn't a letter, just a few words. He said that he wanted her to rest in Jing City for 2 days and that he could only go back to China after 2 days. So what if he went back to China? Dangerous men were like poison. She couldn't touch them, especially when this dangerous and poisonous man liked to show signs of ambiguity from time to time. This made her even more unwilling to have too much contact with him in her life. Without any hesitation or consideration, Yi Qian maintained her original attitude and insisted on staying away from Xia Jinyuan in her life. After shaking hands with the local Australian students one by one, the Chinese students finally embarked on their journey back to China under the guidance of Director Li and the other 3 teachers. It was 11 a.m. when they arrived in Jing City. Yi Qian didn't plan to stay in Jing City for too long. Her plan was to fly back to the province at 2 p.m. If time didn't allow for it, she would rest in the province for one night and take the train back to the city early the next morning. Not only did she have to travel back to town from the city, but she also had to take a bus back to town. Don't think it's over. From town to the village, she still had to take a bus. Old people would probably feel their scalps tingle when they heard this, but for Yi Qian, she couldn't wait to take the train back to the city as soon as she arrived in the province. She was anxious to return home. Director Li tried her best to persuade her to stay in Jing City for a few more days and visit their school, but was rejected by Yi Qian. This made the eloquent Director Li so worried that her hair turned white. "You little girl, why don't you understand?" Teacher Li took a big gulp of water. He wanted to persuade Yi Qian to come down, but when he saw the sly smile in her eyes, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Good girl, are you pretending to be confused in front of your teacher?" He was smart and well-mannered, and he handled the relationship between students quite well. He was not arrogant, and he was not arrogant because of his strengths. He really did not want to give up on such a good seedling so easily. When Yi Qian heard that he wanted to continue, he stopped feigning ignorance. He smiled and said, "Director Li, to tell you the truth, if there was a high school in our town, I would have studied there as well." "But why was that?" "Everyone is racking their brains to get into a top school. Why is it so weird when it's your turn? I can tell you that in the whole of Beijing, our school has the strongest teaching staff. Not to mention Hua University and Shi University, most of the students who study abroad have a bonus." In response to Director Li's well-meaning advice, Yi Qian smiled faintly and replied, "You're honey, you're arsenic." He didn't say anything else. This was something that was completely impossible. He could only thank Director Li for his kindness. "You little girl, you really do have a lot of ideas." Director Li didn't try to persuade her anymore. He sighed heavily and said to the 2 boys, Gao Yang and Wang Imo, "Take care of the girls on the road. When you arrive in the province, remember to call me to let me know you're safe." Chapter 2:12. Wang Imo chuckled. "Don't worry, I'll definitely call you." Since the 3 of them were traveling together, Director Li wasn't too worried. However, he still called Teacher Zhu from the provincial high school, who was responsible for bringing the three of them to school. He told him what time the students would be arriving at the provincial high school and personally escorted them to the departure lounge before leaving. After I get off the plane, I'll go directly to the train station to see if there are any train tickets back to the city tonight. As soon as they boarded the plane, Yi Qian told Gao Yang her plan. I can go back alone, and I want to go back earlier. She hadn't trained in a long time, so she was very anxious to go back. Gao Yang glanced at her and frowned slightly. He pursed his lips and said, "There are tickets. Let's go back together." He didn't hear her mention that if she hadn't been able to get the tickets, she would have gone back alone. That's fine too. Yi Qian nodded slightly. Although there was no misunderstanding like before, she wasn't very interested in closing the distance between them. It was enough to maintain a casual friendship. Although she wasn't as cold to him as before, she didn't want to be friends either. Gao Yang, who realized this, felt a little bitter. He didn't say anything more and closed his eyes to pretend to rest. After Wang Emo and Yi Qian chatted for a while, Wang Emo also yawned and closed his eyes to sleep. Only Yi Qian, although she also closed her eyes, her mind was clear. She didn't feel sleepy at all when she thought about how she would soon be able to immerse herself in the intense training. As she wished, when they arrived at the provincial capital at 5:30 p.m., Gao Yang immediately called to book the train tickets for 7:45 p.m. The two of them didn't even meet Mr. Zhu and rushed to the train station without stopping. From Australia to Beijing, then to the province, the city, the town, and the village. Yi Qian spent a total of 2.5 days on the road. At noon, the sun was so hot that even the cicadas were resting. The entire village was extremely quiet. Even the dogs were lying under the shade of the trees, panting heavily. When Yi Qian walked into the peach forest with her luggage, Xia Jinyuan stood at the hotel where he and Yi Qian had agreed to meet. No one contacted you? Are you sure? Xia Jinyuan frowned and looked at Han Zheng in disbelief. He pressed his lips together and asked, Are you sure no one called you when you were at the nightclub? Han Zheng was on the verge of tears. He patted his chest and swore, Absolutely not. They were watching him 24 hours a day. That little girl of yours definitely didn't contact me, I guarantee it. What was this? Could it be that his brother's words were false? The aggrieved Han Zheng pretended to cry and said sadly, Why would I lie to you? Let me tell you, that little girl is not interested in you at all. The great young master Xia also has a time when he is despised by others. My heart is really, really fucking happy. Amidst his childhood friend's gloating laughter, Xia Jinyuan's face gradually tensed up. The little girl didn't come, so the next time they met would be difficult. It might be a few months, or a few years. Xia Jinyuan was originally supposed to join the team at the end of the year. Now, because of Operation Pebble, the transfer order was sent to his original unit the day before yesterday and he would be transferred to the new unit the next day. Each unit was responsible for special missions, such as war zone operations, overseas pursuits, foreign assassinations, intelligence spying, and so on, which were classified as Red Level 1, Snowfield Brigade. Since she didn't come, Xia Jinyuan could only leave Beijing with regret and go to the Snowfield Brigade. Chapter 213. Before leaving, Xia Jinyuan wrote a letter to Yi Tong's school, hoping that she would receive his letter when school started. He left without saying goodbye. Only the little girl was familiar with this kind of thing. He didn't want to learn from her. The letter arrived at school 2 days before school started. After returning to the mountains and arriving at the army, Yi Qian fought with the soldiers all day long. She didn't even miss her daily exercises and training. When she looked up from the target, the days passed by like flipping through a book. In the blink of an eye, it was time to report back to school and usher in the 3rd year of middle school. She still couldn't bear to leave the army, causing the soldiers in the army to laugh and tease Yi Qian, who was like a little sister to them. It was noon when she left. Dozens of people sent her off at the same time. The scene was so spectacular that the regiment commander laughed out loud. He said to the political commissar, This little girl was born to be a soldier. How can you tell that she's a little girl? For the sake of training, she cut her silky long hair just like that. Now, she looks just like a boy. He paused and added, It's just that her skin is a little too pale. She's been under the sun for more than 20 days, but I don't see her tan. If the little girl really turns into a coal under the sun, she'll cry. The political commissar laughed. There wasn't a single female soldier in the army. Even the military doctor was a man. With Yi Qian, the little girl's arrival had the effect of balancing yin and yang. Although ordinary people weren't allowed to enter the military grounds, Yi Qian was different. Even the military took note of her. When they found out that she was here, they even called and told her to teach her well. The little girl had a good temper and was hardworking. She was like a piece of gold in the army, shining wherever she went. Any army would be willing to open their doors and welcome such a talent. More than 10 days passed by quickly. Looking at this group of soldiers, he knew how much they couldn't bear to see her leave. Not only the soldiers, but even he, the political commissar, couldn't bear to see her leave. They walked all the way to the entrance of the barracks. Only then did the soldier, who couldn't go out, pass Yi Qian's luggage to her. He patted her shoulder as if she was a comrade and said with a smile, "Come back on Saturday and Sunday. There are a lot of pheasants in the mountains in autumn. When the time comes, we'll carry the company commander and roast some pheasants." "Okay, then I'll have to bring a few more bags of cumin powder. Sprinkle a handful of cumin powder on it when it's cooked. That's called fragrant." Yi Qian had cut his hair as soon as he entered the army, revealing his exquisite and flawless facial features. His eyes were as dazzling as the stars in the sky, and his smile was as bright as the morning sun. "Wait for me. See you on Saturday morning." Compared to the colorful life outside, Yi Qian loved this blood-boiling land more. When she walked out of the barracks, she turned back to look at the tall figures dressed in army green who seemed to blend into the mountains. Even the corners of her eyes were smiling. One by one, they stood ramrods straight like rows of spears at the entrance of the barracks. Even if it was resting time, they were always ready. In the army, the most common saying was, "Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in an hour." The most discussed topic was, protect the country. No matter what era it was, those rows of army green figures would always be the most adorable people of that era. After leaving the army at noon, they took a village car to town in the afternoon. The people in the car were either from the same village or from the neighboring villages. They talked about their hometown all the way to town. Chapter 214. My chickens are hanging outside. They can't run away. I have to give them away. When the bus stopped midway, some villagers, under the urging of the conductor, didn't forget to remind them that they couldn't let anything happen to the chickens they brought into the town. The ticket seller was actually the driver's wife. She took the money and said, "Who wants your chickens? They're hanging in the back. It smells like chicken poop. Who can smell it in the summer? Get on, so get on. Don't dawdle." It was common to see chickens and ducks when visiting relatives in town. There were many students on the bus. They chatted and chatted all the way to town. The buses driving in the town were not good cars. They were all old minibuses that had been eliminated by the city. There was no air conditioning in summer and no heating in winter. Everyone sitting in the bus hated that they could not tear down the windows. Gao Yang had been waiting for a long time. There were only 3 buses from Shuku village to town. One in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one in the afternoon. The first 2 buses did not see Yi Qian, so it had to be this bus. Soon, a shabby minibus came from afar. Gao Yang put some money on the counter of the canteen and bought 2 mung bean popsicles. He pushed the bicycle with one hand and walked over, but after a few steps, he stopped. He saw Yi Ying and the mayor's wife, who had been in the limelight for the past 10 days. Yi Qian, who was sitting by the window, got off the bus. He felt that today was not a good day to go out. He saw the fashionably dressed mother and daughter, Sun Dongqing and Ying, getting on the bus. They were talking to a woman who said that she wanted to take care of her chickens. It turned out that the woman's sister was giving birth at the town hospital. The mayor's wife, Sun Dongqing, had helped a little. She was here to thank them personally. Yi Qian did not plan to avoid them. So what if he bumped into them? When they got to school, she and Ying would be in the same classroom. They would not see each other all day. How could she avoid them? Although the sun was setting in the west in the afternoon, it was still hot. Yi Jian glanced at Yi Ying, who was obviously impatient but still had a fake smile on her face. She took her luggage and left the car. Ying had lost her patience. Her father had just taken office and needed the support of the villagers. Would she come out for a few chickens and ducks? Being close to the people? She had no choice. Over the phone, her father had specifically said that she had to make the mother and daughter appear close to the people. Ying, who was waving a paper fan in her hand, said a few words with a fake smile. She looked up slightly and saw a face that she hated for a long time. His gaze suddenly became exceptionally sharp and fiercely swept over as if he were looking at an enemy. Every time she thought about the humiliation at the farm in the suburbs of the capital, she hated that she couldn't tear this face apart in her dreams. Yi Qian. She gritted her teeth and shouted in a low voice. Her cold voice was filled with coldness, but she didn't walk over. She just stared fiercely at him. Even on a hot day, the coldness in her eyes would cause goosebumps. She was still the same. A leopard could not change its spots. Yi Qian curled his lips. Facing Yi Ying's coldness, he returned a cold smile. His smile was as clear as water, filled with indifference and disdain. Sun Dongqing already had a conditioned reflex when she heard the name Yi Qian. She immediately shouted, "Where are you? Where is the wretched girl?" She looked up and saw Yi Qian grabbing his luggage and leaving the bus. She was furious. Like a weed on fire, it instantly started a prairie fire. "Wretched girl, stop right there. Do you still have any respect for your elders? Hey, where did all the reading go? You don't even have any respect for your elders." Chapter 215. After not seeing Yi Qian for a few months, and hearing her daughter say that she was bullied by Yi Qian at school today, Sun Dongqing was so pleased with herself that she wanted to teach Yi Qian a lesson. Yi Qian turned a deaf ear. She wanted to make a fool of herself in front of everyone, but she didn't want to. Of course, if she really wanted to make a fool of herself, she wasn't afraid to play along. He ignored her and didn't even look back. He was clearly ignoring her. Sun Dongqing thought about it. Which one of them didn't greet her with a smile in the past 10 days? Only this wretched girl dared to disobey her. She was so angry that she swung her arms and chased after him. Her reaction was so big that it made Yi Ying's heart sink. She thought to herself, "This is bad." She hurriedly chased after her and stopped her. She whispered, "Mom, we're on the streets. There are so many people coming and going. Don't embarrass Dad. Don't forget, Dad specifically told you not to." The mention of her husband made Sun Dongqing slam on the brakes. Her chubby body trembled a few times under her skirt before she managed to calm down. She glared at Yi Qian's back, her chest still heaving up and down violently. "Wretched girl, she's lucky." She cursed in a low voice before she stopped. Yi Jian, who had walked far away, could still hear her bad-mouthing her to the women in the neighboring village. She said that she didn't come back for the whole summer vacation, that she didn't come back at night, and that she didn't know where she went to fool around. She walked quickly and didn't see Gao Yang, who was pushing his bicycle, walk coldly behind Yi Ying. In the past, she only saw one side of it, but now she heard it for real. She saw it with her eyes, heard it with her ears, and felt it with her heart. Only then did she realize that some things were so unbearable. For example, this mayor's wife clearly didn't know anything, but she was still shamelessly talking nonsense and bad-mouthing Yi Qian. No matter how bad Yi Qian's relationship with your family is, at least I've never heard her talk behind your back. He spoke coldly, but his words were like thunder that exploded in Yi Ying's heart. Yi Ying's mind spun rapidly. How much did he hear, and what did he know? No, she had to divert his attention. Last time in the suburbs of the capital, he was especially cold to her. This time, she had to salvage her image no matter what. She restrained the shock on her face and slowly turned around to let her eyes be filled with surprise. Using a kind of natural joy that was just right, she said with surprise and joy, "When did you come back? Today? Why did you come back so late?" Usually, whenever Gao Yang came back from the holidays, the first thing he would do was look for Yi Ying. In the past, I was indeed stupid. Gao Yang looked coldly at Yi Ying, who had pretended that nothing had happened with just a turn of her body. His eyes were filled with mockery, both toward himself and Yi Ying. Hearsay is false, but seeing is believing. For you, I don't only need to use my ears and eyes to verify, I also need to use my heart to observe you. The girl who had handed him a handkerchief when he was at his most embarrassing. Perhaps she had been kind at that moment, or perhaps she had just happened to pass by. She had handed him the handkerchief in order to improve her reputation in front of her classmates. Truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth. He couldn't see through Ying like this, and he didn't want to see through her. The incident at the farm in the suburbs of the capital had already clearly seen her character. Now that she was saying these things, did she expect him to say something to make her apologize to Yi Qian? Chapter 216. She was afraid that even if she apologized, Yi Qian would not accept it. Sun Dongqing was confused. This boy was tall, good-looking and fair. From the way he dressed, she could tell that he came from a rich family. Why couldn't she understand a single word he said? Gao Yang looked at the mayor's wife, who was looking at him suspiciously. She didn't seem to understand what was going on. He pursed his lips and suppressed the words he wanted to say. He said to Ying coldly, "You're on your own now." Pushing the bicycle, Gao Yang didn't look at Yi Ying, whose eyes had turned red because of what he said. His cold eyes no longer had the faint joy he had when he saw Yi Ying. Because the last trace of love he had for her had been wiped clean by the incident at the farm in the suburbs of the capital. The love between a boy and a girl was always unavoidable. Perhaps, only through such experiences would one gradually grow and mature. Gao Yang, what right do you have to say that to me? You bastard! Ying felt wronged. Seeing that he still didn't say anything to her, she couldn't continue to be dignified. She cried out, "What do you know? You don't know anything. What right do you have to say that to me? What right do you have to say that to me?" Yi Qian was so arrogant in class. He stole everything that belonged to her. Why didn't he stand up for her? Why did he participate in the mathematical Olympiad? He could have helped her deal with Yi Qian, but he didn't. Now, he even helped Yi Qian teach her a lesson. Who did he like? Yi Ying was so angry that she started crying, which made Sun Dongqing panic. Wasn't this the boy that Ying always talked about when she came home? Even old Yi didn't say anything when he found out. It was as if he had silently agreed to the relationship between the two children. It was said that he came from a very, very rich family. Sun Dongqing, who didn't understand what was going on, didn't even know how to comfort her. She wondered if she should bring the boy back. She looked over and saw Gao Yang catch up with Yi Qian and hand him the popsicle. Great. If she still didn't understand what was going on, she would have eaten for decades in vain. Don't cry, Ying. Mom will stand up for you. Damned hoof. His guts were about to reach the heavens. You shameless thing, just wait for your mother to clean you up. She's so young and she already knows how to snatch men. Sun Dongqing, who had misunderstood, cursed in a low voice. For a moment, she forgot about the woman who was still holding the chicken in her hand. At this moment, how could he still remember? If not for Ying crying, she would have chased after Yi Qian and Gao Yang. Ying, who didn't dare to cry out loud on the street, turned around and ran back home. Sun Dongqing wanted to chase after her, but the woman with the chickens in her hands cried out a few times and stood there awkwardly, not knowing whether to leave or not. Just like that, she listened to the whole story. Yo, you haven't left yet. I have to go home. When children quarrel, adults have to worry. Sun Dongqing, whose face had darkened, forced a smile. She said a few words, took the chicken and hurried home. Ying locked herself in her room the moment she got home. She didn't even come out for dinner. The next morning, she didn't even have breakfast. She went to school with a pair of red and swollen eyes. Sun Dongqing, who hadn't slept the whole night, was afraid that Yi Ying would be late. When she heard the noise, she immediately got out of bed. Yi Ying was just about to go to school when she slammed the door. Damned hoof. Ying was so angry that she didn't even eat breakfast. If I don't tidy up, she really thinks she's going to heaven. She muttered as she tidied up her clothes and hurried out. When the phone rang, she had just finished changing because she was in a hurry to go to school. She ignored it and went straight to school. Chapter 217. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian was the first to run to the school. However, Principal Chen was even earlier than her. He held a letter in his hand and stood at the school gate, leisurely waiting for Yi Qian to come over. Not long after, he saw a figure in the school's summer uniform running over. Bathed in the morning sun, the figure was like a young eagle fluttering its wings. Although its wings were still tender, it could already fly freely under the blue sky and white clouds. He took out the letter and read it. When she was about to run past, he hid behind his back with his hands behind his back. His gaze was kind and encouraging as he waited for the young eagle to fly over. Yi Qian, who was drenched in sweat from running, had already seen the elder standing at the school gate. She ran a little faster. "You're here so early. Are you here to welcome our new students?" The admission of new students has always been handled by Dean Ku. "I've been waiting for you." Principal Chen sized up the little girl whom he hadn't seen for a few days. He smiled and said, "The army is really good at raising people. You've grown up again." As he spoke, he handed the letter over. Sender, Xia Jinyuan. Recipient, Yi Qian. "Little girl, have you become pen pals with Major Xia?" His words were strong and clear, yet he knew how to restrain himself. His words were like his person. This Major Xia seemed to treat little Yi differently. Yi Qian was a little surprised. He wrote to her? She took the letter and read it. It was indeed Xia Jinyuan's handwriting. She couldn't figure out why he would write to her out of the blue. She pretended to tear the letter and read it, but Principal Chen hurriedly stopped her. "Read it later. I have something else to talk to you about first. Come, let's go to my office." At 6 o'clock in the morning, the school was still quiet. Registration was in the morning, the freshman assembly in the afternoon, and classes started the next day. The registration time was very tight, which was in line with Principal Chen's style of doing things. When they reached his office, he smiled and said, "Secretary Wu from the city's education bureau is coming over today. He came over a while ago, but he didn't see you or me. He rushed back to the city for nothing. Make some preparations later and have a good chat with Secretary Wu." This girl had a mature personality and always kept a low profile in everything she did. Even though she had won the grand prize this time, she still acted as if nothing had happened and did what she had to do. Yi Ying, on the other hand, had made it into the top 10 of her grade in the final exam and made it known to the whole town. That child, if she didn't properly educate and nurture him, he might really be ruined by his mother. Yi Qian nodded and said with a smile, "All right, is there anything we need to pay attention to? That way, I can be mentally prepared." She had never experienced these things in her previous life. Even if she had to do it all over again, she had to learn it all over again. Moreover, if there was no need for them to meet, Principal Chen would definitely decline on her behalf. Now that he had personally told her about it, she had to be cautious. No need, it's because of your award and... Principal Chen paused for a second, then the smile in his eyes deepened. "Also, it's about setting up an outstanding student scholarship in our city. The organizer, Mr. Gao, specifically mentioned your name to the mayor, saying that you were the one who suggested it." Speaking of this, Principal Chen felt proud. She was able to think of things that others couldn't. She was broad-minded, had a deep sense of righteousness, knew how to refuse, and was able to act appropriately. How could he and Uncle Jen not be proud of such a girl? However, this girl was able to keep her composure and didn't mention a word about it when she came back. No one knew that she had done something big without saying a word. Chapter 218. Yi Qian did not expect Father Gao to act so quickly. She joked, "Then I have to work harder and aim for the scholarship. Who knows, maybe I won't have to worry about tuition fees when I go to university." "Ha, little girl, that depends on what university you go to. If it's a military school, not only will they not charge you a single cent, they'll even give you an allowance." Principal Chen laughed. The little girl could be quite childish at times, and it was very interesting to watch. "Don't worry. As long as you get into a military school, you'll be waiting for a monthly allowance as your living expenses." After laughing, there was some bitterness. A child without parents even had to worry about tuition fees. Fortunately, the little girl was the orphan of a martyr and had no tuition fees for the 3 years of junior high school. Otherwise, Sun Dongqing, the mayor's wife, would probably have to make the little girl quit school and go out to work. It was already past 7 o'clock in the morning, and there were more and more students in the school. The freshmen who came in for the first year of junior high still looked childish. They laughed and played with each other as they entered the campus. Yi Jian came out of the office and walked around the campus for a while. She didn't go back until the classroom door opened. After not seeing her for a summer break, her classmates seemed to have grown taller. And Jiesin pounced on Yi Qian from behind like a tiger pouncing on its prey. She laughed and said, "What kind of food did you eat? You grew so fast." The little girl was getting further and further away from Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who had grown up a week ago, had also started the normal process of a girl's development. Over the summer break, she had indeed grown quite quickly. "You want to eat? Don't eat it for breakfast tomorrow. I'll send some over tomorrow. I promise you'll grow taller." Yi Qian turned around and looked at her friend with a smile. After a glance, she laughed even louder. "Did you go to work as a child labor? You're so tanned. Your face really makes your teeth look so white." And Jiesin, who had gone out with her father for the whole summer break, waved her hand and said boldly, "My father said that it's better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. I followed his expedition team for the whole summer break and was exposed to the elements. How can I not be tanned?" And Jiesin's father was a geologist. Not long after, Zhang Na, Zhang Bin, and the other students who had a good relationship with Yi Qian entered the classroom. Zhou Liao, who was a math enthusiast, was also added in. The few of them sat together to discuss Yi Qian's Olympiad questions. Lagrange's mean value theorem and Cauchy's mean value theorem. These are things that can only be learned in advanced mathematics. This written exam also covers them. Not only that, there's also a higher-order derivative formula. Leibniz also has it. It can be said that the mathematical Olympiad is not just a middle school level. The difficulty of the questions is quite wide. Yi Qian's expression was a little serious. She had seen a lot and knew why Director Li said that there was still a big gap between their country's theoretical knowledge and the international knowledge. The foreign students may not know how to do it, but they have all understood it. As for our own students, looking at the shocked faces in front of him, Yi Qian sighed and said, "So, there is still a gap between us and them. Oh my God, this is too difficult. I've never even heard of it." TSK. No wonder he was eliminated in the exam. Luckily, he was eliminated. Otherwise, he would be a disgrace abroad. And Jiesin was very emotional. Although her math results were not bad, it was only middle school math. As for high school advanced, sorry, she did not understand any of it. Zhou Liao pushed up his glasses and sighed heavily. "That's what I thought too. Fortunately, I was selected. It's fine if I lose face in my own school, but if I really lose face abroad, I'll be a sinner." Chapter 219. Go, go, go. You want to be a sinner of the country? You don't have the ability to make the whole country remember your crimes. Zhang Na rolled her eyes and put her chin on the table dejectedly. She said sullenly, "I'm not good at math. What will I do when I get into high school? Yi Qian, you're going to take the provincial high school entrance exam. I'm afraid I can't even afford to take the city's high school entrance exam." There was only 1 year left until the general entrance exam. Although everyone was smiling, the students with good grades were actually feeling a certain amount of pressure. Yi Qian flicked her forehead with his finger and smiled. "You're worrying too much. There's only 1 year left until the general entrance exam. Work hard and get into high school first. Then work hard for the next 3 years and get into university." Easy for you to say. It's easy to get into high school, but getting into university is difficult. While Jiesin was wailing, Ms. Ku and Ying walked into the classroom together. Someone said, "Ms. Ku is here." The noisy classroom quieted down instantly as the students sat at the nearest table. Although Yi Ying's eyes were a little swollen, her complexion was still good. She glanced coldly at Yi Qian's seat and saw a boy in the class. She gritted her teeth and didn't look again. She walked to the seat below the podium and sat down with her back straight. There was no formal class. Ms. K started with a bunch of rules and regulations, just like in previous years. When it came to the students who didn't take the exam last semester, she habitually said sternly, "Yi Qian, stand up." Before she could react, she had already called out his name. Yi Qian also stood up quickly. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. This slip of the tongue, he probably talked about her a lot. You did well this time. Sit down. Ms. Ke didn't expect to be called out like this. Her expression was stiff and she was quite unhappy. However, she had no choice but to praise Yi Qian vaguely. And Jiasun snickered secretly. Being a teacher like Teacher Ku, it was amazing. Teacher Ku, who already knew that Yi Qian had won the grand prize in the mathematical Olympiad, didn't want to mention it at all. It was as if she could cover up the truth by not mentioning it. Fortunately, Yi Qian did not care about these things. He allowed Teacher Ku to loudly praise and commend Yi Ying from the podium. He even called on the entire class to learn from her, to have a proper attitude, and to not cause trouble for the teacher all day long. Sun Dongqing had deliberately chosen to come during school hours. She was about to rush into the classroom when she heard Teacher Ku praising her daughter. She shrank back and waited outside. Principal Chen, who came with Secretary Wu, immediately recognized that the woman standing outside the classroom was the new mayor's wife. His eyes narrowed, and a trace of coldness flashed through his sharp eyes. This is Class 1. In front of us is Class 2. There's no distinction between experimental classes and ordinary classes in the middle school in town. As he spoke, he intentionally guided Secretary Wu into Class 1. Although Fujian Town was only a town middle school and its teachers were slightly weaker than the ones in the city, there was a military unit here. The children of the military's family members were also studying here. Therefore, the teachers here were quite capable. Secretary Wu laughed. You're too humble. Many of the top students in our city graduated from your school. This year, 4 students from number 1 middle school were admitted to Tsinghua University. One of them graduated from Fujian Town Middle School. This time, it seemed that there were 2 more capable students who could get into Tsinghua University and West University. One was Yi Qian, and the other was Gao Yang from Class 3. Chapter 220. Secretary Wu and the others were not the only ones who thought so. Yi Zhifan, who came back with them, also thought so. During the days when he was studying in the city, he lived in fear and trepidation. The municipal director told him in private that he was not supposed to be the mayor. He did not know why, but the day before the letter was released, the municipal committee suddenly appointed him as the mayor of Fujian Town. He said that someone wanted to make him the mayor. After the meeting, the municipal committee secretary asked him to stay behind to show his concern. Before he left, he patted him on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Xiao Yi, you are still young. You are already the mayor of a town at 35 years old. Work hard and you will have a bright future." It sounded mysterious, but it made his heart skip a beat. This was because he remembered the phone call from a few years ago in the middle of the night. For the past few days, he had been thinking about who was secretly helping him, so he forgot about Yi Qian going abroad to win an award. Who would have thought that he would be shocked by the sudden news yesterday morning? His mind was still in a daze. She actually persuaded the famous Chinese Mr. Gao Qiliang to set up a scholarship for outstanding students charity program in the province. She won an award and helped solve a big problem in the province. Yi Zhifan rushed back to town with Secretary Wu. He did not see Sun Dongqing at home. He asked downstairs and found out that she had gone to school. His heart skipped a beat and he sped to school on his motorcycle. Unfortunately, he was still a little late. In front of Principal Chen and Secretary Wu, Sun Dongqing complained bitterly about Yi Qian. "I'm worried. I am so worried that my hair is turning white. I didn't go home for the whole summer vacation. No one knows where I went. He clearly saw me on the street yesterday, but he didn't even greet me. This child, Teacher Ku, Principal Chen, I really can't control him anymore." In the classroom, Yi Ying, whose face was pale, looked at her mother scolding Yi Qian in front of the whole class. She said anxiously and angrily, "Mom, stop it. Stop it." He wanted to drag her out, but Principal Chen's sharp gaze stopped him in his tracks. Yi Ying, who couldn't move even half a step, was so anxious that she sat in her seat with tears in her eyes. She watched her mother make a fool of herself, and also, she made a fool of herself. Sun Dongqing wasn't stupid, but she had a very fatal flaw. She didn't want to verify anything, and only wanted to feel comfortable in her heart. In the past, she had been more cautious. However, as Yi Jifan's position in the government increased, she became more and more unbridled. Who in this town could be more important than her husband? Since there wasn't, then everyone in the town had to follow the mayor's orders. Naturally, they had to listen to her, the mayor's wife. If she said that Yi Qian wasn't good, then everyone had to say that Yi Qian wasn't good. You're too worried. I wouldn't be this tired even if I taught 10 children. My Ying has never made me worry much since she was young. It's just her. My white hair is all because of her. Her parents died early, so I have to take care of her. However, I can't control her. I really can't control her. She left early, didn't go to school, fell in love, and was whispering sweet nothings to a boy named Gao Yang on the street yesterday. This time, I didn't misunderstand. Yesterday, I saw the two of them side by side. They even shared a popsicle. Teacher Ku, you're a teacher. You have to control them. You have to. Chapter 221. Sun Dongqing's behavior had aroused the disgust of the rebellious students from the moment she barged into the classroom and appeared in a high and mighty manner. When they heard her talk about Yi Jian's achievements, she didn't forget to praise Yi Ying as if she was a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. This made more and more students dislike her. Now, she even dared to talk nonsense about Yi Qian and Gao Yang as a couple. It was as if someone had poked a hornet's nest. The entire class was filled with shouts of anger. Zhang Bin was the first to speak. He shouted, "Auntie, you've got the wrong person. Yi Ying and Gao Yang are in a relationship. It has nothing to do with Yi Qian. You're too good at making things up. You're confusing right and wrong. Auntie, you've given us an interesting lesson. Yi Ying, your mother is so amazing. She has a glib tongue. She even scared our principal and teachers so much that they don't dare to interrupt your mother." Their mocking and disdainful gazes made Yi Ying, who was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear, burst into tears. She lay on the table and didn't dare to raise her head. Sun Dongqing couldn't stand her precious daughters crying. She felt that the entire class was bullying Yi Ying. She slammed the table and pointed at the boy who spoke first. She said angrily, "What's your name? Who are your parents? Do you have any manners? Don't interrupt when adults are talking." She then said to Ying, "Ying, what are you afraid of? Tell Mom, which of your classmates bullied you? Tell them all." Her reaction made Secretary Wu, who had remained silent, shake his head in secret. Mayor Yi was a capable person. It was a pity that he had such an insensible wife. What a pity, what a pity. Zhang Bin stood up when his name was mentioned. He wasn't afraid of angering her. He said happily, "Auntie, I'm Zhang Bin. My dad went to the city and my mom went to a meeting. If you want to find them, you'll probably have to wait until the day after tomorrow." Principal Chen knew him. He had a father who was a policeman and had a strong sense of justice. Principal Chen, who had remained silent the entire time, finally spoke up. "Parent, after hearing what you said, I also want to know if Yi Qian is as you say. How about this? Can I trouble you to sit in the classroom for a while? I need to make some arrangements first." She then turned to Teacher Ku and said, "Teacher Ku, you're the form teacher, and the podium is also where the teacher stands. Please ask this parent to go down and sit down." Miss Ku looked like she was about to faint. She regretted not stopping Sun Dongqing from entering the classroom. She had hoped that Sun Dongqing would stand up for her. Now she had to clean up the mess. Hearing this, she shuddered and hurriedly said to the furious Sun Dongqing, "Madam Mayor, you can leave first. Isn't Ying crying? Sit down beside her and comfort her. Principal Chen needs to arrange something." Teacher Ko, who vaguely felt that the situation was not very good, was afraid that she would not cooperate, so she quietly pulled her. "Does he care about this or not? Is there anything wrong with what I said? A mere principal dares to put on airs in front of me. I want to see what he has arranged. If I'm not satisfied, I'll go to the city and ask the leaders to remove him from his position." For more than 10 days, she had heard too many flattering words. Sun Dongqing did not think of herself as the mayor's wife, but as the governor's wife. Perhaps even the governor's wife was not as arrogant as her. Principal Chen, who pretended not to hear her, smiled slightly and said to Zhang Bin, who had not yet sat down, Go and find a few PE teachers to bring the TV and video camera in the meeting room into the classroom. Chapter 222. Zhang Bin was a member of the sports committee, so he was familiar with all the teachers. Hearing this, he, who was still in the middle of puberty, let out a hoarse, "Ah," and jogged out of the classroom. "How about I go to your office and sit for a while?" Seeing this, Secretary Wu whispered, "The mayor's wife has a bad temper. I'm afraid you'll have to put in some effort." Principal Chen smiled and said, "Secretary Wu, you don't have to leave. Just treat it as attending an open class. Last time she just made a scene, and now she's starting again. The mayor's wife is not only bad-tempered, she's asking for a beating. Does she think that the teachers and students are afraid of her?" Unfortunately, Chen Dongfeng isn't afraid. This matter also involved another student, Gao Ying. He then instructed the student sitting next to him, "Go to the third-year class 1 and ask Gao Yang to come over. If the teacher asks, tell him that I'm looking for him. Oh, right, tell him to go to my office and get the videotape on the table." After everything was arranged, Principal Chen gave Yiqian a calm-down look and asked Secretary Wu to sit at the back of the classroom. It really was like an open class. Principal Chen asked Fu Dong to go out. I'm guessing he asked Gao Yang to come down. And Jiasen's face was livid. She gritted her teeth and said to Yiqian, "Just you wait. With how much Principal Chen cares about you, he won't let her have it easy." Zhou Liao, who usually didn't care much about class matters, also had a heavy expression. He whispered to Yiqian, "Like mother, like daughter. Yiqian, it's a miracle that you're still alive." Just you wait. There's going to be a good show." Zhang Na sneered. She glanced at Yi Ying, who was sitting on pins and needles. Her heart was laughing even harder. She also didn't like Yi Ying. Yiqian knew that Principal Chen wouldn't give up so easily this time. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect Sun Dongqing to be so arrogant. How could Yi Jifan, who had a mind of his own, tolerate her ignorance and arrogance? When she heard them talking behind her and feeling indignant for her, she said disapprovingly, "This is nothing compared to what happened in the past. You guys can also learn something from her." Did you vomit? Imitate her? Am I tired of living? Don't disgust us. I'd rather learn from Liao Jian's father than her. Yiqian, whose expression remained indifferent despite the profanities, smiled faintly and said, "Learn from her how to be a person who doesn't make others hate you. Learn from her how not to be a person who doesn't want to live a long life. This is what she taught you." And Jiasen turned her head and quickly glanced at Yiqian. She sighed and said, "Classmate Yi, your psychological endurance is really extraordinary. I really admire you. Even the Buddha would be so angry that he would jump up and down after hearing such words, but you are still able to sit still. You even know how to remind us how to be a person who doesn't make others hate us. Student Yi, if I want to study medicine in the future, the first subject of my research will definitely be you. Why is your brain structure so different from ours?" The more she didn't care, the more impatient Sun Dongqing was on stage. If this continued, the one who would be at a disadvantage would definitely be Sun Dongqing. Yiqian, who understood, smiled but didn't say anything. When she saw Gao Yang walk into the classroom with a videotape in his hand, the smile on her delicate lips deepened. Tis. No matter how smart Yi Ying was, having an arrogant mother was a tragedy. Chapter 223. Ying was almost out of breath from crying. At this moment, she finally understood why her father reminded her to keep an eye on her mother. She didn't come to school to stand up for her. She was clearly here to make a fool of herself. Listening to the student's mockery, Principal Chen glanced at Yi Ying, who hadn't stood up to speak to protect herself. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel sorry for her. She was also a smart child, but she had raised such a selfish and narrow-minded person. However, with such a mother, it wasn't strange. Principal Chen, who was determined to dampen Sun Dongqing's spirit, signaled for the students to be quiet. He then asked Gao Yang in a deep voice, "Yi Ying's mother said that she saw you and Yiqian kissing on the streets yesterday. Is that true? Tell me about your relationship with Yiqian first." Gao Yang, who was unprepared, frowned. He glanced coldly at Sun Dongqing, who had her chin raised. He pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, I don't know how she saw Yi Qian and I having that kind of relationship. When Yi Qian came back yesterday, I did buy a popsicle for her. As for what happened, it was because I brought back a set of mathematical Olympiad questions from Australia. There was one question that I didn't know how to solve, so I wanted to discuss it with Yi Qian. He had specifically asked his father to find the most difficult set of mathematical Olympiad questions so that he could have more topics to talk about with Yi Qian. He wanted to clear up all the misunderstandings so that she wouldn't have any prejudice against him. But before the plan could even begin, there was already news of him kissing Yi Qian. Sun Dongxing didn't even bother to comfort her daughter. Good boy, he's still so stubborn. She aggressively questioned, "You're so dishonest. I saw it with my own eyes, and you're still trying to deny it. What mathematical Olympiad questions from Australia? You're just a wretched girl. You can't even get into the grade. How can you do Australian questions? That's clearly an excuse." She pointed her spear at Yi Qian, who didn't respond at all. She shouted, "Yi Qian, stand up and explain yourself. Don't make me clean up your mess all day long. Damn girl, you've been fooling around every day and didn't come back for the whole summer vacation. Could it be that you went out with this guy?" Being unreasonable was also one of her abilities. Yi Qian looked at Sun Dongxing, who was still oblivious to the fact that she had stirred up public outrage. His eyes were full of smiles. If that was the case, it wouldn't matter if he said a few words now. And he has always liked to think too much. Even if I said I didn't, you wouldn't believe me. You love to pour basin after basin of dirty water on me. What can I explain? My explanation is that I don't understand what you're talking about. Why didn't she see that Sun Dongxing was so stupid in her previous life? Things had already come to this point. Did she really think that Yi Qian would be the one making a fool of herself? What do you mean you don't understand? Just admit that you're in a relationship with this guy. You didn't go home for the entire summer vacation and fooled around everywhere. In Sun Dongxing's eyes, Yi Qian would never be able to escape from her grasp. Moreover, she was now the mayor's wife. Who would dare to offend her for the sake of a wretched girl without parents? In town, there were indeed people who wouldn't stand up for Yi Qian. However, in school, the first person who wasn't afraid of her was Principal Chen, and the second was Gao Yang. Before Yi Qian could speak, Gao Yang's eyes were filled with obvious disgust. He coldly said, "Auntie, yesterday you said behind Yi Qian's back that she didn't go home for the entire summer vacation. You said that she didn't come home every night. You also said that she's a girl who plays truant, doesn't make progress, lies, and is dishonest. May I ask how honest you are?" Chapter 224. She spread unfavorable rumors about Yi Qian everywhere. Didn't she know that rumors were the most fragile? She targeted Yi Qian so much. No wonder Yi Qian hated him in the past. He used to be just like Yi Ying's mother. Guilt gnawed at Gao Yang's heart like a giant ant. He suppressed his anger and said forcefully, "Moreover, Yi Qian didn't live with you. How do you know that she didn't come home every night? Lying? Dishonest? Auntie, are you sure you're talking about Yi Qian and not Yi Ying? Ying, stand up and say it yourself. Who's the dishonest one? When we went to the capital, how did you frame Yi Qian? And how did you frame Yi Qian? Do you dare to say it in front of the whole class?" Just then, a few PE teachers came in with televisions and video recorders. When they heard his words, they all stood at the door of the classroom. What happened? They looked to the back of the classroom to ask for instructions from Principal Chen. Principal Chen waved his hand to indicate that they were busy and let Gao Yang continue the confrontation. Yi Ying, who was lying on the desk, wished that she could faint. Hearing Gao Yang's continuous questioning, her heart was pounding. Panic hit her brain like a tidal wave. How could she stop it? Ying, who was so flustered that she couldn't think at all. No, she had to think of something. She had to think of something. Sun Dongxing, who had always picked up soft persimmons, was shocked by Gao Yang's imposing manner. She heard her eyelids twitching. She secretly pulled the corner of Yi Ying's clothes and asked in a low voice, "Aren't you going to say something? Do you still want to live in class?" "Mom, if I can't live in class, it'll be all because of you." Yi Ying didn't have time to cry. As she spoke, she gritted her teeth. Her mind was spinning fast. She had to think of a way to get out of this quagmire as soon as possible. Hearing this, Sun Dongqing was so angry that she almost fainted. Ying, can't you see that Mom is here to help you vent your anger? She lowered her voice and said sternly, why are you so weak? Let others ride on your neck. I'm here to support you. What are you afraid of? Who told you to come here? Ying lost her composure. She raised her head and glared fiercely at her mother. Don't you know that you're just causing trouble by coming here? His usual cheerful and kind face was nowhere to be seen. His face was gloomy and cold, and even his facial features revealed a hint of ruthlessness. The students sitting around her, especially the students on her right, were frightened by the ferocity on her face. They turned their necks and stared at the podium, not daring to look at her. Ying was so terrifying. And Jiasun was listening with great interest. Suddenly she saw Ying raise her head. She seemed to have thought of something and stood up. Ying, don't you have heart disease? You have to hold on. Otherwise, if you have a heart attack, you'll be in big trouble. But you don't look like you're sick. Why don't you explain what happened in the suburbs of the capital? Are you trying to frame Yi Qian again? If you really did it, I wouldn't be surprised. This is the real Ying. The children were arguing, but Secretary Wu's focus was not on this. He was concerned about another issue. Heart disease? Mayor Ye's daughter had heart disease? Secretary Wu's eyes narrowed. Having a heart disease was not a good thing. The school had to bear a great risk. He leaned to the side and asked Principal Qin, is it confirmed? Chapter 225. According to Mayor Yi, it should have been confirmed. You know that the school won't ask the parents to prove anything for this kind of thing. Principal Qin said casually. From his tone, one could tell that he didn't really believe that Ying had heart disease. Could it be that this kind of thing was faked? What good could it do? Secretary Wu, who was shocked, looked thoughtfully at the mayor's wife who only knew how to protect her own child while trampling on other students. His gaze flickered slightly before he looked away. It seemed that he had to remind No. 1 middle school that regardless of whether Mayor Ye's daughter had heart disease, it would be better for her to study at another school. If she didn't study in the city, that would be even better. No school would accept such a troublesome parent. Moreover, if she really did have heart disease and something went wrong, the entire school would be so disturbed that classes couldn't be held normally. At this moment, Sun Dongqing had never thought that she would almost ruin Yi Ying's future with her actions. When Yi Ying, who wanted to pretend that she had a heart attack, saw that her plan was blocked, her shoulders trembled even harder. She replied, you can ask Yi Qian yourself. Why are you forcing me? She lowered her head and didn't say anything else. She bit her lower lip until it was bleeding. She didn't dare to face Gao Yiyang's questioning, nor did she dare to quarrel with Jiasun. Yi Qian looked up slightly and glanced at her. He said to Jiasun, Miss, you're more agitated than I am. Sit down. We've already dealt with the past. This isn't the main point now. At this point, was there still a need to harp on the past trivial matters? No, there was no need at all. Making a scene like this would not only embarrass Yi Ying, but also embarrass Sun Dongqing. Of course, it would also embarrass Yi Zhifan. If that was the case, why did she have to add insult to injury? Gao Yang wasn't a man who would force Yi Ying. He didn't force Yi Ying to answer. Instead, he looked at Sun Dongqing. Auntie, why don't you go back and ask Ying what happened when we went to the capital to study? Went to the capital school? What else could they do when they went to the capital to study? Wasn't it just studying? The problem was Yi Qian, that wretched girl, was also there? Why didn't Ying mention it? Sun Dongqing only knew that her daughter had excellent grades and was going to the capital to study and participate in the competition. Other than that, she didn't know anything else. She also didn't know that Yi Qian was also going. This was because Ying had never told her parents that Yi Qian was better than her and had even been selected to compete overseas. How could Sun Dongqing not understand her daughter? After being interrogated by Gao Yang, she quickly understood that her daughter had concealed the fact that Yi Qian had gone to the capital to study. From the looks of it, it would not make sense for him to say that the wretched girl did not return home during the summer vacation and fooled around outside. Fine, since he couldn't win this argument, he would talk about something else. And this kid from the Gao family is also a playboy. He was clearly with Ying, but in the blink of an eye, he was seduced by that wretched girl. Little brats, if this old lady wants to take care of one, it's the same as taking care of two. Today, she won't let this pair go. Sun Dongqing, whose expression was cloudy, slammed her hand on the desk and accused him. Principal Chen, look at how the school teaches the students. Each and every one of them has no respect for their elders. How can I be at ease sending my Ying to the school if all of you are like this? Teacher Ku, you are a teacher, you know best what kind of person Yi Qian is. I'm not lying. Chapter 226. Besides, if the adults find out that the two of them are in a relationship, they won't admit it. I don't care, as long as it doesn't affect my Ying. Now it was up to Teacher Ku to deal with it. Sun Dongqing's mouth felt dry. If Yi Ying wasn't still crying, she would have gone downstairs to buy a bottle of water and watch how the wretched girl would embarrass herself in class. Her words made Teacher Ku's body sway slightly. She was about to be killed by the mayor's wife. Gao Yang thought that even the stupidest person would know that they were wrong after what he said. Who would have thought that she was still twisting words and forcing logic, trying to pin the groundless accusation on Yi Jian? He, who had always been calm, suddenly felt that his internal organs were burning with anger. Madam Mayor, who is the one who got one of the gold medals that only 6 middle school students in the world can get? Gao Yang, who didn't waste his breath, slammed the table and shouted angrily. Sun Dongqing was indeed a genius to be able to force a person who always had a cold expression to show his emotions. Gao Yang, who had never lost his temper, suddenly shouted. In addition, Gao Yang also had such a strong aura. Sun Dongqing was so scared that she jumped up and her heart trembled. You, who are you challenging? Don't you have any manners? Principal Chen stood up when he saw that she was about to start throwing a tantrum again. He said in a dignified voice, now you can all be quiet. Zhang San is right. Li Si is also right. Let's see who is right. Madam Mayor, you are an adult. Don't be so calculative with a child. Sun Dongqing was indeed shocked. What did Yi Qian, that wretched girl, get? What gold medal did only 6 middle school students in the world get? Why did it sound like it was very impressive? Ying, say something to Mom. What's going on? I'm going to die because of you, Mom. I'm going to die because of you. Yi Ying, who was about to break down, was as pale as snow. Of course, she knew what was going on. Because she knew, she didn't want too many people to know that Yi Qian went abroad to get a gold medal. How was she inferior to Yi Qian? In the past, she had always been superior to Yi Qian. But now, she was inferior to Yi Qian in every way. How could she accept this? How could she admit defeat? But the more it was like this, the more she couldn't get the results she wanted. Gold medal. Yi Qian had won the gold medal, but she had nothing. Even Gao Yang, who used to stand by her side, no longer helped her. Everything had changed. Everything was different. She hated this wretched girl to death. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Her daughter was crying nonstop, which made Sun Dongqing anxious like an ant on a hot pan. What if she cried her eyes out? Yi Qian, that wretched girl, how could she act like an older sister? He had clearly told her to help her younger sister in school. Look, she only knew how to gang up with her classmates to bully Ying. The more she thought about it, the angrier Sun Dongqing became. Her expression darkened. She turned around and pointed at Yi Qian. Stupid girl, can't you see how sad your sister is? How could she act like an elder sister? Get over here and admit your mistake. Quick. That wretched girl was becoming more and more disobedient. When old Yi came back, she would have a good talk with him. As an uncle, disciplining his niece was a matter of course. Chapter 227. This time, even Secretary Wu was flabbergasted. How could there be such a woman? How could Mayor Yi like someone like her? He even married her as his wife. Wouldn't he be harming his career? Yi Qian almost laughed out loud. Auntie, are you smart or stupid? Do you think this school is your home? Do you think you can show off however you want? She didn't even need to say anything, and the entire class was already on her side. Tan Wei, Xie Sifeng, and the others who were close friends with Ying were also dumbfounded. They couldn't accept how Auntie's son, who was usually so nice to them, became like this. Xie Sifeng wanted to stand up and say something, but she didn't dare to do so now. She was also afraid of being despised by the entire class. Auntie, how can you be so shameless? You're too shameless. Who do you think Yi Qian is? A slave? Auntie, you're Yi Ying's stepmother, right? Yeah, only a stepmother would do something like this. If she was Yi Ying's biological mother, she wouldn't cause a scene in school. This was an embarrassing thing. When Yi Zhifan rushed in, his wife became the target of public criticism. When the students saw that the teacher didn't stop them, they all spoke up for Yi Qian. Even so, they didn't target Yi Ying. At this point, Yi Qian felt that it was only right for her to stand up and say something back. She just stood up and raised her hand slightly. The students who were speaking up instantly quieted down. From this point, it was enough to see that Yi Qian had a certain level of influence in the class. At least, the students all respected her. Then, she slowly smiled and said, Auntie, I still have some self-respect. You scolded me, hit me, humiliated me, wronged me, and spread rumors to slander me. It's already like this. Don't tell me I still have to treat Yi Ying as my own sister and respect you as an elder? You should just be the mayor's wife. As for me, I'm sorry, I don't have an auntie like you or a sister like Yi Ying. After saying that, she sat down. Secretary Wu nodded in secret. She was natural and generous. Her every move was open and aboveboard. There was no trace of despicable behavior. Her character could be seen at a glance. He said to Principal Chen, she is indeed a good student. She has a strong tolerance. It's a pity that she has such an auntie. Adversity makes people grow. Yi Qian, this girl has her own principles. Listen, this isn't over. Principal Chen purposely didn't. If he didn't come, she, as a teacher, would have to go to the hospital. She picked up the blackboard brush and slammed it on the podium a few times. Using her authority as a teacher, she made the students who had been chattering the moment Yi Jian sat down quiet down. She said sternly, quiet down. Everyone quiet down. If anyone dares to speak again, go outside and memorize for an hour. After the classroom quieted down, Teacher Ku said to Principal Chen, who didn't stand up to preside over the situation, Principal, Mayor Yi is here. What do you think? Then let's invite the mayor into the classroom. Since the mayor was here, he naturally couldn't leave. Principal Chen was quite willing to invite the mayor into the classroom. He then ordered Gao Yang, who didn't leave and had a cold expression, Student Gao, put the tape away. Let's invite Mayor Yi to watch it together. Chapter 228. Did Yi Jian go out to fool around like the mayor's wife said, or what happened? It's all in this videotape. Students, you are all a group of students who want to find out the truth. Now, let's applaud and invite Mayor Yi into the classroom to find out what the truth is with us. Applause, what kind of applause is this? This is a slap in the face. The number of people who clapped was equal to the number of people who were slapping their own faces. Yi Zhifan, who had never been so embarrassed, still had to pretend that he didn't know anything. He had to shamelessly say, thank you, before going to the back of the classroom and sitting next to Secretary Wu. After sitting down, he heard Secretary Wu say meaningfully, Mayor Yi, your wife is a master. I admire her, I admire her. Compared to the children's undisguised contempt, the real masters, like Secretary Wu, made Yi Zhifan suffer unspeakably. He took the initiative to shake hands with Secretary Wu and said with a bitter smile, sorry to make you laugh. Sigh, I also have a headache. Then he shook hands with Principal Chen and apologized repeatedly, I'm really sorry. My wife has caused trouble for the school again. It's not the first time. I'm used to it. Mayor Yi, please sit down. Principal Chen smiled. His words also made Yi Zhifan so embarrassed that he couldn't even maintain the calm expression on his face. When Sun Dongqing saw her husband come in, she was very happy at first. She thought that he came to support the mother and daughter. However, she threw a few glances at her husband, but he didn't look at her. While muttering in her heart, she faintly felt a little scared. I didn't cause any trouble this time. I came to the school because I saw with my own eyes that the wretched girl was in a relationship. The classroom quieted down and no one spoke anymore. As the video played, the first scene that appeared was the blue sky and white clouds of Australia. A plane flew over and the scenery of the University of Sydney was shown. About a minute later, the camera began to turn to a bus that drove into the campus. Students got off the bus one by one. Under the guidance of the teacher, the students, who only had a pencil box in their hands, neatly walked into a spacious and bright classroom in an orderly manner. The camera fell on a horizontal curtain with the words, "Mathematical Olympiad," written in English, and the Chinese translation also appeared on the screen. Throughout the entire process, no one explained anything, nor was there an announcer. The camera was only focused on the Chinese student, and Yi Qian's figure appeared the most in close-up shots. This is our first day participating in the Mathematical Olympiad. The time limit is 5 hours, but Yi Qian only used less than 4 hours to solve all the questions and get the highest score for the day. He also got the highest score for the team. Gao Yangyi became the live commentator. The boy's slightly hoarse voice spoke slowly. There wasn't much emotion in his introduction, but it made the students inexplicably excited. It was unknown when the applause started. Especially when the accompaniment of the national anthem played on the television, the applause was even louder. Even if the palms of his hands were red and in pain, he did not stop. "Damn, Yi Qian, you're too awesome. That's awesome. Look at that Vietnamese guy. Damn, he's about to cry. He can't beat our Yi Qian, so he's crying. Isn't that embarrassing?" The video was already showing the third day of the oral calculation competition. Yi Qian stood alone in front of the examination table, calmly and quickly explaining the process of solving the questions and the answers. At the same time, the contestants from various countries were so nervous that they were wiping their sweat because of the speed at which he answered the questions. At the end of the competition, Yi Qian and another boy almost took the lead. They fought fiercely for the questions, and their accuracy reached 100%. Chapter 229. When one of the students made a mistake while answering the question, Yi Qian immediately took over and accurately matched the student's answer to the question. When she finally answered the correct answer, the entire class heard applause from the television. "Good. Very good." Endless praises were heard. At this point, the screen froze Yi Qian. Everyone saw that compared to the other students who were sweating profusely, Yi Qian did not even have a single drop of sweat on the tip of her nose. She maintained absolute calmness throughout the entire process. She was calm all the way to the end. That kind of calmness, that kind of confidence, that kind of confidence, that kind of confidence, that kind of confidence, that kind of confidence. From her eyes, from her demeanor, you could tell that she was definitely not the Yi Qian sitting in the classroom right now. It was as if she was a completely different person, especially when she spoke fluent English. Her classmates had never heard her speak it before. Who knew that she could speak English? No one knew. All the students stared nervously at the television. Even though the competition had already ended, they could still feel how nervous they were through the television. Every one of them secretly clenched their fists, waiting for the final result. Sun Dongqing was already dumbfounded. The one who spoke a foreign language was Yi Qian, that wretched girl? If she even went overseas to compete? Why did it feel like it wasn't real? How could she not know what that wretched girl was capable of? Ying, this must be fake. She raised her head suspiciously and gently nudged Ying, who was no longer crying. Why does it feel like it's fake? If there's a winner, you should be the one standing at the top. Ying did not reply. She was completely dumbfounded as she kept muttering, "How could it be? How could it be? How could she? No, it's impossible, it's definitely impossible." Something was wrong with her. It was as if she was having a nightmare. The television finally reached the end. When the Chinese team was announced as the winner, thunderous applause rang out. Sun Dongqing, who had called out "Ying" several times but did not get a response, was so scared that her hands and feet went cold. She stood up and shouted at the back, "Come and see your daughter. Something happened. Something big happened." She only had this one seedling, so nothing could happen to her. Yi Ying was not a person who was easily defeated. After being yelled at by her mother, she quivered and came back to her senses. She stared intently at the television until the end of the broadcast. She saw all the Chinese students hugging Yi Qian, saw the smiles on their faces. Those smiles pierced her eyes deeply. The applause was much louder than Sun Dongqing's. Her roar only woke Yi Ying up from her stupor. "Mom, fine. Don't say any more." Yi Ying's face was cold as she clapped along numbly. "Go back with Dad and see if you can find a way to transfer me to another school. I can't stay in this school anymore." Sun Dongqing, who was scared out of her wits, finally heard her daughter speak normally. However, after hearing her daughter speak, she frowned. "What are you talking about? Transfer to another school? Read it here. It's all fake, yet you believe it. Do you think I don't know how capable that wretched girl is?" She did not know how many cold glares Yi Jifan had given her in the dark. She was a woman who could not do anything but spoiled everything. She refused to listen to him when he told her to stop. This time, she even came to the school. He did not know what she had done. After the recording ended, Gao Yang turned off the power and said in a low voice, "This is why Yi Qian was not in town for the entire summer break. She went to study. After passing the municipal, provincial, and national exams, she went to Sydney, Australia." Chapter 230. Madam Mayor, your slander of Yi Qian is baseless. I don't know why you can speak ill of Yi Qian so confidently. Is it because you are the mayor's wife? Do you think you can do whatever you want in town and accuse whoever you want? His words were like a slap to Yi Jifan's face, making the dignified mayor of a town blush in front of a group of students. Sun Dongqing was relying on her husband's presence. Now that she was being slapped in the face by a middle school student, she frowned and shouted, "Jackals of the same tribe, this kind of thing is obviously fake. Do you think I don't know Yi Qian's capabilities? Speaking in a foreign language, it's obviously fake." She then glared at Yi Qian, who did not take the initiative to speak. "Do you even act like an older sister? Why do you have to fight with your own sister for everything?" "Oh my God. Auntie, Ying doesn't have the ability to fight with Yi Qian for this kind of thing. Does she know how to do the questions on the paper? If she knew how to do it, she wouldn't have been eliminated during the national competition. A tree needs a piece of bark, a person needs a face. Auntie Sun, where did you lose your face? Do you have to be so shameless?" Luckily my family moved to the city this year. Otherwise, when I think about how I have to go back to a town with a mayor's wife like this, I feel embarrassed just walking out. More and more students couldn't stand Sun Dongqing's outrageous behavior. The rebellious teenagers didn't think as much as adults. They were worried about offending the mayor's family and making life difficult for their families. They couldn't stand it, so naturally, they had to say it out loud. The sounds of mockery numbed Yi Ying's expression. She had a mother who did not know what was good for her. Was her life ruined? Right now, it was only the whole class laughing at her. Before noon it would be the whole school. By tomorrow morning it would be the whole town. And Yi Qian. She clearly had the chance to stand up and explain, the chance to stop all this, but she did not. She deliberately made a fool of herself to force her to leave the school. Yi Qian, even if I leave school, you won't have it easy either. I swear that I won't let you have an easy time in this lifetime. With her head lowered, Yi Ying's expression was as gloomy as an evil witch's. Her eyes were shrouded in a thick fog that refused to disperse. Her eyes were heavy, deep, and filled with resentment. She did not raise her head to look at Yi Qian. She was afraid that she would not be able to stop herself from rushing forward and tearing Yi Qian's face apart. Well, let me get up and say a few words. Student Gao Yang must be tired after standing for so long. Why don't you sit down and listen? How could Secretary Wu not see the anger on Yi Jifan's face? It was because he was there. After watching and listening for so long, he understood the situation. When it was his turn to say a few words, this matter became Mayor Ye's own family matter. After walking to the podium, he first introduced himself. He deliberately looked at Sun Dongqing, who was sitting down, and said with a smile, "About Yi Qian winning the gold medal in the mathematical Olympiad, I can be sure that it is not fake. No one would dare to fake something like this. Mayor Yi, you know this very well." It is not fake? Then it is real? That's not right. Didn't Ying say it was impossible just now? Sun Dongqing, who actually understood in her heart, was not willing to choose to believe it. She, no matter what, did not believe that her daughter was inferior to a wretched girl. That wretched girl could not even be raised like this. How could she be satisfied? Chapter 231. She didn't forget to put on a brave front and said harshly, "So what if it's true? Our Ying can also participate. It's all because of Yiqin, that wretched girl, who tricked me and made Ying suffer. Get out. Get out." Before she could finish, Yi Jifan, who couldn't take it anymore, walked over and pointed at the classroom door. His gaze was as if he wanted to eat her alive. "How long do you want to embarrass us, father and daughter? Look at yourself. Even a middle school student looks down on you. How dare you stand here and say such things?" Ying smiled lightly. "Dad, I'm already prepared to transfer schools. After Mom's mess, I can't stay here anymore." "I don't agree. If you want to leave, you'll die." A shrill scream suddenly rang out, and the most shocking thing about this scream was the mayor actually slapped his wife harshly in front of the students and teachers. The slap was quite heavy. The mayor's wife's face was clearly imprinted with a red handprint. She deserved it. One slap wasn't enough. No wonder he could become the mayor. He endured until now to come out. That's impressive. A new broom sweeps clean. The first one he did was directly on his wife. That's not bad. It wasn't that a 15-year-old child didn't know anything, but it wasn't that they didn't know much either. Therefore, these words that came out of their mouths were even more troublesome. Sun Dongqing, who was slapped, met her husband's murderous gaze. She didn't dare to jump up. She covered her face and shivered. "You hit me. Sun Dongqing, look at yourself. You're shameless." Yi Jifan even had the thought of getting a divorce. He could get a divorce, he would have done so long ago. Such a stupid woman. If he didn't teach her a lesson, he would be dragged down by her. She slapped Sun Dongqing's arrogance and crushed her haughty expression into pieces, but it made the whole class feel very satisfied. It was wrong to hit someone, but when it came to someone who deserved it, the choice was to ignore it. Even Secretary Wu chose to ignore it. He cleared his throat and continued to talk about Yi Qian. "Now that we're done talking about the award, let's talk about something else. I believe that after you hear this, you'll be even more grateful to Yi Qian's students." How could they not be grateful? All the students of Fujian Middle School who got into the top 10 of their grade received scholarships. The first place received a 1,000 yuan scholarship, while the rest received a 600 yuan scholarship. The entire classroom was boiling with excitement. No, it should be said that the entire school was boiling with excitement. She had always thought that scholarships were only available in universities. Who would have thought that it was even available in junior high schools? And it was all thanks to Yi Jian from Class 2. Not only did the students receive scholarships, the scholarships were also the teachers. Gao Yiyang, who was still in Class 2, naturally knew about it. He knew about it before anyone else. When he saw Yi Jian, who was surrounded by applause, still able to maintain her indifferent smile, a faint smile appeared on his indifferent face. It was as if there was a trace of water on the watermark. Damn, Gao Yang is really handsome when he smiles like that. And Jiasun, whose palms were almost numb from clapping, was distracted by the boy's smile. She turned her head and leaned over to Yi Qian. She laughed mischievously. "He was especially protective of you just now. Do you think he's interested in you?" As she spoke, she laughed even harder. "I feel so good thinking about it. Yi Ying is going to vomit blood again." Chapter 232. Yi Qian didn't know if she was angry to the point of vomiting blood, but he was sure that Yi Ying was in a bad mood. Yi Qian smiled and said, "You're thinking too much. As far as I know, Gao Yiyang will probably go to Australia after he finishes middle school. He won't be coming back in the future." "That can't be. His grandmother is still here." "Then I don't know." Yi Qian spread his hands, indicating that his knowledge was limited. All she knew was that Gao Yang went to Australia after he graduated from middle school. This was what her father, who came to pick her up, told her when she came back to China. He wanted to see if Yi Qian could persuade Gao Yang. Since it was a family matter, she naturally wouldn't interfere. She immediately rejected it, but she knew that a person like her father wouldn't change his mind easily once he decided on something. Also, Gao Yang was supposed to take the general examination this year, but he didn't take it. Instead, he stayed in school for another year. Who knew what he was thinking? The Provincial Education Committee has decided to award Yi Qian the Outstanding Youth League Member. He will be awarded the certificate and medal of the Outstanding Youth League Member at the Provincial People's Great Hall on October 1st. On the stage, Secretary Wu's words were followed by thunderous applause. This meant that Yi Qian would have to go to the provincial capital on October 1st. Secretary Wu, who had finally explained everything, shook hands with Principal Chen, who was walking up the stage. He smiled and said, "Principal Chen, Yi Qian has won glory for the country and the province. Thank you very much for nurturing such an outstanding student. When the time comes, you will have to accompany Yi Qian to the provincial capital." "Thank you, Secretary Wu. I will definitely accompany you." Principal Chen smiled as he led Secretary Wu out of the classroom. After taking 2 steps, he returned to the classroom as if he was worried. He said to Yi Jifan, who hadn't left yet, "Mayor Yi, please let your wife go home first. The school is a school, after all, not Mayor Ye's home." Yi Jifan was still standing there because of Secretary Wu. He immediately sighed and said, "We have to give Yi Qian an explanation for this. My husband has caused trouble for the school today, but my daughter is really fine. She was just implicated by her mother." She then looked coldly at Sun Dongqing, who was being held tightly by her daughter, and said in a deep voice, "Go and apologize to me right now. Apologize to Yi Qian." Yi Jifan had already thought of a countermeasure. He could not implicate his daughter in this matter. Secretary Wu was a member of the Municipal Education Commission. No matter what, he had to protect his daughter first. He lowered his head and gave Yi Ying a look that only the father and daughter could understand. It seemed that they had already discussed something. Sun Dongqing's expression changed drastically. She raised her hand and pointed in the direction of Yi Qian and screamed, "You want me to apologize to this wretched girl? I can't wait to beat her to death. Ying just said that she wanted to transfer schools. She doesn't want to study at this school anymore. Mom, what else do you want? If you continue to make a scene like this, are you trying to force me to my death? Are you trying to force me to my death?" Suddenly, Ying screamed hysterically. Her eyes were red with tears. "Will you only be satisfied after you force me to my death? Am I right?" It was as if she had gone crazy. She rushed out as she spoke, looking as if she was really being forced to commit suicide by her mother. The students didn't react to her sudden rush. Yi Qian glanced at her indifferently, then his cold gaze landed on Yi Jifan's face. Chapter 233. Coincidentally, Yi Jifan was also looking in her direction. When the calm Yi Qian saw this, the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. There was a slight smile in his cold, star-like black eyes. With a dignified mayor here. Sure enough, big problems could always be turned into small ones, and small ones into nothing. It was just a faint smile, but it made Yi Jifan's heart skip a beat. Her smile was too calm and carried a sharpness that could see through everything. In an instant, Yi Jifan knew that his niece had already seen through his secret conversation with Yi Ying. She also knew that Yi Ying was just putting on an act. His niece was not simple. He had underestimated her in the past. With a vicious glint in his eyes, Yi Jifan sneered in his heart. He did not evade and revealed a smile of an elder as he walked towards Yi Qian. "Niece, you see that this matter is getting out of hand. As the elder sister, you should come out and say something." And Jiasun had been watching all this time. When she heard this, she looked at Yi Qian with a worried expression. After returning her a gaze that told her not to worry, Yi Qian stood up and calmly looked at his shrewd uncle. He smiled and said, "This is Mayor Ye's family matter. It has nothing to do with me." Family? The mayor, who did not seem to understand what Yi Qian was talking about, slightly furrowed his brows. Then he smiled and said, "Yi Qian, you are also my family. What you say is family matter is also your family matter." Since when did he need to step in to deal with a 14 or 15-year-old child? However, this Yi Qian of his was becoming more and more complicated. He had no choice but to step in. Yichin also slightly furrowed his brows and looked over with an even more puzzled expression. Of course, I remember that my family and Mayor Ye's family had separated. In the countryside, after separating, aren't we two families? Since we are two families, then I am definitely not family with Mayor Yi. Look, one of them is your wife and the other is your daughter. What does that have to do with me? Moreover, you're worthy of being an official. You can keep your composure. Your daughter wants to commit suicide, and your wife can't persuade her. Instead, you're making things difficult for an outsider like me. I really admire you. She was so eloquent. No wonder President Ying came back and said that she was bullied again. No wonder, even an adult like Sun Dongqing couldn't deal with her. Yi Jifan, who had a serious look in his eyes, didn't dare to look down on this niece of his who made him feel like a stranger. His face darkened, and he said unhappily, "You can't write two Yi characters with one stroke. You're my niece, and your aunt is your biological aunt. Even if we're separated from the family, we're still related by blood. You're talking too far. Of course, you can't write two Yi characters in one stroke. Everyone with the surname Yi in the world was a family 500 years ago. Unfortunately, my relationship with Mayor Ye's family is estranged. Also, don't tell Mayor Ye's wife that I'm eating your food, living in your house, and using your house. Although I was only 2 or 3 years old when I came to your house, I clearly remember that the town government sent you a sum of money to raise a martyr's orphan. Also, the fields and land were all given to me in advance and handed over to your family for safekeeping. When my mother sacrificed herself, she brought back a piece of glass dragon jade. At that time, the people from the town said that this piece of jade was old jade. The price was shocking. I remember all of this. You can't fool me. Fool? She had already said it out loud and clear, so how could she fool him? Yi Jifan's heart was in turmoil. Even his breathing quickened. That year, when the people from the government came to give him compensation and the piece of hornless dragon jade from the Qing dynasty, there was no one in the house when they handed it to him. Chapter 234. No, there was someone in the house. It was his niece who didn't know anything and was still a child. You don't have to be surprised. I have a good memory since I was young. I can remember what people say and do since I was 2 years old. So, you can't scare me or trick me. Yi Qian smiled as she admired Yi Jifan's unpredictable expression. When she saw the deep shock in his eyes, her smile deepened. You can't hide these things even if you want to. I've already told Uncle General, I'm just waiting for you to hand it over. She was really going to become a demon. Yi Jifan calmly sized up this niece of his who was becoming more and more frightening. At home, that stupid woman Sun Dongqing wouldn't talk about anything else, right? If that's the case. Yi Jifan, who had a murderous intent, pulled the corner of his mouth and sneered. Niece, you're amazing. Don't worry, I'll definitely return what belongs to you. Of course, I won't take what doesn't belong to me. Yi Qian saw the murderous intent hidden deep in his eyes. After being in the army for a long time, she could also feel the murderous intent and murderous intent. Mayor Yi, why aren't you going out to persuade her? If you don't, I'm afraid Yi Ying will really jump off the building. Good. Yi Jifan had underestimated the enemy. He didn't expect that after scheming for so many years, he would be bitten back by a wolf cub. This was really good. Staring at his unfamiliar niece, Yi Jifan put on a fake smile and exhorted her, but in reality, there was a hint of threat in his words. Niece, it's not a good thing to be too smart. Those who use their brains too much will not live long. Uncle would like to remind niece that you have to be careful since you are so smart. Thank you for the reminder, but I also have to tell Mayor Yi that there's always someone better than you. There are some people you can't touch or threaten as you wish. As a mayor, you should think twice before you speak in the future. Disaster comes from your mouth. Just as she finished speaking, a powerful voice filled with deterrence sounded. There's always someone better than you. How could the mayor not be as knowledgeable as a child? The voice shook Yi Jifan so much that the expression on his face instantly froze. A trace of panic flashed through his eyes, which contained a hint of ferocity, and he hurriedly turned around. He saw Uncle Jen and a military officer in his early 30s with 1 bar and 3 stars standing behind him. Uncle Jen's face was cold and gloomy. He stared at Mayor Yi with his sharp eyes and sneered, "I came at the right time. I didn't expect to hear Mayor Yi threatening a child." Hearing this, Yi Jifan's face no longer had the coldness from before. It was full of respect. "Uncle, Grandpa Jen, why are you here?" Yi Qian, who was as light as a swallow, lightly walked past Yi Jifan. Her beautiful eyes were full of smiles as she said, "I came yesterday, and you came today. If I had known earlier, I would have come with you." Perhaps this morning's incident wouldn't have happened. The military officer who accompanied her was not happy. He pretended to be angry and said, "Girl, do you only have your father in your eyes? Uncle is a living person standing here. Didn't you see him?" "Of course I didn't see him." Yi Qian's laughter was like a silver bell. Her dark and lively eyes were filled with a bright light. "I didn't see you this time. I heard that you were on vacation with your chubby son. Congratulations on becoming a father, Uncle Yu. Also, did you bring my red eggs?" Chapter 235. He was a company commander in the army. He had been married for 5 years before he had a chubby son. When Yi Qian mentioned him, he couldn't hide the smile on his stiff face. "Silly girl, I won't forget about your red eggs. Didn't I ring them for you?" His left hand really was holding 10 or so red eggs, while his right hand was holding a document with the army's serial number. As he spoke, he raised his head and lightly patted her head. "Silly girl, you didn't even take your living allowance. Because of you, I couldn't sleep well last night. Early this morning, I bumped into you and wanted to give you your living allowance." Who knew that they would coincidentally overhear a middle-aged man threatening Yi Qian? Everyone in the army treated Yi Qian as their own family. How could they not be angry when their own family member was threatened with not having a long life? Yi Jifan didn't dare to interrupt. The chaos in his heart wasn't any less than Yi Qian's memories of his childhood. It was even more so. He was so shocked that his palms were sweating. When did she have such a good relationship with the army? No wait, Ying had mentioned this to him before. She said that Yi Qian was close to the army and even knew a major. At that time, he didn't take it to heart. He thought that they were just friends from running into each other in the village. He definitely didn't expect that they were so close that Yi Qian would call him uncle. Moreover, this wasn't a major that his daughter was referring to, but a captain. Old man Zhen didn't have a smile on his face. He waved at Yi Qian and said sternly, "Come over to Grandpa." "Go quickly, old man is sad." Company commander Yu gently reminded Yi Qian. His tall and cold body directly blocked Yi Jifan's line of sight. His gaze was cold and ruthless. Under this kind of gaze that was filled with cold metal, even if Yi Jifan was the mayor of a town, his heart still trembled slightly. The army was the best place to cultivate a man's aura, and company commander Yu had participated in all kinds of actual combat exercises, both big and small, in the army. Moreover, he had carried out military operations from the north to the south. His body was covered in blood, and his gaze was extremely intimidating. Seeing that Yi Jifan had obediently retracted his gaze, Commander Yu withdrew his gaze and stopped staring at Yi Jifan. She wanted to bully Yi Wanwan? The regiment commander and the political commissar would not agree. Outside, Ying was being held in Sun Dongqing's arms. She was screaming her heart out, but ever since Uncle Zhen appeared, her eyes had never left him. She could even see fear in her father's eyes when he looked at Uncle General. Of course, Yi Jifan was afraid. Back then, why did he become a village cadre? Then why did he become the mayor step by step? This old man was very clear in his heart. If it weren't for his sister-in-law, Yi Qian's mother, he wouldn't be where he was today. Loyalty, filial piety, etiquette, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Mayor Yi, I think you don't even know how to write these words. Old man Zhen shielded Yi Qian behind him as if he was protecting his own child. This first-rank sergeant who had gone through storms and wars, and survived a hail of bullets and smoke, stood in front of 35-year-old Yi Jifan. He was like an insurmountable mountain with a majestic aura that made Yi Jifan unable to straighten his back. The old man's voice wasn't loud, but every word he said made Mayor Yi feel ashamed. Threatening a little girl, what? You can control the entire Fujian town with one hand, but you're a local tyrant? Chapter 236. What is Yi Girl? The orphan of a martyr. Her mother's body was personally sent to the crematorium by the premier. Her pension was personally sent to the town by the head of the military commission. The prime minister had personally instructed that Yi Jian, the orphan of the martyr, must be raised into a talent. You say she's smart, but of course, with a smart mother, how can a daughter not be smart? It's because she's too smart and too kind that she tolerated your family time and time again. The vigorous voice had a great penetrating power. The surrounding students and teachers all heard it clearly. They really didn't expect Yi Qian to be the daughter of a martyr, and even more so that she even knew the premier. Yi Qian's heart felt like it was being pierced by thousands of sharp needles at that moment, piercing thousands of holes and dripping with blood. In her past life, Grandpa Zhen came looking for her. She was blind and rejected him. Later, when she escaped to the village, Grandpa Zhen came looking for her again. She was immature and thought that everyone would laugh at her, so she secretly ran away that night. In the end, she never returned to Shuka village and lived the life of being persecuted by Ying until her death. Now that she thought about it, not only did she let herself down in her past life, she also let down the people who had high hopes for her. Uncle, let's talk outside. Yi Jifan, who had become the most disgraced mayor in history, bowed slightly and didn't dare to act rashly. The bell is ringing. Let's not disturb the students in class. If there's anything, let's talk outside. He had lost a lot of face today. If this matter was blown out of proportion, the mayor position that he had been in for less than 15 days might very well be gone. The bell rang urgently. The surrounding students had no choice but to return to class under Teacher Ku's yelling. Girl, go back to class. Grandpa is here. Let's see who dares to touch you. Uncle Zhen didn't want to disturb Yi Qian's studies. He turned around and said kindly, go back to class. Let Grandpa handle this. Things weren't that simple. If Yi Jifan dared to make a move, then he dared to make a move. Yi Qian hesitated and pursed her lips. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Commander Yu secretly give her a hand signal. After a slight pause, she pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, then I'll go back to the classroom first. Please don't be angry, I'm really fine. If there's a problem. She leaned closer and smiled slyly. Ying is the one who's in trouble. Don't worry, I won't let anyone bully her. The girl was right. She was no longer the taciturn person who could endure being taken advantage of in the past. Go to school quickly. Grandpa knows what to do. Seeing her smiling face, Lord Zhen also smiled happily. It's good that you didn't suffer any losses. It's good that you didn't suffer any losses. However, this wasn't a matter of whether they were at a disadvantage or not. They had to deal with it properly so that they wouldn't be disturbed every few days. He was right to come today. Ying did not return to the classroom. Her face was pale as she clutched her chest. However, she secretly reminded Sun Dongqing, Mom, leave quickly. Don't cause trouble for Dad. Uncle Zhen is a respectable old man in the village. Dad doesn't dare to refute anything he says. Good girl, if you really leave, then it'll be even more difficult for your dad. Sun Dongqing was bad to others, but she protected her husband and daughter wholeheartedly. She was worried that if she left, Uncle Zhen would take her husband's life. She wasn't smart when she should be, but now she's worried. Ying, who was full of resentment, wanted to curse out loud, but in front of her was her mother. No matter how stupid she was, she had to accept it. Chapter 237. She clenched her teeth and suppressed the anger in her heart. If we don't leave now, we'll be a burden to Dad. Mom, can't you see how bad Uncle Zhen's face is? Let's go. Then she clutched her chest and started screaming in pain. She didn't give Sun Dongqing any time to prepare. She grabbed Sun Dongqing's arm tightly and gasped for air as if she would suffocate in the next second. Even if it was an act, it was too real. Even Sun Dongqing was scared and screamed. When Sun Dongqing heard Ying remind her to go to the hospital, she looked up at Yi Jifan subconsciously. Then, she carried Ying on her back and ran towards the town hospital under the shocked gazes of the teachers and students. She should listen to her daughter. Old Yi was smart and nothing could stop him. She should leave first. When it came to running away, the mother and daughter were surprisingly similar. When Uncle Jen appeared, the family of 3 was indeed shocked and didn't dare to do anything rash. "I can ask the driver to send her there." Secretary Wu, who witnessed the farce, wanted to chase after them, but the imposing old man stopped him. "You're Secretary Wu from the city's education bureau, right? Please stay." Principal Chin knew he didn't know him and reminded him in a low voice, "First-rank Sergeant Major, a national treasure in the army." Secretary Wu was filled with respect when he heard that. When Yi Jifan saw that his daughter finally got rid of the woman who would only be a burden, he was secretly relieved. If his wife really apologized to Yi Qian in front of the teachers and students, he would be so embarrassed that even a beggar would step on his face. In other words, Yi Jifan didn't plan on apologizing at all. On the first day of school in Fujian Town Middle School, a huge incident happened. Mayor Ye's daughter was forced by her mother to the point where she almost jumped off a building. This incident was like a spring breeze that blew across the entire town. Even the villagers in Shuku village knew about it. There were many parents coming and going on the first day of school. Sun Dongqing was good at picking the day. Once she made a fuss, the entire town knew about it. To others, this was just a small chat after dinner, but to old Jen, it was the best time to settle an important matter. It was about changing Yi Qian's guardian before she became an adult. In Principal Chen's office, Uncle Jen was there. The atmosphere in the office was heavy. Even Secretary Wu was waiting for Uncle Jen to speak. Logically speaking, this matter should only be handled by little Yi. However, it's class time now, so we shouldn't delay her studies. Jen Laugen's words didn't break the tension in the air. Instead, it made a certain someone's heart jump with fear. Yi Jifan smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle, it's true that my wife let Yi Qian down today, but her mouth ruined everything. She still cares a lot about Yi Qian. After all, she's her own niece. Why, you don't have to use your lies on me. Everyone in the village knows how Sun Dongqing treated Yi Qian. Even if you try to twist the truth, it won't help." Uncle Jen interrupted bluntly. He didn't give the new mayor any face. "Even Secretary Wu knows about Yi Qian's relationship with your family. Mayor Yi, do you think there's a need to explain?" Yi Jifan's expression stiffened. He could only smile bitterly and helplessly. "No matter what, Yi Qian is my niece. As her uncle, how can I mistreat my own niece?" Chapter 238. Time reveals a person's heart. "I've given you 13 years, a few thousand days. I've seen through your heart." Uncle Jen came with a purpose. He wouldn't give him any chance to twist the truth. He wanted to remove Yi Qian's household register from Yi Jifan's household register. If Major Xia hadn't called him last night, he wouldn't have thought of this. Getting into high school was fine, but the college entrance exam was out of the question. Especially when it came to military school, the household register had a lot to do with it. If Yi Jifan used his status as Yi Qian's guardian to do something, it would ruin Yi Qian's future. Secretary Wu didn't quite understand why this first-grade sergeant major wanted him to stay, so he decided to listen and observe for the time being. Before he knew the reason, he wouldn't say anything. After a while, Uncle Jen stopped Yi Jifan from saying anything and asked Secretary Wu, "I heard that Secretary Wu came here last time and found out that Mayor Yi was Yi Qian's guardian. That's why you came here personally, right?" "That's right. If it wasn't for the record, I wouldn't have known that Yi Qian's guardian was Mayor Yi." Secretary Wu, who was prepared, said calmly, "Do you have any questions?" Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly mentioned the guardian. At this moment, Yi Jifan seemed to have thought of something. His pupils slightly constricted, and even the corners of his mouth began to tighten. Uncle Jen nodded slightly and said, "I want to ask if the household register is changed and the guardian is changed to someone else. Can the record be changed?" Yi Jifan clenched his fists. It was just as he had guessed. Uncle Jen wanted to remove Yi Qian's household register from his family. He wanted Yi Qian to have nothing to do with his family in the future. Of course it can be changed. It's not a big deal. Secretary Wu smiled and explained in detail. But a minor can't be the head of a household. Once the household register is changed, he must have a guardian until he reaches adulthood. Why did a minor need a guardian? This is related to the regulations in the law of minors in China. Combined with Article 16 of the General Principles of Civil Law and Article 53 of the Law on the Protection of Minors, parents are the guardians of minors in the first order unless they die, lose their guardianship, or are deprived of guardianship. Yi Qian's parents had passed away, and her mother was a martyr. Then, as an orphan, her first guardian was her immediate family. She was under the legal guardianship of a designated relative. For the legal guardianship of specific relatives, the guardianship ability was a very important factor. Yi Zhifan was the best candidate for legal guardianship of this specific relative. Now, if she wanted to move Yi Qian's household register out and change the legal guardian of a specific relative, it was still a little difficult. The court still needed to see if the second designated supervisor had the ability to supervise and protect the person, property, and other legal rights and interests of minors. What Uncle Zhen needed to know was whether he could change the guardian on the file. Uncle Zhen, are you saying that you want to remove Yi Qian's household register? Yi Zhifan knew the answer. It was not his style to sit and wait. He crossed his arms and said calmly, "The problem is, once the household register is removed, who will be her guardian? I'm afraid it's not suitable." Chapter 239. How could someone who was older and had one foot in the grave become a second guardian? Besides, they weren't related. Yi Qian, who had been standing outside the door for a while, knocked twice before pushing the door open. He looked at Yi Zhifan and said calmly, "It's not up to Mayor Yi to decide whether we're suitable or not. Although I'm still a minor, as a middle school student who already has a certain level of judgment, I can completely decide who my guardian is based on my own opinion." No one had expected that Yi Jian would actually appear at a time like this, and it caused everyone to be slightly stunned. As Grandpa Zhen said, my relationship with Mayor Ye's family is obvious to everyone in Shuku Village. If I ask the court to change my guardian and request to move my household registration, the court doesn't even have to make a discretionary decision. They can judge me on the spot. The 14-year-old was able to talk about matters that only adults could decide in an orderly manner. No one doubted that she didn't have a specific level of judgment. Yi Zhifan pretended to think for a while before saying, "This is no small matter. I still need to discuss it with your aunt. How about this? We can talk about it in a few days. What do you think?" In the next few days, he had to make arrangements with the outside world and look for connections with the court. There's no need to talk about it in a few days. There are already relevant documents regarding the whereabouts of martyrs' orphans. Mayor Yi might as well read the Revolutionary Martyrs' Commendation Ordinance that was issued on June 4, 1980. As the representative of the army, how could Commander Yu allow Yi Zhifan to delay at such a critical time? He opened the document bag that he had been holding in his hand and took out a special document with the words XX Military Commission written in red and handed it to Yi Zhifan. "Mayor Yi, please take a look at this document. After you've finished reading it, you can sign it here." His tone was not one for discussion. It was clear that Yi Zhifan had to sign it immediately after he read it. There was no other choice. If a mayor wanted to fight with an army, it was no different from throwing an egg at a rock. It was suicidal. Since Xia Jinyuan called to remind him last night, it meant that he already had plans. When he found out that Yi Zhifan's family didn't have any familial ties with his little fox, he knew that in his absence, there might be hidden problems around his little fox that hadn't erupted yet. He had to get rid of them one by one. He said that he would protect his little fox. How could he go to the Snowfield Brigade without any arrangements? Yi Qian didn't know anything about his secret arrangements. When he saw that Commander Yu even took out the document from the army, he was amazed. The army's efficiency. It was just a thin piece of paper, but Yi Zhifan's hand hurt when he held it. Who would dare not to disobey the army's decision? Who would dare to openly oppose it? Even if he had connections, it would be useless. No organization or department had the right to interfere with the military's decisions. "Sign it, Mayor Yi. I still need to go to the city this afternoon to complete all the household registration procedures for little Yi." Commander Yu took out a pen from the inner pocket of his military uniform and handed it over. He smiled and said, "We can run errands for things like this. We won't cause any trouble for Mayor Yi. Don't think that they were all rough men in the army. They were all as astute as they should be." Chapter 240. Yi Zhifan, who couldn't wait to swallow all the documents, raised his head and looked at Yi Jian with his shrewd eyes. He said in a deep voice, word by word, "Niece, you have to think this through. Once you move your household registration and change your guardian, I won't be able to help you if anything happens in the future." So it was premeditated. Even if his stupid wife didn't cause trouble today, moving her household registration and changing her guardian were things that would have happened sooner or later. If Mayor Yi didn't remind me, I would have forgotten. Facing his persistent questioning, Yi Jian smiled faintly and said, "If something really happens in the future, I only hope that Mayor Yi won't stand out to help me or anything. I'm really worried that you won't stand out to help me, but will instead hit me when I'm down." Yi Qian didn't quite understand why Uncle Jen suddenly proposed to move her household registration, but she knew what she should do at this time. No matter what Yi Jifan said, she wouldn't do as he wished. She would obediently listen to him and keep her name in his household registration booklet. She didn't have any objections to moving out. Moreover, Uncle Jen came prepared and came at such a good time. If she didn't settle the matter today and give Yi Jifan time to breathe, it would be difficult to do it again in the future. Her words made Yi Jifan's face even more pale and ugly, but Yi Qian ignored it. "Speak slowly? Of course, I won't give you the chance to kick me when I'm down." Just like today, the mayor's wife insisted that I acted inappropriately just because I didn't come back for the summer and met with a male student who was taking the exam with me yesterday. I was originally fine, but Mayor Ye's family just had to cause trouble for me. Yi Qian usually didn't speak much, but when he opened his mouth, his words were like knives. It was like a white knife going in and a red knife coming out. It hurt Yi Jifan so much that his internal organs were bleeding. No matter how unwilling he was, Yifan had no choice but to sign. As soon as the last stroke of the name was written, Commander Yu took back the letter before the ink was even dry. He used a piece of paper to gently dry the ink and said with a smile, "Mayor Yi, don't worry. Other than Uncle Jen, all the soldiers in our troop are guardians. Even if something happens to little Yi, it will be our army that will take responsibility. We will definitely not trouble Mayor Yi. If you tried to reason with the soldiers, sometimes you were no match for them. Who would dare to reason with them when they were talking about the army?" Looking at Yi Jifan's angry footsteps as he left, Yi Qian's eyebrows curved into crescents. His eyes were like the water in the moonlight, clear and clear with a hint of relief. In her previous life, it was precisely because her household registration was Yi Jifan's that she became a pitiful person without any identification. She couldn't find a good job and couldn't go to any night school. How could he not be happy now that such a huge matter had been resolved? "Little Yi, from now on, you have nothing to do with his family. After today's incident, Yi Ying won't be able to hold her head up in school. Just focus on your studies and don't let irrelevant people ruin your future." Uncle Jen, who was leaving, also said the same thing. They all hoped that Yi Qian would choose the right path and not let bygones be bygones and let bygones be bygones. This was also what Major Xia Jinyuan hoped for. Looking at the endless snowy mountains, his eyes were like snowflakes under the effects of altitude sickness. They were dazzling and cold, with a hint of majestic fighting spirit. This was the Snowfield Brigade's first training base. He would have a year of difficult, high-intensity, and high-risk training here. Chapter 241. While Yi Jifan was signing the papers, Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the truck, was jolted by the bumpy mountain road. He opened his eyes, which were slightly dazzled by the light from the snow. There was a 2-hour time difference between Beijing and the Snowfield Plateau, which was covered in white snow. Under the sunlight, everything was dazzling and bright. "Do you want to take some oxygen?" Someone turned sideways and asked calmly. His deep voice was so calm that there was no trace of anger. "The sea level is just over 5 kilometers. If you want to rest, let the car." In front of them, the rumbling sound of rolling rocks interrupted his words. The soldier driving the truck seemed to have predicted this and stepped on the brakes. He turned his head and smiled. "Q King, the snow mountain welcomes your arrival with an appetizer." Regardless of whether it was the soldier driving the truck or the soldier sitting beside Xia Jinyuan, they were all familiar with each other. The soldier driving the truck was J5, who always spoke lazily and casually with a sense of cynicism. The soldier sitting beside Xia Jinyuan was K7, a soldier with a medical background and the rank of captain. Xia Jinyuan opened the military water bottle and drank 2 mouthfuls of cold, snow-like water. He glanced at the gray-weathered rocks rolling down the mountain road and said calmly, "What an exciting way to welcome you. We are still a few hours away from the Ministry of War. We still have to repair the mountain road later. Can we pass it in half an hour? I don't know. We have to see how long the rocks will roll down. Sit tight. I have to go back a little bit first." In front of them were rolling rocks and the mountain road behind them was steep. On the left side, they could see a rapid river, which looked like a huge dragon. The mountain road was not an asphalt road or a cement road, but a gravel road. As the engine of the military truck turned, J5 nimbly and quickly turned the steering wheel. In less than 10 seconds, the truck had reversed several meters. J5 and K7 were both soldiers from the Snowfield Brigade. They joined the army 2 years before Xia Jinyuan. J5 graduated from the Army Academy, while K7 was a forensic doctor who joined the army halfway through his career. After the car was reversed and there was no sign of the rocks rolling down the road, the 3 of them took out crowbars from the toolbox and directly pried the biggest rocks from the roadside into the river. Listening to the sounds of the rocks rolling down the road, J5 secretly glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who was expressionless, and a hint of appreciation flashed across his eyes. The all-round soldier king. The king who took down the trump card Q in one fell swoop was indeed a soldier with guts. K7 picked up the lever and threw it into his toolbox. He looked at the young major, who didn't even frown, and said coldly, "Much better than you." He always spoke inexplicably. If he didn't mention names, no one would know who he was talking about. Other people didn't know, but his comrade, J5, knew. "I'm much better than you. I still remember that you started vomiting on your first day when you were less than 5,000 meters above sea level. Your little face was so pale that it really made my heart ache." J5 smiled slightly and patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. He sighed and said, "Q King, I have high hopes for you. This kid has always been arrogant in the army. Before the brigade leader retired, we could still suppress him a little. Now, we're hoping for someone better to suppress his arrogance." As a new recruit to the Snowfield Brigade, even if Xia Jinyuan was a major, he couldn't put on airs in front of them. The Snowfield Brigade was a very special unit. The soldiers in it were nameless. No one knew where they came from, and no one knew where they were going. Even if they died, they were nameless heroes. Their code name was their name until they retired. Chapter 242. J5 and K7 only knew that Q King's surname was Xia. They didn't ask or care about his full name. Their code names were their names. No matter where they were, they could only contact their code names. Xia Jinyuan didn't know their names either. When he heard them, his thin lips curled up slightly. "I want to keep a low profile." That one sentence instantly turned J5 into a quiet, handsome man. As for K7, he revealed a smile thinner than the breeze. He turned his head to look at Q King, who was indeed keeping a low profile. His lifeless voice fluctuated slightly. "We all like to keep a low profile, unlike J5, who acts so high profile that he has to write a 3,000-word self-reflection letter tonight. I only spoke 3 sentences to a girl at the foot of the mountain. Which one of you got jealous and secretly snitched on me? Now I have to write another 3,000-word self-reflection letter. Damn it, I've already written a 12,000-word self-reflection letter this month." At this point, J5 had an innocent look on his face. Even his tone was full of resentment. He glanced at Q King, who had a faint smile on his face, through the rearview mirror. His eyes dimmed slightly as he sighed. "What a pity. You're worse than a monk once you enter the team. A monk can even say amiibo to a female benefactor." As he sighed, Xia Jinyuan narrowed his handsome eyes slightly. Then he said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, I'm still single. My family says that I'm too young to fall in love. I don't want to be cheated of my money and lose my virginity. So, I'm just like you, continuing to live the life of a monk. In the future, I don't think I'll be like J5, writing a 3,000-word self-reflection letter every now and then. Writing so frequently, it's more like I'm in heat." It was very quiet in the car. J5's face was wooden and expressionless. About 5 seconds later, K7 suddenly burst into laughter as if his laughing acupoint had been pressed. His previous lifeless appearance was gone. His laughter was bright and clear like the morning sun. J5 said in a wooden voice, "As far as I know, only male animals go into heat. I think Q King is right. You're also in heat. Otherwise, why can't you control yourself and want to talk to the girls? Isn't it just a male animal? Once it's an estrus, it can't control itself. As a result, it has to write a self-reflection every few days." K7's laughter was short, and when he spoke again, his face was still as calm as a mirror. The only thing that remained on his thin cheeks was the trace left behind by his laughter. Xia Jinyuan sneered. It was a unique way of reminding him to keep a distance from women. From this, it could be seen that the Snowfield Brigade was indeed as mysterious as the rumors said. They were like orphans without a home, and the only companions they had were their comrades. Thankfully, he had already made the most important arrangements for Little Fox before he left. In the coming days, even if he wasn't by her side, even if he couldn't contact her, he believed that with her ability, she would be able to handle any difficult matter beautifully. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. On the ground, the snow was white. In the car, Xia Jinyuan's smile was like a blooming lotus, clear and eternal. The mountain was getting higher and higher, and the road was getting more and more rugged. J5 and K7 didn't stop talking in the car. They took turns driving carefully, not daring to slack off in the slightest as they headed towards their first training base. Chapter 243. The only scenery that could be enjoyed in Fujian town and the snowy highland was the bright sun in the sky. Yi Jianyan, who was standing under the shade of the tree, was a little stunned. It was Xia Jinyuan who reminded Uncle Jen to relocate his household registration. "Girl, when Major Xia comes back, you have to thank him properly. Luckily, he reminded me. Otherwise, no one would have thought of it." Uncle Jen, who did not know that Xia Jinyuan had already left Fujian town and was heading to a new unit, said earnestly, "He has helped us so many times unconditionally. You can't not thank him at all. He had helped them so many times. If he did not thank him properly, he would feel bad." Upon hearing this, Yi Qian smiled and shook her head. "It's okay. Grandpa General Major Xia came to Fujian town to train at the basic unit. After he's done, he will return to his original unit. In the future, he won't be coming back to us, so I'm afraid you'll have to wait a long time for him to thank you." She did owe him a thank you. If he had not reminded her in time and caught Yi Jifan off guard, she would have moved her household registration in one fell swoop. If Yi Jifan held onto her household registration like he did in her previous life, she would have to live without an identification card again and would be restricted everywhere she went. Yi Qian, whose heart was trembling slightly, calmed herself down and thought about the letter Principal Chen had given her. It only had 4 words: "Wait for me to come back." Wait for him to come back? Wait for him in Fujian town? And wait for him to come back? See you next time? She did not think too much about it. Wait for him to come back. You can think of it in a normal way or a more complicated way. When faced with such a dangerous man, she naturally avoided it and thought of it in a simpler way. In the end, she suddenly heard from Grandpa Jen that Xia Jinyuan had a lot to do with the smooth transfer of her household registration. It could even be said that he had solved the problem by himself. Then, Yi Qian rubbed her temples with a headache. She realized that even with 2 lifetimes of experience, her IQ was not enough to play a guessing game with Xia Jinyuan. If there was no such thing, then the 4 words he left her were like a friend going on a long journey, and she was waiting for good news. However, with his help, the meaning of these 4 words became somewhat ambiguous. What he hated the most was this kind of ambiguity that required guessing and guessing. Hearing this, old Uncle Jen fell silent. After a while, he nodded slightly and said, "With Principal Xia's ability, he wouldn't stay here forever. Leaving is something that will happen sooner or later. I just didn't expect it to be so soon." As an all-round soldier, Xia Jinyuan had been assigned to Fujian town to fight against some outlaws. Firstly, the school had assigned him to the basic training, and secondly, Commander-in-Chief Xia wanted him to train his only son more. It had been almost a year. Even if Xia Jinyuan wanted to stay, Commander-in-Chief Xia would not allow it. Therefore his departure was destined. It was a result that could not be changed. Faced with Grandpa Zhen's sigh and his admiration for Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to feel that it's a pity. I won't be bad either. I definitely won't embarrass you and Principal Chen." That dangerous and elegant man had already left, but his brief appearance had left a deep impression on many people. In her life, because of his appearance, her memories of that year and that day were imprinted in her mind. Chapter 244. Fighting side by side on a rainy night, drawing a gun and killing people in a foreign country. These memories, filled with the flames and smoke of war, were all wonderful memories he brought to her. Actually, before she left Australia, she wanted to ask him how he dealt with the dozens of kilograms of poisonous powder that had been swapped, and how he dealt with those international police officers who were biased and looked down on Chinese soldiers, and how he retaliated against them. However, based on his personality and the bravery of a Chinese soldier, he definitely wouldn't let those arrogant megalomaniacs off so easily. You don't have to worry about the hornless dragon jade. This isn't something that can be explained in a few words. Although it's valuable, it's just a dead object in your hands. If Yi Jifan and his family try to hide it, little girl, Uncle Zhen didn't know how to bring up the hornless dragon jade, but as he spoke, he noticed that the little girl was looking up at him. Her left hand was gently caressing the silver wire that was wrapped around her right wrist. Her gaze was pierced through the mottled sunlight and the twinkling leaves. She was lost in her thoughts as she stared at it. This little girl, when it came to serious matters, she could still be lost in her thoughts. Yi Qian's mind was filled with memories of fighting side by side with Xia Jinyuan. She blinked, her dewy, obsidian eyes were still a little dazed. Suddenly, she pursed her lips and lowered her head in embarrassment. "I thought of something. I didn't hear what you said just now." "I'm sorry, Grandbing." Her hand that was caressing the silver wire quietly lowered and hung naturally by her side. Seeing this, Uncle Zhen laughed. "I know. You're thinking of Major Xia, right? He was old, but he wasn't blind." However, after laughing, Uncle Zhen's aged face turned serious. "But little girl, regardless of whether you're thinking of him or not, you're still too young. There are some things that you can't just rely on your feelings alone. Regardless of what Major Xia thinks, you still have to take care of yourself." There was a hint of sadness in Lord Zhen's eyes, as if he was recalling something that made him sad. No matter how powerful a girl is, she will always be at a disadvantage when it comes to love. Uncle Zhen carefully looked at the calm little girl and smiled again. "But I don't think you're the kind of girl who would easily fall in love with you. If that guy really likes you, he's going to fall in love with you." This was also why Uncle Zhen did not interfere even though he noticed that Xia Jinyuan treated Yi Qian differently. "Don't worry. No matter how outstanding Major Xia is, he's still someone else's Major Xia. It has nothing to do with me." Yi Qian was indeed open-minded. She had always been an indifferent person. She had been through so much and had even survived the calamity of death. How could she be so easily swayed? After brushing it off with a smile, he asked about the hornless dragon jade. "You seem to have mentioned the hornless dragon jade earlier. Is there something I don't know about it?" "That jade is valuable, but it's not a good thing. If Yi Jifan doesn't give it to you, don't take the initiative to ask for it. Our focus is on moving out of our household register. Material things don't matter." To Yi Qian, what Uncle Zhen said was the most important thing. As for the matter with Xia Jinyuan, it didn't matter. Hearing this, she smiled and said, "Okay." Whether the jade was valuable or not was not Yi Qian's main concern. Since it wasn't a good thing, of course she wouldn't take it. Chapter 245. On the other side, Secretary Wu, who was about to leave with Uncle Zhen and Commander Yu, reminded him in a low voice. Mayor Yi signed the document so reluctantly. It's obvious that he's not satisfied with the transfer of Yi Qian's household registration. In the future, the school will need the support of the local government. I'm afraid Mayor Yi will remember what you did today. The school seemed to have nothing to do with the government, but in fact, they were closely related. For example, the school's construction funds had to go through the government. In the future, if Fujian Town High School needed government funds, the local government would be the first to approve it. Therefore, Secretary Wu's worries were not unfounded. This was a kind reminder to let Principal Chen be prepared. However, if he wasn't prepared, Principal Chen wouldn't have disrespected Yi Jifan. He smiled and said, "Secretary Wu, don't worry. Our school has some connections with the army. If Mayor Yi can't handle things well, the army can help us." Therefore, Principal Chen didn't take it to heart. Moving out of Ye's household registration was much more important than the construction funding for the school. Now, all they needed to do was wait for Mayor Yi to send the household registration booklet to Uncle General. They needed to get everything done today. However, for Sun Dongqing, transferring Yi Qian's household registration was definitely a happy event. She didn't have time to pretend to have a headache and quickly took out the household registration booklet. However, when Yi Jifan wanted to take out the old jade, Sun Dongqing refused. That piece of jade was valuable. 10 years ago, it was said to be worth more than 200,000 yuan. Moreover, it was 10 years later now. How much was it worth? Taking the jade away was equivalent to taking her life. Her voice suddenly rose and she said sharply, "You agreed? You agreed to give it to her? Yi Jifan, do you have any brains? Do you know how much that piece of jade is worth? You want to give it to her? No way." Faced with his wife's brainless questioning, Yi Jifan didn't even have the energy to argue. "I'll go to the city in the afternoon and find a jade shop. Give me the jade quick. Mom, give the jade to Dad." Hearing the noise, Ying came out of the room and stood at the door of the master bedroom. She frowned and said impatiently, "Did you hear Dad say he's going to the jade shop? If we both have real jade, where can we get an identical fake jade?" With just one sentence, Ying knew what Yi Jifan was planning. This sentence immediately made Sun Dongqing beam with joy. "I went to the city with Uncle Jen and the others to do the paperwork for the relocation. Also, Ying, you don't have to go to school for the next few days. Yi Qian has a strong aura, and you're not her match." Yi Jifan had never thought of transferring his daughter to a school in the city. Instead, he adopted the method of avoiding it. Just like last time, he would temporarily wait for the storm to calm down before going to school. Yi Ying's eyes darkened. After a while, she said, "I'm really leaving. Do you really think I'm afraid of Yi Qian? She might as well stay in school and see what she's capable of. I don't believe that I'm inferior to her in every aspect. Also, Dad, go to the city and find me an English teacher. I'll go to the city every Friday and come back on Sunday." Yi Jifan naturally agreed to this kind of thing. At the same time, he was happy with Yi Ying's spirit of facing the blade head-on. His daughter should naturally be like this. Running away wasn't a solution. The best way was to respond directly and use actions to tell the other party that she wasn't inferior to anyone. Chapter 246. But today's incident. Town Middle School's Principal Chen, he would remember it in his heart. Yi Jifan wasn't the only one who would remember this incident. Everyone who witnessed this farce would remember it, and they wouldn't forget it for a long time to come. The sun was scorching in June, and the fire in July. Yi Qian, who had already moved her household register, finally calmed down after nearly 20 days of stares. When Yi Ying appeared at the classroom door, a new wave of stares was directed at her. One was sitting in the classroom with a rosy complexion, while the other was standing at the classroom door with a pale complexion. The moment their gazes met, the pale Yi Ying's gaze turned cold. When their gazes met, Yi Qian's lips curved slightly, and she returned a faint smile. Seeing this, Yi Ying, who had a gloomy look in her eyes, moved her feet slightly under the gaze of her classmates and walked towards Yi Jian. Then, she did something that almost made Yin Jiasen's jaw drop. "Yi Qian, I'm so sorry." As she walked over, she actually apologized sincerely. "My mom is sometimes not very kind when she does things. She makes decisions based on her own feelings. I've always wanted to apologize to you, but I couldn't leave the hospital until last night because of my health. I'm so sorry that I didn't apologize to you in time." Not only did she apologize, but she also bent over to apologize. Yi Qian had already stood up calmly. When she straightened up, she looked at Yi Ying with a slight smile. "I hope that in the next year, we can live in harmony. I also hope that the mayor's wife will think twice before doing anything. After all, You're the wife of an official. If the city's disciplinary committee hears anything, I don't think that's what the mayor's family wants. Disciplinary committee, damned girl. She's secretly threatening me. Of course. I also hope that we can live in harmony. Also, thank you for your reminder. I'll tell my mom to be careful. Yi Ying secretly gritted her teeth and smiled. Her gaze was gloomy. It looked like a relaxed smile, but in reality, it was full of coldness. And Jiasin, who was dumbfounded, stared with her eyes wide open. Even after Ying left, she did not react. Not only her, but the other students in the classroom were also unable to react. Yi Qian was the only one who had already exchanged countless blows with Yi Ying in secret. With a calm smile, he easily infuriated Yi Ying again. Over the next few days, Yi Ying would hear some very unpleasant words. However, no matter how unpleasant they were, she would endure them. Yi Qian could vaguely see the shadow of the Yi Ying from his previous life in this Yi Ying. On the 30th of September, the students who had only been in class for half a day left school like runaway horses without looking back. Yi Qian and Principal Chen also left the school without looking back. They needed to catch the 12:30 bus from town to the city. They had to take the train to the provincial capital that night and catch the train to the provincial capital at 9 a.m. the next day to arrive at the Provincial People's Hall to receive Yi Qian's commendation from the provincial capital. Time was so tight that they could not afford to waste even a second. After boarding the bus, Yi Ying, who was heading to the city to learn English, saw Yi Qian holding the handrail. She clenched her fists on her knees and a trace of coldness flitted across her eyes. Ying, be careful. The bus is about to leave. Yi Jifan, who sensed something, spoke calmly. After reminding his daughter, he smiled and greeted Principal Chen, who came up behind him. There was nothing strange about him at all. Chapter 247. This Yi Jifan was the Yi Jifan that Yi Qian was familiar with. He was a smiling tiger who stabbed people in the back, but always had a smile on his face. He was kind and generous. Everyone on the train knew Yi Jifan and started chatting with him enthusiastically. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the back, said to Principal Chen in a low voice, "You should rest first. It's a bit far to drive 5 to 6 hours. You still have to catch the train at night. Your body won't be able to take it if it takes too long. The train leaves at 8 p.m. If you arrive early, you can find a place to rest for a while." Last time, Xia Jinyuan left at 6 p.m. and didn't arrive in the city until after 11 p.m. When she got on the train, she saw Principal Chen gently rubbing his left shoulder. Then she looked at the gloomy weather. It was July. As long as it rained, the temperature would turn cold. Principal Chen's shoulder, which had been shot, would ache faintly. Yi Jifan, who was sitting in the front, turned his head. He looked past the seat and said to Principal Chen, "Principal Chen, our train leaves at 8 p.m. too. Why don't we go to the train station together?" What a coincidence! They took the same train to the city and took the same train to the city. Wasn't that a coincidence? After 5.5 hours, they arrived in the city. When they got to the train station, what a coincidence was that even the sleeper carriages were in the same carriage. Yi Ying looked at Yi Qian, who appeared in front of her again. She didn't hide her calm expression under the light. Instead, she glared fiercely at the figure who was about to board the train. Yi Qian, who was about to board the train, turned his head back as if he sensed something. Then he gently looked away. Such strong malice. It seemed that not only was he taking the same train as Yi Ying, but he was also in the same carriage. They were both in the number 8 sleeper carriage. "Hey, are you going or not? If not, don't block the way," a man urged in a gruff voice. Seeing that the person in front of him didn't move for a long time, he rushed forward with a gray travel bag. The bag directly bumped into Yi Qian's body. The fat man pushed Yi Qian to the side and got into the car first. There were some hard objects in the bag. When Yi Qian's shoulder was in pain, Yi Qian also heard the sound of metal pipes colliding with each other. In 1995, the security checks on trains were not as strict as later years. Things like metal pipes could be brought on board. If it was normal, Yi Qian would not have paid much attention to it. But after sensing a fierce aura from this fat man, Yi Qian pursed his lips. Principal Chen, who was escorted onto the train by Yi Qian, saw this scene clearly. After she got into the car, he said in a deep voice, "You were frowning just now. Did it hurt?" "Yes, that man's bag contained some metal pipes and things like that. And his body had a strength that made me uncomfortable." Yi Qian didn't hide anything. After she spoke softly, she asked in a low voice, "I remember the story you told us on the train the last time we came to the province." Principal Chen didn't treat Yi Qian's words as the words of an overly sensitive child. Hearing this, he said in a low voice, "Let's wait and see. We're on the upper bunk. If there's anything, we can secretly pay attention to it." The trains in 1995 were not peaceful. Pickpockets were the most common. At night, the sounds of crying could be heard. Sometimes, someone's money was stolen. Sometimes, that person's belongings were stolen. Especially at 2 or 3 in the morning, it was the time when pickpockets were the most active. Chapter 248. The train from the city to the province was a cross-provincial green train. Even if it was a sleeper ticket, there was no air conditioning. Although the temperature had dropped in July, sleeping on a narrow bed still required one to open the window of the carriage. Yi Qian and Principal Chen found their berth number and were about to put their luggage on it when a middle-aged man and woman sleeping on the left and right bunks suddenly stood up. They looked at Principal Chen vigilantly. "Where are you sleeping? Upper bunk or middle bunk?" The woman asked in an interrogative tone. "Have you changed your bed nameplate? This is a bed nameplate. You can't just randomly choose a bed to sleep on." When she spoke, her eyes clearly showed that she was on guard against thieves. One had to be vigilant when going out, but she could not use such a rude way to interrogate others like a police officer. Yi Qian pursed his lips in disgust and said to Principal Chen, "Principal Chen, I don't have a lot of things. You don't have to put them on the luggage rack. Just put them on the bed." He had to let them know that they were guarding against the wrong person. After she said that, she saw the middle-aged man and woman in the same carriage look at each other. They did not even say a word of apology and went back to sleep in their beds. After the luggage was put down, Principal Chen was about to sit on a small folding board under the window by the aisle to enjoy the cool air. The middle-aged woman who was lying down sat up and pointed at the window. "Don't open the window, okay? Just leave it open." More than 10 people got on the train. The first thing most of them did when they got on was to pull up all the windows near the bed and the aisle. Before the train started moving, the people who were sweating from the heat sat on the small folding board by the aisle curtains and waved their fans while complaining about the heat. Yi Qian looked at the windows on their side. They were pulled down quite low, just enough for the night breeze to blow in. Principal Chen, who had gestured for Yi Qian to get on the bed, waved his hand disapprovingly. He meant to tell Yi Qian not to take the middle-aged woman's rude behavior to heart. There were always such people when they were out, so there was no need to take it to heart. Seeing this, Yi Qian could only smile and did not argue with the middle-aged woman. She also didn't like to pull up the entire window. There were still many things that happened on the train in the 90s. The story that Headmaster Chen told her last time happened in May 1993 on the 3RD/4TH international train from Beijing to Moscow. It was a true story. At the time, the impact on the international community was very bad. When he was young, Headmaster Chen had been to countless places on missions. Now that he had retired, he wanted to live a peaceful and stable life. He did not want to leave the school so easily. As for the oil reserves under the school, he could not leave the school often. This time, he left because he had to accompany Yi Qian to the Provincial People's Hall. Taking the train is quite interesting for us. Last time, 12 of us went from the city to the province. Zhou Liao and the other boys were so excited that they did not sleep the whole night. Yi Qian, who had already climbed to the middle bunk, poked his head out and chatted with Principal Chen, who was still sitting on the folding plank in the aisle. It's the first time taking the train. Everyone is quite excited. A principal and a student. It was easy for people to accept them. The middle-aged man and woman who were sleeping on the bed unknowingly joined in the conversation. Principal Chen was also a talkative person. Soon, he was chatting with the middle-aged man about everything. Chapter 249. Principal Chen was experienced and knowledgeable. Wherever the man went, he would always add a few words. Not long after, the middle-aged man, who had wanted to show off that he had been to many places, became much more honest. Yi Qian, on the other hand, slightly pursed his lips and smiled. Usually, Principal Chen was not like this. It seemed that he must have noticed that the middle-aged couple looked like they were guarding against thieves. That was why he was like this. Probably because he could not find a sense of superiority anywhere in the world. The middle-aged man took out his brick-like mobile phone. In this day and age, to be able to afford a mobile phone indeed meant that one was rich, had a high status, and had a high social status. On Yi Qian's upper bunk, there was also a young man who went out to work. He peeked from the upper bunk and said, "So ugly. I thought it was a good-looking guy." His words made Yi Qian, who was just pursing his lips and smiling quietly, laugh out loud. The people of Yan'an City were the province. No, the whole country was famous for being shrewd. Not only were they shrewd, but they also looked down on others. Whether it was outside or within the city, their sense of superiority was always inexplicable. Using a mobile phone to gain a sense of superiority was indeed something that the people of Yan'an City would do. Yi Qian did not join in. He laid his head on a pillow and listened to the rumbling sound of the train. After a while, he fell into a light sleep. Not long after he fell asleep, he would wake up when the train stopped with a clang-clang sound. Yi Ying, who was 3 bunk beds away, also did not sleep much. During the 7-day National Day holiday, she went to the provincial capital to study. 7 days of intensive English learning. She was accompanied by a foreign teacher the whole day. Even if it was eating or sleeping, they had to talk in English. After tossing and turning, she still could not fall asleep. She woke up Yi Jifan, who was also in a light sleep. After hearing Yi Ying tossing and turning again, Yi Jifan's deep voice came from the rumbling train station. "Ying, you need to slowly learn how to be calm, how to restrain your edge, strengthen yourself in the dark, accumulate strength, and wait for the best time to amaze the world. Dad has said this countless times, but you don't seem to be listening." She had only met Yi Qian once, and they hadn't even exchanged a few words, but she had already lost her cool. Yi Jifan thought about Yi Qian's behavior during the day. Yi Qian's expression was calm. Even when he was talking to Yi Jifan, Yi Qian had a slight smile on his face. Regardless of whether it was his expression or his tone, he was calm and composed, as if he had forgotten everything that had happened in the past. He had to admit that Yi Qian was indeed much more outstanding than his daughter, Jing. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to. He didn't know when his niece, who had to make a living in the hands of his family, had changed from a cowardly girl who had no opinions of her own. She had become a powerful character that even her uncle had to take a few steps back. Her strength was not in the sense of being aggressive. Once someone offended her, she would immediately retaliate and let the other party understand that she was not an orphan who could be easily bullied. This could be seen from the countless times Sun Dongxing had suffered in her hands. Fortunately, she was not powerful in the sense of being aggressive. Otherwise, the incident at the start of school would have caused Ying to be unable to continue studying in school. "Yi Ying, you have to admit that she is more outstanding than you right now, and you have to clearly understand that her excellence is far beyond what you can compare to now." She went abroad to win awards, and persuaded the Chinese to set up a charity organization called Outstanding Student Scholarships. Ying, ask yourself, if you had gone abroad to compete, would you have achieved what she has today? Chapter 250. Have you ever thought of asking the Chinese to step forward and willingly fork out money to share the burden of the country? No, you don't have that kind of ability. So, no matter how jealous you are, you can only endure it, because you're not as good as Yi Qian. As a father, Yi Jifan was definitely a qualified father. As a father, he seriously taught his daughter how to plan step by step. How could he win people's hearts? But the bad thing was that Sun Dongxing's personality and way of dealing with things had more or less affected Yi Ying. It wasn't too late to teach her now. But unfortunately, Yi Jifan only taught his daughter how to scheme. He didn't teach her how to be a proper person. One had to know that not everything in this world could be obtained through scheming. Yi Ying didn't say anything. She just listened quietly. She looked like she was listening attentively, but in fact, her lower lip had already been bitten by her teeth, and there were faint traces of blood seeping out. Making her admit that she wasn't as good as Yi Qian was harder than killing her. Ying fell asleep in the midst of this discomfort. She had bizarre dreams. She felt like she was sitting in a classroom, or at home, or on a train. She was on the same train as Yi Qian, but their roles had already been switched. She was the one suffering. At around 1 o'clock in the morning, the train started to slow down. This was to prevent another train from passing. The middle-aged woman sleeping on the lower bunk of Yi Qian had already opened her eyes. She and her husband took turns sleeping. When she saw the train stop, she gently touched the small black bag under her pillow and pricked up her ears to listen for any movements around her. Yi Qian was also in a daze. One had to know that sleeping on a train was not a good sleep even when lying down. She woke up when the train slowed down. When she climbed down from the middle bunk, she paused slightly as she was putting on her shoes. She looked up at the middle-aged woman who was staring at her. She smiled gently and said, "Auntie, you don't have to be so nervous. The more nervous you are, the more you'll feel that something is going to happen. It's not bad for you to relax a little." It was really strange. Even if a businessman was leaving with a huge sum of money, there was no need to be so nervous, right? She had only come down to put on her shoes and go to the washroom, but the middle-aged woman actually put on a preemptive look. After hearing what the middle-aged woman said, Yi Qian, who was no longer sleepy, crawled to the middle bunk and took out his toothbrush, toothpaste, and cup from his bag. He then picked up a towel and went to the bathroom. The washroom was at the front of the train. As the train rocked, Yi Qian, who was walking from the back of the train to the front of the train, slowed down a little when he passed by Shop 5. Under the flickering light of the street lamp, she glanced at the burly man who had bumped into her from the corner of her eye. There were 2 other people sitting opposite him. Her delicate lips were pressed together slightly, and her expression was normal as she passed by. After passing by a few more carriages and seeing several people sitting quietly, Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't suppress a very bad premonition. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Yi Qian, who was completely awake, came back. He discreetly glanced at the few passengers, who had just sat up but were now lying down. He quickened his pace and returned to his bunk. Chapter 251. There was not a single person in the front or back cabin. She wanted to ask the train attendants to keep an eye out, but they couldn't find anyone. This time, Yi Qian didn't disturb Principal Chen. She lay quietly on the bed and didn't fall asleep again. At 2 o'clock in the morning, when the train stopped again, Yi Qian, whose nerves had been stretched taut, quietly listened to her surroundings. About 15 minutes later, the train finally began to move slowly in silence. At 2:30 in the morning, everyone on the train was already asleep. Even the people on the hard seats were sound asleep. Not long after, Yi Qian heard the door between the carriages close with a creak. She quietly opened her eyes, and her left hand subconsciously touched the silver thread on her right wrist. "Don't move yet, girl." Principal Chen's voice came from the neighboring bunk. "Let's see what's going on first." As he said that, he pointed at the middle-aged man and woman on the lower bunk. In the dim light of the train, he made a gesture, telling Yi Qian not to disturb the other passengers. Obviously, Principal Chen also felt that something was wrong. Nodding slightly, Yi Qian remained in her original position, waiting to see what would happen. It was deep sleep time. Yi Qian could hear the middle-aged woman, who had been on high alert, couldn't stand the sleepiness of the night. She was snoring in her sleep. She was exhausted earlier, so it was normal for her to be in a deep sleep now. Someone started to move. Yi Qian could faintly hear someone being woken up. The person let out an unhappy scolding. In less than half a second, the scolding turned into a frightened shout. "What are you doing?" It was very loud, but it was covered up by the rumbling of the train. Only the neighboring bunks were disturbed. The people sleeping in the bunks behind didn't react at all. They didn't know what was happening in front of them. They were all in deep sleep. "Robbery!" Principal Chen sighed softly. Every time there was a holiday, there would be a lot of trouble on the train. "Girl, don't act rashly later. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Wait until we know who the ringleader is." It was impossible to ignore it. Principal Chen had also brought a sum of money with him to purchase books from all the schools in the province. The passengers in the first shop were all alarmed. Faced with the steel pipes that were shining in the dark, no matter how angry they could only obediently take out their money and hand it over. "Motherfucker, that's all. Take off your pants for me." Someone only handed over a few yuan, which angered the robber who collected the money. He slapped the robber and shouted, "If I find out that you still have money on you, I will stab you to death. You guys are out of control." Seeing someone being hit, an old man couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and said something. When the robber saw this, he slapped the old man's face and said fiercely, "Old thing, if you dare to say another word, I will kill your grandson." The old man had a 3-year-old boy with him. Being threatened like this was equivalent to grabbing his weak spot. Yi Qian's hands slowly clenched. Hitting an old man, threatening a child's life. They were really out of control. This slap on the old man's face also shocked the passengers who had been woken up. At the same time, they saw the steel pipes in the robber's hands. Some people wanted to stand up and criticize them, but they retreated because of the weapons in their hands. Chapter 252. Yi Qian got up and listened to the commotion around him. He whispered to the middle-aged man, who was clearly alarmed but did not move, "Uncle, you have a cell phone. Hurry up and call the police." His figure moved slightly. Yi Qian only saw him secretly stuffing something into the pillow cover. Then he continued to remain motionless, as if he did not hear anything. It was obvious that he did not want to get involved, and he did not want the robbers to know that he had a cell phone. Yi Qian, who did not say anything else, smirked. Did he think that he could protect himself by doing this? Did he think that he could just sweep the snow in front of his door and be safe? How naive! The commotion in front was originally carried out in secret. When someone did not cooperate, the robbers, who were initially acting in secret, suddenly picked up the steel pipes in their hands and began to hit the bunk beds violently, producing a series of terrifying banging sounds. It also woke up everyone in the carriage. A few young people who were in deep sleep and did not understand what was going on cursed, "You want to die," and then went silent. In the darkness, the steel pipes occasionally glinted coldly. The young people who did not have any weapons in their hands chose to remain silent. "Put all your money on the bed. If you don't behave, wait to be beaten. Let's see if your bones are harder than the steel pipes in our hands." The robbers, who were originally coming in one by one, saw this. As they walked, they used the steel pipes to hit the beds in the entire carriage. They wanted to wake the passengers up first. The children were the first to cry out in fright, followed by the women's screams. Outside, there was a sudden clap of thunder and a flash of lightning. The pale white light illuminated the carriage for a few seconds. There were at least dozens of men of different heights and heights. Some were fat, some were thin, some were tall, and some were short. They held steel pipes and stood in the aisle of the carriage like fiends. All of them were cursing loudly. They used the steel pipes in their hands to point at the frightened passengers sitting on the beds, threatening them to hand over all their money. The middle-aged woman sleeping under Yi Qian's bed looked as if she had been brushed with a layer of lime powder. She was so pale that there was no trace of blood. Suddenly, she stood up and threw the bag hidden under her pillow onto Yi Qian's bed. She begged, "Daughter, you're a student. They definitely won't make things difficult for you. Help Auntie keep it. Auntie will get it from you later." Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her request. It was as if he didn't keep the bag for her, she would definitely ask him to pay for it after he snatched it from her. Was there such a good thing in the world? She threw the bag back and said softly, "They didn't even let off a child's body. Do you think they would let off a living person like me? Also, Auntie, put away your little schemes of Yannan City's people. I don't want you to ask me for compensation when the money is gone." The middle-aged woman, whose thoughts had been exposed, had an unnatural expression on her face. She turned her head to look at her husband, who hadn't said anything, and her gaze fell on Principal Chen. Before she could say anything, Principal Chen said coldly, "In the face of a disaster, you're still thinking about how to scheme against others. It's obvious that you're not good businessmen." The middle-aged woman who had failed twice cursed in Yannan City's dialect. "If you don't save him, you'll be unlucky for the rest of your life. I'm waiting for you to go out and save others now." Yi Qian heard this and his eyes turned cold. He looked at the middle-aged woman coldly and said in a deep and cold voice, "If you dare to take a step back later, you'll be unlucky for the rest of your life." Chapter 253. The people of Yan'an City were famous for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They were all smart, but they were also timid. Yi Qian's cold stare scared the couple so much that they didn't dare to make any small movements. The middle-aged woman was so shocked that her breathing quickened. She sat next to her husband and whispered in a voice that could not be any softer. However, Yi Jian could still hear her muttering, "Don't call the police. Maybe if there are too many robberies in the past, there won't be any robberies in the future. Don't talk to me so much. Keep the money." The middle-aged man didn't even think about whether his wife was right. He just reminded her not to talk too much and to keep the money. In an instant, Yi Qian didn't have a good impression of the couple. Yi Ying, who was near the front of the bunk, was already sitting next to Yi Jifan obediently. Her hands were tightly grabbing onto the corner of her father's shirt. There was not much fear on her face, but her eyes were full of panic. "Dad, let's not resist. We've already given them the money." Holding such a thick steel pipe, she didn't want to lose her life for money. Yi Jifan gently patted the back of his daughter's hand. They definitely had to take out some money, but taking out all of it was impossible. "Don't talk. You're a student. They won't do anything. Dad will give you the money." Yi Jifan wasn't the only one who thought so. Everyone in the bus thought the same. They definitely had to give them the money, but if they really took out all of it, who would want it? No one. Some people wanted to hide some of the money, but when the steel pipe came knocking on their beds, they screamed in fear. How could they calm down and think about hiding the money? When it was Yi Qian's turn to knock on the bed, the middle-aged couple was scared half to death. After the robbers left, the two of them were almost paralyzed. However, Yi Qian still heard the middle-aged woman say softly, "Thank goodness, thank goodness." "Thank goodness what?" "Thank goodness they didn't take away their money and mobile phone this time, right? Uncle on the lower bunk, you don't have to use your mobile phone to call the police. After 5 minutes, your things will definitely be gone. When the car slows down, these people will escape through the window. By then, it will be too late for you to call the police." After the robber left, Yi Qian reminded him again in a low voice. Even if she told the couple about their dangerous relationship, all she got in return was their indifference. His clear black eyes were already filled with coldness. It wasn't wrong to protect oneself, but he chose to protect himself when he could have secretly resisted. This was the coldness of human nature. Principal Chen sighed softly and waved his hand at Yi Qian. "There's no point in saying more. Everyone just wants to protect themselves." His tone was full of disappointment and helplessness. After a short pause, he asked Yi Qian, "Have you figured out who the leader is?" "I just took a look. There's still one person who hasn't stepped forward." Yi Qian didn't look at the couple on the lower bunk. He lowered his voice and said softly, "The man who knocked into me hasn't stepped forward." In front of them, there was another person who didn't cooperate. In return, they were punched and kicked. They could only hear the person being beaten scream, but no one stepped forward. "Damn it, I can't stand it anymore." The person sleeping on the upper bunk of Yi Qian suddenly spoke in a low voice. It was a young man who had gone out to work. He got up from the upper bunk and walked downstairs. Principal Chen knew that with his strength alone, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. He stopped him. "Young man, wait a little longer. Let's think of something together." As long as someone couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to stand up for justice, then it would be easy to handle. Chapter 254. If this goes on, everyone on the bus will be in trouble. The young man jumped off the bed, gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice, "If no one resists, we'll let these bastards have their way." The middle-aged woman on the lower bunk heard this. She rolled her eyes and said lightly, "If you're so capable, why don't you rush out now to uphold justice and chase these bastards away?" Not to mention Feng Liang's words, just her behavior of treating others like fools was enough to make Yi Jian's eyes as cold as a bottomless abyss, with only a little bit of cold light. In front of them, a voice familiar to Yi Qian could be heard. "What are you all hiding for? Your lives are more important. If these people are really ruthless, do you think we can win?" The doors on both sides are locked. Who can get in? Call the police? It's no use. This is a mountainous area. When will the police get here? They've already left. It sounded like he was doing it for the good of others. He wanted the passengers to obediently hand over their hidden money. Saving their lives was more important, but it made Yi Qian's pupils contract. Take out the money as soon as possible and chase them away. Save your lives first. As long as you're alive, you can earn the money back, right? As the man spoke, he put the money on the bed. It's not worth it to throw away your life for a little money. It's that man's voice. He's persuading them to hand over the money. When Yi Jian recognized the voice, a faint smile appeared on her face. He's right, but he's also wrong. This place is indeed a little far from the next station. Based on the current speed, it'll take about half an hour to get there. That means they have about 20 minutes to ransack the entire bus. Yi Qian looked at the young man standing beside him and laughed quietly. Brother, what you need to do is very simple. There's a cell phone under this uncle's pillow. Borrow it and then call the police. This kind of thing requires the police to step in. He emphasized the word borrow to tell the young man not to borrow it properly, but to be forceful. They were all standing together. Yi Qian spoke softly, and the middle-aged woman naturally heard every word. She was so angry that her body started to tremble. She gritted her teeth and said softly, "How dare you? All right, if you dare to snatch it, it means that you are with them. Old Lu, hold on to the phone properly. This girl's heart is black." The next bus would arrive in 30 minutes. It would be great if the people in front didn't cooperate, because this way, they definitely wouldn't be able to snatch it from their side. When the police came, what if they alerted these robbers who valued money more than their lives? What if they paid with their lives? Yi Jian, who was looking around, seemed to know what she was thinking. Her light chuckle was filled with coldness and ridicule. You want to keep the money, but you also want the robber to leave on his own accord. Auntie, don't be too optimistic. If you call the police after they've ransacked everything, that will be a real loss. You won't be able to get a single cent back. These words were a real threat to the robbers. Principal Chen didn't say anything to stop them. He let Yi Qian intimidate the couple by himself. When the middle-aged man heard this, he said softly, "Block them for me. I'll call the police." He didn't feel at ease leaving the cell phone in someone else's hands. The commotion in front was getting louder and louder. The robbers knew they didn't have much time. They pointed metal pipes at the passengers and threatened them as fiercely as they could. Not only were the children crying in fear, even the timid women were crying. Chapter 255. The middle-aged man's hands trembled when he heard the voices. He stuffed the mobile phone into Principal Chen's hands and said, "Big brother, you're here." The train continued to rumble on. The UN City Police Station dispatched dozens of police cars on this rainy night. All of the police officers were armed as they rushed towards the train station. They received a report that a group of robbers armed with controlled weapons was robbing the number 9 sleeper compartment of train 6483. There were more than 10 of them, and they were robbing the entire compartment. The police did not alert the staff on the train. The person who called the police had made it clear that there was not a single train attendant on duty in the number 9 sleeper. Therefore, it was not advisable to alert the staff on the train. Therefore, they only informed the conductor to slow down the train when the police arrived. Principal Chen, who had made the report, leaned forward slightly and looked at the robbers who were robbing the compartments one by one. Then he gestured to Yi Qian. "No, I'm the most suitable person to go." Yi Qian immediately shook his head and rejected the idea. "You're an adult, and I'm a child. It's best if I go. Also, I have a self-defense weapon. I can protect myself. Also, I have my own considerations. My uncle." She had shown enough trump cards during this period of time. She had to show that she was brave but not astute. Yi Zhifan obviously had his eyes on her. During this period of time, whenever she returned to the recruit station after school, there would always be people following her in secret. If it weren't for the fact that there were guards at the recruit station, they would have followed her indirectly. She needed to create some trouble to make Yi Zhifan feel that she was nothing to be afraid of. This was because she did not have the ability to take down Yi Zhifan in one fell swoop. On the contrary, Yi Jifan could create some trouble for her from time to time. When she mentioned Yi Jifan, Principal Chen understood what Yi Qian was thinking. Moreover, this girl had the ability to protect herself. There was no doubt about this. He handed the briefcase that he carried with him to Yi Qian. You have a good reason to be a teacher. This is the proof of your loyalty. When the middle-aged couple saw this, the expressions on their faces changed. One moment, they were conflicted, and the next moment, they couldn't bear it. Daughter, you be careful. When the middle-aged woman, who had been minding her own business, saw Yi Qian step forward to stall for time, her face became flustered and her heart uneasy. Yi Qian was a little surprised. He lowered his voice and said teasingly, I'm not used to Auntie acting like this all of a sudden. I'm just taking the initiative to give her money to buy more time. I'm sacrificing myself to help everyone. Auntie should be very happy. The middle-aged woman had a selfish side to her, but she was smart enough to know that she should choose what was best for her. Yi Qian used a teasing tone to expose her self-interest, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. She did not forget to say, then you, drag it out a little longer. When the young man saw that Yi Qian was really walking over, he was worried and raised his voice. Be careful. Don't worry, didn't I tell you just now? They only wanted money, not lives. Boss is overseeing this place. Hitting people is just a deterrent. If someone really dies, they won't be able to bear the consequences. It was because of this point that she dared to step forward. A student was not much of a threat to this group of arrogant robbers. Before they could leave, another person in the car was slapped in the face. Damn it, where did you hide the money? You're not honest, right? I'll beat you to death. Chapter 256. Big brother, please do us a favor. This is life-saving money for my man. I beg you, big brothers, please do us a favor and give my family a way out. The person who was beaten did not dare to resist. He could only beg bitterly, and even knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. The inside of the car was bleak. Other than the crying of the middle-aged woman and the arrogant shouts of the robbers, there was no other third party's voice. If the voices of these two parties were blocked out, it could be said that the entire car was dead silent. Please, big brothers, my man is the pillar of the family. I only managed to get this money by pooling it here and there. Please, big brothers. The kneeling middle-aged woman kowtowed heavily and begged. But no matter how much she kowtowed, all the life-saving money on her was taken away without leaving a single cent. At the same time, the robbers laughed loudly. Not bad, 5,000 yuan is a large sum. After counting the money, he laughed mockingly, we don't have any money either. We're waiting for your money to save our lives. Your man's life in exchange for more than 10 of our lives. You're doing a good deed, huh? On one side, there were miserable cries, and on the other, there was unbridled laughter. The two extremes of laughter made many people secretly clench their fists. The mournful cries were too tragic, making everyone's heart tremble. But what was the use? Because no one stepped forward. If they helped her, if their own lives were threatened, who would stand up for them? When the middle-aged woman saw that no one stepped forward to help her, she asked for help from the people nearby. Big brothers and big sisters, please help me. That money is really life-saving money for my man. Who dared to agree? No one dared. No one dared to step forward. Even if someone dared to step forward, they would be secretly held back by the people in the same line, who would quietly warn them not to go out. After all, the robbers had weapons in their hands. If they were stabbed, they would lose their lives. All the exits were blocked. They could not even run out to ask for help. Ying was so scared that she curled up and only dared to take a few glances out of the corner of her eye. Coincidentally, the robbers' flashlights swept over. Her heart skipped a beat as she saw the middle-aged woman who was kowtowing crawling towards them on her knees. Dad, raise your leg. Quick, raise your leg. She was afraid that the middle-aged woman would hug Yi Jifan's leg and ask for help. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She reminded him, we can't interfere. We definitely can't interfere. How could the robber give the middle-aged woman a chance to ask for help? Seeing that she was blocking his way to collect the money, he directly swung the iron pipe at her back. Just as the steel pipe was about to fall, a slender figure suddenly stumbled and fell. At the same time, she coincidentally knocked away the robber holding the steel pipe. "Motherfucker, who is it again?" The robber who had been knocked away reacted and was about to hit the person who had tripped over with a metal pipe. The robber who had pushed Yi Qian over laughed out loud. "What are you hitting him for? He's just a student. He's scared and took the initiative to give us money. What kind of job is this? Jay is there? He who understands the situation is a wise man." Yi Qian stood up. She chose the right words to express her fear and make others think that she was pretending to be calm. She said, "We'll give you the money. Can you return the money for saving this auntie's life?" Yi Ying, who was next to Yi Jian, was stunned when she heard Yi Jian's words. When she came back to her senses, a strange smile appeared on her face. She overestimated herself. Did she really think that she was omnipotent? Chapter 257. Yi Jifan, who had already paid to avoid the disaster, looked even more serious than before. A few days ago, when he went to Liao Yud's house, his son, Liao Jian, heard them secretly discussing Yi Qian, and he mentioned something. He said that when Yi Ying arranged for him to go to the city to do something to Yi Qian, he didn't expect to be accidentally discovered. What scared him the most was that he saw Yi Qian climb from the first floor to the 7th floor with his bare hands, and then down from the 7th floor in the blink of an eye. He also mentioned that he had 2 delinquents follow Yi Qian, but the next day, the 2 delinquents were rescued by villagers and tied to a tree for an entire night. Yi Qian had a very good relationship with the military, could it be? Yi Jifan faintly guessed a possibility, and his gaze became even colder than when he personally handed over the money. If this girl really trained well in the military, was smart and capable, and had good skills, it would be even harder for Ying to surpass her. Then, Ying would have even less of a chance of marrying into a rich family. Ying was so excited that she clenched her fists. The more this damned girl talked, the more trouble there would be. Just wait for these people to deal with her. As he helped the middle-aged woman up, Yi Qian secretly glanced at Yi Jifan. In the flashing flashlight, Yi Qian saw Yi Jifan's cold expression from the corner of her eye. She knew that Yi Jifan was paying attention to her as she guessed. That day at school, after thinking about it, she was too aggressive and should have restrained herself. With a slight sneer, Yi Qian said to the robbers in a negotiating tone, "If we give you our money, then can you return this auntie's money to her?" Ying almost laughed out loud when she heard this. She even dared to stand up and show off her ability to deal with robbers robbing her of her money? Yi Qian, this kind of negotiation was simply wishful thinking, digging her own grave. Smart? Was this the so-called smart? This is called being bold but not astute. There was a saying that the more one spoke, the more mistakes one made. This saying was true. Yi Jifan's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery when he heard this. The little girl was smart, but compared to Ying, she was still a little lacking. If it was this kind of thing, Ying would never force herself to stand out. It was probably the first time the robbers had encountered such a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. After being stunned for a while, 1 or 2 of them laughed out loud. After laughing, they said ruthlessly, "Little girl, are you bargaining with us? Hurry up and scram, or else, we won't be polite anymore." Someone stood out and gave many people hope. However, when they saw who it was, their hope was instantly extinguished like a shooting star. When Yi Qian helped the crying middle-aged woman to sit down, a man who seemed to be a businessman walked out from the middle. "Don't make things difficult for a student. Take the money yourselves." As he spoke, a few people took out the money and placed it on the bed. They all wanted Yi Qian to quickly return to his own bed. If there was evil, there would be good. At least these people dared to stand up and speak. This made Yi Qian's dark eyes light up with a slight smile. In a voice as soft as a mosquito, he said to the middle-aged woman, "Auntie, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will cross that bridge. Don't think too much." It was impossible for him and Principal Chen to intimidate this group of robbers with just their strength alone. They had to unite everyone in the bus. Only then would the boat reach the bridge and cross that bridge when the boat reaches the bridge. Chapter 258. It was said that a group of dragons had no leader, and that applied to humans as well. As long as there was a leader, things would be much easier. First, it would be her student, followed by Principal Chen, and then the righteous young man. Presumably, the passengers who had helped her earlier would also step forward. This way, things would not be difficult. Furthermore, to catch the bandits, one must first catch the ringleader. But she still had to ensure the safety of everyone on the bus. Xia Jinyuan had once told her to never give the other party a chance to retaliate. The best way was to lead these people to the back and separate them from the passengers, so that they would not have a chance to take hostages to retaliate. Money was bait to the robbers. The more enticing the bait was, the higher the chance of them taking the bait. Yi Qian opened his bag and took out a few thousand yuan. My uncle said that if you go to the back and talk to him, he will give you more money. He took out a few thousand yuan in one go. The first round of bait had already aroused the robber's desire. Now that the second round of bait had been put out, it was time to see if he could lure out the real boss who had not made a move until now. Principal Chen stepped forward and coughed softly. He said unhurriedly, "Come over here and talk. Don't scare the others. Besides, even if you rob everyone on the bus, you may not have as much money as I have. Who's the boss? Please come out and talk for a while. Money is not a problem, but if you hurt people, it will not be pleasing. Come, girl, come back first. Leave the rest to the adults." He waved his hand and gestured for Yi Qian to come to his side first. The leader of the robbers did not expect his job to be so exciting. When he heard this, he moved his arms and did not ask anyone to stop Yi Qian. He chuckled and stood up. The passengers who were sleeping in the same compartment as him seemed to realize something. Their expressions changed, and they all fled to the side like frightened rabbits. They did not even dare to return to their own beds. He shrugged his shoulders and walked over with a smile. "Money is good, but boss, I have to see how much money you have. You want to send me off with a few thousand yuan? It won't be that easy." Greed took the upper hand, and the whole car belonged to him. The gang leader laughed wildly. "Money? I have, but not much. I can give you 30 to 50,000 yuan. If you are afraid that I will do something, why don't you call everyone here and leave 2 guards at the front and back of the car? Wouldn't that be better?" Compared to these fellows who only used iron pipes as weapons, Principal Chen, who had been on the battlefield and had secretly killed countless enemies with a sniper rifle, had an imposing aura that directly suppressed everyone present. When the gang leader heard this, the fat on his face trembled. He sneered and said, "Me? Scared? Everyone here is my people. If she dares to be dishonest with me, I'll play her to death." He pointed at Yi Qian and said, "Such a lively student. I'm sure it'll be fun to play with him." Yi Qian's emotions were stirred by her words. His dark eyes were instantly filled with hostility. Play with her? It seemed like someone had said it before. What was the final outcome? She used a pair of scissors to viciously stab his heart. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She looked at the gang leader who was walking over. Her left hand was already quietly grasping her right wrist. If he dared to move, she dared to move too. Chapter 259. She didn't hide her hostility from Principal Chen, who used to be a sniper. Seeing this, he gently patted Yi Qian's shoulder and motioned for her to go to the back of the carriage. Let the passengers at the back come to the front. This child, sometimes it felt like she had a lot on her mind. Just like just now, one sentence from him made her want to kill him. She had to continue polishing him. He and Uncle Jen would only feel more at ease on the battlefield if she could control her emotions and desires. If a girl didn't polish herself, how could she survive on her own? This was what Uncle Jen and Principal Chen thought. They both hoped that even if they weren't around, Yi Qian would still be able to live a wonderful life on her own. And this wonderful life had to be achieved by her own hands, not by relying on others. The 2 elders had been cultivating Yi Qian's independence, so much so that it gave Xia Jinyuan a headache. At that time, Yi Qian really lived a wonderful life, so wonderful that she thought that a life without love would be more perfect. The gang leader didn't care about the old and the young. He walked to the back of the carriage and blocked Yi Qian and Principal Chen. "Old man, don't play tricks with me. Hand over the money obediently. Don't worry about anything else." There wasn't much time left. When the gang leader saw this, his eyes, which were squeezed by the fat on his face, flashed fiercely. He grabbed a metal pipe from one of his underlings and pointed it at Principal Chen. "Hand over the money. Quick." He then said to the other robbers, 3 minutes. Hurry up. They were going to rob him. When the young man sleeping on the upper bunk of Yi Qian heard this, he gritted his teeth and picked up a thermos filled with hot water. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "What are you waiting for? Are you really waiting for them to rob you?" After that, he pulled the cork out of the thermos and looked like he was going to pour the hot water out at any moment. Once someone stepped forward, it was like a butterfly effect. A few of the passengers who had wanted to step forward reacted quickly. They picked up the water bottles on the ground, and some even took out fruit knives as weapons to resist. When one person stepped forward, a second one followed. There was no lack of men in the carriage, especially those who had not been robbed of their money. They did not hesitate to step forward. The train was already slowing down. The robber, who was observing the surroundings, shouted loudly, "Boss, the train is slowing down. We haven't fucking arrived yet." The rest of the passengers had yet to realize what was going on, and even the gang leader had yet to understand what was going on. In front of them, someone gently knocked on the glass of the carriage door, and a piece of paper with words was stuck on the glass. When the robber who was guarding the front saw this, his expression changed greatly. He turned around and ran back. "Big brother, there's a situation. Let's go." The robber who had been standing behind Yi Qian and guarding the carriage door rushed out in a panic. "Boss, let's go. The car is going to stop. The car is going to stop." At this moment, the police of Yu and city were already waiting with guns on both sides of the railway. As soon as the train stopped, they would immediately surround carriage 9. Everyone in the carriage knew that the police were in front of them. When they confronted the robbers, they were no longer as afraid. In just a minute, the entire carriage was in a standoff. The robbers were no longer the dominant party. When the gang leader realized that he had been fooled, his narrowed eyes revealed an ominous glint. He said fiercely, "Fuck, they really played me. They even called the police." Chapter 260. There were still 15 minutes before the train would stop at the station, so the sudden deceleration naturally attracted the attention of the robbers. In addition, as Principal Chen had said, there was someone working with them, so the robbers knew that the police had arrived. After the gang leader shouted, "Call the fucking police," he fiercely picked up the metal pipe in his hand and swung it directly at Principal Chen's head. "Motherfucker, purposely stalling for time. You're courting death." The robbers were all arrogant people. Seeing this, they all picked up the metal pipes in their hands and swarmed forward. They all wanted to beat up the old man and the young girl who dared to trick them before they left. The silver wire in her hand was waiting for Yi Qian to throw it out. One end of the silver wire was like a snake as it tied tightly to the metal pipe in the gang leader's hand. With another tug, the metal pipe flew out of the gang leader's hand and landed in Yi Qian's hand in the blink of an eye. "Principal Chen, this is for you. See if it's convenient for you." Everyone was squeezed to the back, and the front was a mess. How could Yi Jifan have the chance to care about her? The king was already in front of him, so he naturally had to capture her. Her move really scared the gang leader. He stared at his hand that was still holding the metal pipe, then looked at Yi Qian. The muscles on his face twitched. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. No wonder you dared to ruin my plans after eating a bear's heart. You actually have some skills. Brothers, whoever kills this old man and the young girl today will have all the money stolen from just now." Although the gang leader was angry, he was still quite smart. He knew that killing people was against the law, so he didn't do it himself. Instead, he instigated his subordinates to do it. Under the stimulation of money, these daydreaming robbers who were only in their 20s suddenly became excited. They raised the metal pipes in their hands and swung them at Yi Qian and Principal Chen. The passengers in the back were tense. When they saw the robbers swinging the iron pipe at the old man and the young man, who were obviously trying to save the passengers, the young man in the upper bunk of Yi Qian shouted, "You bastards will burn to death." As he roared, he poured the entire pot of hot water on the robbers. He started it, and all the male passengers who had hot water bottles in their hands did the same. They all splashed the hot water on the robbers. It was late at night, and the robbers were all wearing thin clothes. When the scalding hot water splashed over, their screams were even louder and more miserable than the screams of the passengers. They were all screaming because they were scalded. Women and men moved to the back. Quick! Joining the melee, the brave male passengers protected the old and young, and the women ran to the back. There were also timid men who ran after them. When they reached the corridor connecting the number 9 and number 10 cars, they found that the door was locked by a hexagonal lock. One by one, they slammed on the door. More than 10 people rushed over. The robbers who were originally guarding the door were so scared that they immediately threw away their metal pipes. They had no choice but to pretend to be passengers and squeeze in the middle. It was 3 in the morning, and the sleeping passengers in the number 10 car didn't move at all. Even when the passengers in the number 9 car banged on the door, they didn't wake up. The door to the number 9 car wasn't the only one that was locked. The door from the number 10 car to the number 9 car was also locked. Naturally, someone did it on purpose to not disturb the passengers in the number 10 car. It was unknown which passenger was agile, but after climbing onto the luggage rack, he pushed all the luggage onto the aisle. In the face of danger, a person's strength was limitless, and so was their wisdom. Using this method could be considered a way to prevent robbers from harming the old and young. Chapter 261. Some people threw their luggage, while others began to throw the sheets and blankets on their beds. This way, the robbers with metal pipes had no choice but to retreat. My bag, hubby our bag. In the chaos, a woman's scream was always the most penetrating, comparable to the sound of a war drum. But no one cared, and it seemed like no one heard her. Even if they did, who cared about bags at this time? Beating the robbers away and letting the police take them away was the most important thing. Yi Ying, who was closest to the middle-aged woman, had been stepped on countless times and elbowed her in the chest countless times. She couldn't help but yell back, "You're still worrying about your bag? Is there something wrong with your brain?" A thin blanket suddenly covered her head. She, who was plunged into darkness, subconsciously tried to pull the blanket away. Suddenly, something hit the blanket heavily and repeatedly. A robber climbed onto the luggage rack and started beating people up. Yi Ying, who guessed it, didn't dare to pull the blanket away. She didn't know who had kindly covered her with the blanket, but she grabbed it tightly with both hands and kept squeezing her whole body back. The middle-aged woman who had called out, "My bag," was also under the blanket. When she realized that there was someone on the luggage rack, she instinctively reached out to grab the blanket to protect herself. Who knew that Yi Ying, who was struggling to breathe, would grit her teeth when she realized that she wasn't as strong as the middle-aged woman. She grabbed the blanket with one hand and used the other to push the unsteady middle-aged woman forward. The middle-aged woman, who wasn't on guard against her back, fell forward under Yi Ying's force. When the robber who climbed onto the luggage rack saw this, he raised his metal pipe and swung it fiercely. The middle-aged woman screamed, and Yi Ying's heart skipped a beat. Yi Qian and Principal Chen fought against the robbers and tried their best to protect the passengers. Yi Ying, on the other hand, was thinking of ways to save her own life and let others suffer. "Boss, let's go. It'll be too late if we don't leave now. The train is about to stop." The train was slowing down. After the robber who was guarding the train opened the door, he shouted at his companions who were fighting in the chaos, "The door is open, let's go." More than 10 robbers faced more than 20 male tourists. The sound of metal pipes, loud roars, and the sound of metal clashing against metal drowned out the sounds of the robbers opening the door. Yi Qian had been staring at the 2 robbers who were guarding the train door for a long time. When he saw that they had opened the door, he kicked them off the train without saying a word. At this speed, they would at most suffer some pain from the fall, but they would not fall to their deaths. Moreover, her focus was not on a few small fries, but on the gang leader who had just arrogantly said that he would do something to her. If she captured the king, she would not be afraid that the police would not be able to catch the small fries. As the train slowed down, the dim street lights on both sides of the railway were no longer flickering. The light that shone into the carriage allowed them to see more clearly, making it easier to fight against the robbers. It also allowed Yi Qian to see the gang leader who instigated the kids to charge forward while he himself retreated, looking for an opportunity to jump out of the car. Let's get off first. This place is small, so it's not easy to use. After seeing through his intentions, Yi Qian smiled at Principal Chen, who had no problem subduing a few small fries, and said, "It's easier to stretch our muscles when we're outside." If she did not capture the gang leader who said that he would do something to her today, then all her hard work over the past 6 months would have been in vain. Without blocking the escape route of the robbers, Yi Qian pretended to retreat and jumped out of the train with Principal Chen. Then, a few other robbers also jumped out of the train and fled. Chapter 262. The robbers who had jumped out of the train shouted as they chased after the train, "Quick, jump out of the train!" A few of the robbers who were on top of the luggage racks threw away the metal pipes in their hands and threw them over the heads of the passengers who were huddled together. They cursed, "Fuck you." Then they jumped out of the train and left. Seeing that their accomplices had left one by one, the remaining robbers naturally couldn't stay on the train. They all rushed to the front and jumped out of the train. Outside, it was already raining cats and dogs. After the gang leader got out of the train, he sneered viciously and pointed at the old man and the young man in front of him. "Brothers, what I said on the train just now still counts. Who told their heads to explode? This money," he shook the travel bag that contained at least tens of thousands of yuan. "This money is for whoever it is." After getting out of the train, the gang became even bolder. The train came from behind them and the robbers who were holding the metal pipes fearlessly chased after it. Gunshots were heard. The police in Yu and City realized that something was amiss and fired a warning shot. They quickly rushed over with their men. When the gang leader saw this, he knew that it was impossible to deal with the old man and the young man in front of him. He shouted, "Go!" and left first. "Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll get my revenge." Since ancient times, robbers have always been afraid of soldiers. When the police arrived and fired their guns, the effect of deterrence was. The robbers who were murderous and wanted to chase after Yi Qian immediately scattered. They crossed the tracks and rushed into the darkness in the rain. Yi Qian's target was only the gang leader. After the gunshots were heard, he said to Principal Chen, "Your shoulder hurts. You can't get in the rain. Get in the train first. I'll be back soon. Girl, be careful. I'll get the police to chase after you." Principal Chen waved his hand and looked kindly at the fearless girl who rushed into the rain in the direction of her target. This girl still had a lot on her mind. When the gang leader said that he wanted to do something to her, he was so murderous that it scared him. She had to vent this murderous aura. She couldn't suppress it in her heart. Since she wanted to chase after him, then go ahead. As for killing someone, she wouldn't do it. When the armed policemen caught up with them, Principal Chen told them the direction in which the gang leader had fled, but he did not mention that Yi Qian had followed him. The train stopped with a long creaking sound. No one dared to move in the number 9 carriage, which was filled with cries. They were afraid that there would be robbers coming out with iron pipes to beat them. No one knew who said, "Let's go." The passengers who were huddled together were so exhausted that they felt like they had lost half their lives. Although they relaxed, they were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. None of them dared to move. By the side of the aisle, someone was groaning in pain while lying on the ground. The sound drifted into Yi Ying's ears, causing her body to stiffen. Her face was filled with panic. There was the middle-aged woman who was pushed out by her and spoke with a Yannan accent. There were many injured people on the bus. Some of them were bleeding from their heads. Fortunately, they were still alive and had escaped this disaster. "Money! My money! My husband's life-saving money!" Among the passengers, the woman who remembered to give her husband life-saving money ran over while crying. The aisle was filled with luggage. She crawled on all fours to get her money back. She was not the only one who had suffered losses on the bus, but she had lost the most money. Before she could walk out, she was stopped by the police who rushed in and quickly arranged for the police to understand her situation. Chapter 263. Ying sat on the bed, still in a state of shock. She watched the medical staff who came with the police treat the wounds of the injured passengers. The passengers with bleeding heads were carried on stretchers and sent directly to the hospital. The passengers with lighter injuries were checked. After confirming that there were no major problems, the passengers were allowed to continue resting in the carriage. Why don't I see the female student who stood up for everyone just now? Wasn't she on the train just now? Quick, look for her. When the frightened passengers heard that the old man and the young girl who saved everyone were not on the train, some of them surrounded the police to explain the situation. There were also some who looked up and down the train to find them. The middle-aged woman from Yan'an City had a bloody wound that was at least 5 centimeters long on her head. When the medical staff stopped her bleeding, she grabbed the hand of a police officer. No matter how painful it was, she had to finish her sentence. "Officer, I was pushed out by a young girl. I want to sue her, I want to sue her. My conscience was bitten by a dog. The other young girl risked her life to save everyone, but this young girl pushed me out in order to divert the attention of the robbers." Although her voice was not loud, King, who had been paying attention, heard everything clearly. Her shoulders trembled slightly. She said to Yifan, who was drinking water, "Dad, I don't feel well. I want to lie down." If she did not want to be discovered, she could not be questioned by the police. She could not speak in front of this middle-aged woman. She had to remain silent. She could only wait until the provincial police got off the train. That would be safe. After such a big incident, the police were very efficient. They arranged for people to guard the train and asked the passengers who were not injured and could pack their luggage to pack their luggage first. Then they asked the injured passengers who needed to go to the hospital to tell them what their luggage looked like and what was inside. The police took care of them and carried them off the train. Principal Chen, who came up with the police, knew that the passengers in the train were looking for him and Yi Qian. He quickly smiled and stopped everyone. "We are fine. The young girl is just a little bold. She was also frightened when she was forced to jump out of the train. She is now resting in the conductor's lounge. Thank you for your concern." Hearing this, the people in the carriage let out a long sigh of relief. The middle-aged woman who was lying on the stretcher and preparing to get off the carriage was also ashamed. "Big brother, you and that little girl. I will never forget you in my life." At the last moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "And that little girl who caused me to be hit by the metal pipe, just you wait." This was the attitude of someone who swore to pursue the matter to the end. The train did not move, and the passengers squeezed into the hard seats woke up from the heat. When the windows were opened, the wind and rain from outside blew in, bringing with it a chill that made many people fall asleep. No one paid much attention to what was happening in the heavy rain with thunder and lightning. As for why the train stopped, everyone was already used to it. The rain showed no signs of stopping. While the police were dealing with the matter in the 9th carriage, the police arrested several robbers in the rain and escorted them into the police car. The gang leader who was stopped by Yi Qian was no longer as arrogant as before. His wrists were tied tightly by something that he could not pull off no matter how hard he tried. The high school student who stood in the dark like a ghost did not make a sound from the beginning to the end. He just chose to hit different places. Chest, lower abdomen, knees. He hit wherever it hurt the most. He hit him until he was afraid. Chapter 264. "Big bro, you're looking for Lele? Aren't I with you right now? Why don't I see Lele?" The silver wire in his hand was like a part of Yi Qian's body. It wrapped around the man's wrist. He raised his heel and kicked the man's chin hard. The force was a little too strong. The kick knocked the gang leader's lower and upper teeth, breaking 2 of his front teeth on the spot. His mouth was filled with the smell of iron. His right arm was tightly bound. Even though his right hand was not bound, his palm was riddled with wounds. The deepest wound was so deep that his flesh could be seen. He had tried to grab the silver wire, but he didn't know that he had used the wrong method. The silver wire had cut into his palm and left a wound. He couldn't help but scream in pain. Yi Qian couldn't hide his viciousness. When he thought about how he died in his previous life, his viciousness was still faintly cold. Her short hair was already wet, and rainwater flowed down her forehead. Her dark eyes that had been washed by the rain looked especially cold and indifferent in the rainy night. "Why wouldn't I be happy to play with you? Didn't you say you wanted to play on the train?" Her voice was so cold that it was as if it had seeped through a cold lake. Every word was like a blade that cut through the gang leader's ears. Fear rose in his heart at this moment. Yi Jian's hands were tied together, and as Yi Jian leaped behind him, the long silver thread, was already wrapped around his neck. Save me. Save me. The silver wire continued to tighten, but his hands were also entangled by it. The more it tightened, the more his hands were pressed against his neck. He didn't dare to use any strength. If he used his hands, the silver wire would dig into his flesh and wrap around his wrist bones. His feet had only taken half a step forward when the back of his knee was ruthlessly kicked. The kick caused him to stagger and fall to the ground on one knee. The gravel below him was so painful that he felt as if his kneecap had been shattered. I'm having fun now. Why are you still shouting for help? Isn't this what you wanted to see? It's just a swap of roles. You're the one being played by me. Isn't the process the same? In that life, if she had the skills she had today, she wouldn't have been humiliated by a villain. Why would he pay with his life in the end? Since she was reborn, she would never allow anyone to humiliate her again. Absolutely not. Her voice brushed past the gang leader's ear. It was cold and as sharp as a blade. The gang leader was so scared that he peed his pants and begged for mercy. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. I didn't see him tie. I'm sorry. His neck was strangled, his hands were tied, and the pain in his knees was unbearable. Even so, he had to open his mouth and beg for mercy. I won't dare. I won't dare. In the future. I won't do it again. Spare my life. Beg for mercy, I don't dare. Yichien, whose eyes were cold and fierce, blinked lightly. His eyes were a little sore, and then warm tears washed down his cheeks along with the rain. It was as if something heavy had been lifted from her shoulders, causing her shoulders to relax completely and her back to straighten completely. A strong flashlight shone over. It was the police who were chasing after the culprit in the rainy night. There were about 5 of them, and they were closing in on them in an outflanking manner. Yichien slightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His pursed lips curved slightly. As the vicious aura around him quietly dissipated, the resentment and hatred in his eyes also disappeared with a smile. Chapter 265. The police's voice, strong footsteps. The flashing lights were frightening in the eyes of the robbers, but it made Yichien feel as if his feet, which had been stuck in a quagmire, had finally been pulled out. In her previous life, it wasn't that no one had saved her, but she wasn't that lucky. You're very lucky. If the police had come any later, I don't think you'd have survived. Yichien let go of the silver wire and smiled coldly as he retracted the silver wire that could save his life or kill him. As the robber gasped for breath on the ground, Yichien picked up the black bag filled with money that had been washed by the rain and walked into the darkness. In this life, the outcome of her previous life would not be the same. In this life, she didn't have to worry about being humiliated to death, and she didn't have to worry about whether or not someone would come to save her when she was in danger. Because she could finally use her own abilities to defeat the person who dared to humiliate her, making him unable to fight back, and she could finally walk out of that shadow, feeling relaxed and satisfied. The train had stopped for nearly 20 minutes and would leave in another 10 minutes. Principal Chen, who had changed his clothes, sat quietly in the conductor's lounge, listening to the cries and laughter of the passengers in carriage number 9. He looked through the window to see if there was a stubborn figure under the streetlights. In the carriage, Yi Zhifan gently patted Yi Ying's back as he answered the police's question. It was too chaotic. My daughter and I were squeezed in the back, so we had no idea what was happening in front. Officer, my daughter has a heart condition. We're going to the provincial capital to see her doctor. She was just frightened and finally fell asleep. You can ask me if you have any questions. She's just a student. She was scared out of her wits and only knew how to cry. How could she know anything else? He also took out the medical record. It was the City People's Hospital's diagnosis. Yi Ying's name and symptoms were clearly written on it. The police flipped through the medical record and returned it, then asked if he wanted the medical staff to examine it. Yi Zhifan declined, saying that it was inconvenient for him to sleep. After the police left, Yi Zhifan frowned and said coldly, Ying, you always do stupid things at inappropriate times. You think it's flawless, but it's actually full of loopholes. Ying, who was lying on her side and pretending to be asleep, clenched her fists tightly under her thin back. She did not answer and only kept her eyes open. The fear in her eyes slowly disappeared after the police left. I'll go check on Yi Qian. She hasn't shown up yet. Yi Jifan knew that his daughter was definitely listening, but she had always been arrogant and thought too highly of herself. Just based on this, she was inferior to Yi Qian. Just as the woman from Yannan City had said, even he had to admire Yi Qian's bold behavior. In that case, what gave her the confidence to be so daring? Not bad at all? Support from the army? Principal Chen's arrangement? He needed to personally verify and inquire about it. When he walked to the conductor's lounge, he saw that the curtain was drawn, blocking the glass so that he couldn't see inside. He placed his hand on the door lock and pressed it lightly. It was locked and couldn't be opened. He knocked on the door. "Open the door, Miss Jian. Let Uncle see how you are." There was no response from inside, but Principal Chen peeked out from the corner of the corridor. She just took a packet of calming powder from the medical staff and drank it. She's probably asleep now. Beside him was a police officer who was taking down his statement. Chapter 266. She's asleep? Is she hurt anywhere? I'll be worried if I don't go in and take a look. Yi Jifan glanced at the policeman who hadn't gotten out of the car. His eyes flickered. Ying was scared too. Both of them suffered tonight. Principal Chen smiled. He took out a hexagonal lock and opened the door. This child was even more scared than Ying. Luckily, the robber opened the car door himself so that both of us could jump out easily. Although she was scared, her courage was commendable. It's worth learning from. She was curled up on the narrow bed. Her clothes were clean, but her hair was still wet. Her back was to him, so he couldn't see her expression. Let her sleep here. Principal Chen didn't let Yi Jifan continue to observe her. He gently closed the door and locked it with a hexagonal lock. She's still scared. She asked me to lock the door. May Yi, don't mind. The little girl came back just in time. She really knew that Yi Jifan would come to see her. It seemed that he didn't have to worry about the little girl being taken advantage of by Yi Jifan in the future. Yi Jifan took a step forward and saw that the policeman who was taking notes was holding a black bag. It was still dripping with water. He glanced at the water stains on the floor and narrowed his eyes. There's some life-saving money in this bag. Police comrade, since you've picked it up, can you take out the life-saving money first? Headmaster Chen said in a low voice. He glanced at Yi Jifan, who had a complicated look in his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. He let out a long sigh. The money to save a life at the hospital. Yi Jifan looked at the bag in the policeman's hand again. He asked Principal Chen, "What's wrong? Can't you take out the money and return it to the passengers?" You're sure that the robber carried this bag with him when he got out of the car? It contains the money from the passengers on the car, right? The one taking the statement was a policeman in his 40s. We still need to find a few witnesses. Then, the money will be returned to the passengers. Principal Chen took a step back with a smile and said, I can confirm that this bag was indeed carried by the robber. It also contains some of the passengers' money. As for proof, this Mr. Yi can do it too. Yes, I can prove it. Yi Jifan nodded. He could indeed prove this because there was his money in the bag. You can open the bag and take a look. There's an envelope inside. There's 1,000 yuan in the envelope. This is the cash that the robbers took from me. There was indeed one in the bag. The policeman looked at it and closed it again. He said to Yifan, "Okay, come with me." It turned out that the bag was picked up by the police during the chase, and it wasn't stolen by Headmaster Chen or Miss Jian. After understanding the situation, Yi Jifan felt relieved. The train stopped for a full half an hour before it started moving again. Listening to the rumbling sound of the flute, Yi Qian, with his eyes closed, gently stroked the silver wire around his wrist. The corners of his mouth were gently curled up until the morning of the next day. The only person who could save himself would never be someone else. In the end, he could only rely on himself. In the provincial capital's Great Hall of the People, Yi Qian and Wang Yimou received the award personally presented by the governor. They said a few words of thanks and promised to continue working hard. After the speech, she finally let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, she wasn't used to this kind of scene. Chapter 267. When it was time to take a group photo with the students who had been selected as Outstanding Communist Youth League member, Yi Jian's eyes inadvertently glanced down the stage and saw an acquaintance that she was not very familiar with. At this moment, his iconic peach blossom eyes were winking and smiling at her. Han Zheng, why is he here? Could it be that Major Xia is here too? He subconsciously looked around but didn't see any familiar faces. The photographer had already asked all the students to look at the camera and maintain a smile. After the flash, the smile was frozen. Han Zheng put down his camera and hummed a little tune. This little girl even dared to stand Major Xia up. This courage, tsk, he really admired her. After the photo was developed, should he send it to Major Xia, who was far away in the snowy highlands? Could it be that he could use the photo as a bargaining chip or something? You're not serious, shut up. Sitting next to Han Zheng, a dignified middle-aged man looked straight ahead and scolded softly, I'll arrange for someone to send you away immediately later. Don't follow me all day. Han Zheng snorted softly and said lazily, Brigade Commander Han, if you agree to let me go now, I'll leave immediately and won't be in your sight for a few years. If you don't agree, I'm sorry, but I still have to follow you. Commander-in-Chief Xia is much more open-minded than you. He knows that soldiers have to be tortured. You should learn from him. If your son is successful, you'll be proud of him as a father. Brigade Commander Han's biggest headache was his only son. He didn't know how many other skills he had, but when it came to tormenting people, no one could beat him. He followed him from the north to the south, and he still had to go to Fujian town. Was this kid going to follow him? Who didn't want their son to be successful? He had to have the ability to do so. Commander-in-Chief Xia's son was taught by Master Xia and was extremely outstanding in all aspects. Last year, he graduated from military school and was sent to the army because of the all-round competition. He won the all-round king of the Southern Province military region in one fell swoop. With this ability, Commander-in-Chief Xia would naturally send his son to the front line without worry. Dad, you don't really look down on me and think that your son is inferior to others, right? Let me tell you, I, Han Zheng, am also a man of indomitable spirit. Back then, you kicked me to military school. Now that I'm finally going to move up, are you going to stop me and make me useless? The transfer order has already been issued. What's the point of holding on to it? Military orders, Brigade Commander Han Zheng. How could Han Zheng not know what his father was worried about? His father was just afraid that he would accidentally die at the front line. After all the students had left the stage, Brigade Commander Han sighed and said, Let me think about it. Then he asked, Why did you keep taking pictures of the girl in the middle? Do you know her? Yes, she's a good girl. Master Xia admires her a lot. Han Zheng lowered his head and looked at the camera. There were still 10 rolls of film left. He would go out and take a few solo photos of her later. Dad, you have 3 days to consider. I'll leave later so as not to bother you. Yi Qian came down from the stage after taking the photo. He glanced at Han Zheng a few times and only looked away after confirming that Xia Jinyuan was not there. When he came down, there were still camera flashes. No matter how bored Yi Qian and Wang Mo were, they still had to smile until the end of the meeting. Chapter 268. The 3-hour meeting lasted from 9 in the morning to 12 in the afternoon. Yi Qian, who had been smiling the entire time, felt his cheeks stiffen. The end of the meeting didn't mean that he could leave. He chatted with Principal Chen and several leaders of the city's education bureau as they walked towards the provincial government cafeteria. Secretary Wu had already started asking where Yi Qian was going to attend the high school entrance exam. He also introduced number 1 middle school. Although the environment isn't as good as the provincial number 1 middle school, our number 1 middle school is the first school to introduce the internet to our students. Moreover, along the way, Secretary Wu wasn't the only one who mentioned number 1 middle school. The other leaders also did the same. It was clear that they all wanted Yi Qian to stay in the city and not be recruited by the provincial government. Principal Chow of the provincial government cafeteria finally finished his small talk with the leaders. When he walked over, he heard Yi Qian, who the school wanted to recruit, say with a smile, Actually, I didn't consider going to the provincial government to study. Firstly, it's too far away. Secondly, it's not necessary. You ultimately have to rely on yourself to study. Whether you can get into your ideal university is also dependent on yourself. I don't want to go to a school that's too far away. I'll just study in the city. Principal Chow, who had wanted to say a few more words, sighed softly and said to Teacher Zhu, she can even give up the opportunity to study in the capital. If she gives up the opportunity to study in the provincial government. Sai, let's go. This girl is a piece of gold. She will shine no matter where she goes. Not going to the capital or the provincial government. To make it easier for him to go home, Yi Qian chose to study in the city. When they were about to reach the cafeteria, Yi Qian saw Han Zheng standing under the shade of a tree with a camera around his neck. He had one hand casually in his pocket, as if he was waiting for someone. Who was he waiting for? Yi Qian couldn't help but look behind him. But there was still no sight of that towering figure behind him. He wasn't waiting for Major Xia. Han Zheng couldn't help but chuckle as he walked over. Did this girl think that he came with Major Xia? As soon as he moved, Yi Qian immediately whispered a few words to Principal Chen and rushed forward to greet him. Han Zheng had no choice but to stop himself from asking Principal Chen about her daily life. He stood under the sun and waited for her to walk over. She was a very vigilant girl who didn't like people getting close to her. From a psychological point of view, this was also a sign of insecurity. That's right. She had no parents, and she was cheated by her uncle's family. It was already very healthy that she didn't develop any world-weary emotions. Last time, young Master Xia asked you to look for me, but you didn't come. As for me, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to see if classmate Yi Qian, who dared to stand young Master Xia up, has any words that he needs me to pass to young Master Xia. So he was here because of what happened last time. Yi Qian smiled and said, are you going there too? The provincial government building occupied a large area. Han Zheng didn't lead Yi Qian to the cafeteria. Instead, he brought her to a military car. I don't know yet, but it shouldn't be a problem. Let's go outside and chat while we eat. You can even write a letter for me to pass to him. Yi Qian, who didn't refuse, quietly got into the car. She didn't say much until she got out. As Han Zheng drove, he glanced at the silent girl from the corner of his eye. She was really calm. There was no strange expression on her little face at all. You didn't go, but he rushed over the moment he got off the plane. Little girl, who knows how many girls in the capital want to meet young Master Xia, but you actually stood him up. You're making an enemy out of all the girls in the capital. Chapter 269. He even went there on purpose? Yi Qian pursed her lips unnaturally and shifted her body. I was in a hurry to go back. I didn't have time to wait for 2 more days. Sai, should she write a letter? What a problem. She would be lying if she said she didn't feel guilty. He even went there on purpose to see her. It was wrong of her to stand him up. The unnatural expression that flashed across her face didn't escape Han Zheng's eyes. He majored in psychology, so he could guess what a person was thinking based on their facial expressions. She was embarrassed when he said it out loud. She felt a little guilty after knowing the truth, but there was no girlish sentiment. Compared to the disappointment on young Master Xia's face when he found out she didn't come, it was the face of a disgruntled husband. Han Zheng wasn't familiar with the provincial capital. After driving for less than 5 kilometers, he saw a decently decorated Cantonese restaurant and drove straight to it. He found a seat near the window and placed his order. Then he placed one hand on the back of the soft seat. His peach blossom eyes, which were usually full of smiles, were now scrutinizing her. He secretly observed the young lady who kept her emotions in check rather quickly. Yi Qian drank her water unhurriedly and generously allowed him to scrutinize her. At first glance, Han Zheng wasn't a very handsome man, but his eyes were bright and gentle. When you stared deeply into the other party's eyes, you could only see his affection and deep doting, as if you were the person he loved the most, the person he placed at the top of his heart. When the expression in his peach blossom eyes became serious and serious, even his gaze became stern. Just sitting there, even if the corners of his mouth were slightly curved, all you could see was the coldness of a soldier. Classmate Yi Qian, it's obvious now that you don't have any romantic feelings for Major Xia. Of course, you can't be blamed for this. After all, you're still young. But Major Xia's feelings for you? how should I put it? It's not love, but it's already within the range of admiration, so. Hearing this, Yi Qian naturally interrupted him. Looking at him, she said with a faint smile, so I need to thank Major Xia for his appreciation of me. At the same time, I need to reciprocate. That's because Major Xia is the dream partner of all the young ladies in the capital, and I'm just a girl from the countryside. I have no background, no talent, and no looks. I should be deeply grateful that he has taken a fancy to me. I have to be tactful and go along with it. Only then will I be worthy of Major Xia's appreciation of me. Yi Qian said everything in one breath without pausing. Looking at his slightly stiff face, Yi Qian gulped and added, "It seems that young Master Han is standing up for a friend and fighting for justice. But does Major Xia know about this?" "Hey!" The little girl was so eloquent. Who said that he was young and didn't understand? How could he not understand after hearing all these sentences? That was indeed what he meant, but it was definitely not as sharp as what she said. Moreover, why did she sound so disdainful? She even had a sense of mockery towards him. It seemed that there was a misunderstanding. If it was someone else who misunderstood, it would have been fine, but not Yi Qian. Han Zheng, who rarely explained anything to others, smiled and said, "Little girl, don't be so prickly. For a big family like Family Xia, whether the girl has a background or not is not a problem at all. As for what you said about having no talent and no looks." Han Zheng winked happily and said with an amused expression, "Your little face is not bad. Your eyes are eyes and your mouth is a mouth. It's just that you haven't developed much yet. Needless to say, how could Major Xia's appreciation be bad?" Chapter 270. When Yi Qian heard him say the same thing, he couldn't help but laugh. No wonder you guys are childhood friends and speak in the same tone. Also, don't praise me too much. I can't take it. What if I fall in love with you? Don't. Even if what I said wasn't nice, that's because you didn't hear what I was going to say next. Now that you've said it, my legs have turned to jelly. Han Zheng raised his eyebrows, but the sternness in his eyes didn't diminish. He said calmly, "I'm childhood friends with young Master Xia. He's humorous and popular with women, but he has a good character. He's not affectionate and doesn't show mercy. In all these years, I've never seen him bring a girl to us. You're the first. Because of this, as a friend, I know that some things aren't nice to hear, but I still have to say them." His expression gradually turned serious, and his eyebrows became sharper. "He does admire you, but if you're not interested in him, you don't have to be in such a hurry to draw the line. From a man's point of view, the more the woman he admires is in such a hurry to draw the line, the more he wants to conquer her, have her, and make her his. Men are natural hunters. Just like animals, they like to conquer. Young lady, if you don't want anything to happen with young Master Xia, I suggest you don't be in such a hurry. You should take it slow. Otherwise, young Master Xia will only become more interested in you, and it'll be harder for you to escape." From a man's point of view, this was indeed the case. And Yi Qian happened to be committing this taboo. Hearing this, the thoughtful Yi Qian waited until the first dish was served before slowly nodding. "Hearing what you said, it makes sense." Yi Jian changed the topic and smiled. "But the way I get along with Major Xia is a little different. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. And I don't know you that well. If there's something you don't understand, I suggest you ask Major Xia yourself. Also, I do need to write an apology letter to him. After all, I was the one who stood him up first." With that said, Yi Qian got up to get a pen and paper from the waiter. When Han Zheng saw her coming over with a pen and paper, he was stunned. Wasn't it a little too casual? Using a menu as a letter, was that okay? Why wouldn't it work? At least Yi Qian was writing seriously. So, 2 months later, Xia Jinyuan, whose eyelashes were stained with snow, received the letter from Han Zheng. When he opened the letter and saw that it was not a piece of paper full of girlish feelings, but a menu from an unknown restaurant, he looked at Han Zheng with his snowy eyes. Under the thick windshield mask, his expression was, "Are you kidding me? I'm not playing with you, and I don't dare to play with you. Look behind you, look behind you." Han Zheng, whose eyes were blurred by the snowy wind, breathed out cold air. He wanted to laugh, but he held back his expression and said, "It's the little girl you admire who picked the materials on the spot." Also, he really wanted to know. The little girl said that the way she interacted with Major Xia was different. Just what kind of difference was it? The snow and wind were so strong that even reading the letter was difficult. Also, the paper was not only of poor quality, it was also as thin as a cicada's wing. He was really worried that the snow and wind would blow the letter until it disappeared. He carefully put the unread letter into his pocket and said to Han Zheng, who had been resting at the military depot for almost 2 months and only came to the training base today, "Let's go back first. The snow leopards will come out later." This was the world of snow leopards. They were extremely rare and no one wanted to see them. Han Zheng's expression turned serious and he immediately followed. Chapter 271. The base was located on a plateau, and in November, the only scenery one could see at the base was snow. Once winter came, the vehicles couldn't even get to the military depot, let alone enter the training base of the Snowfield Brigade. The Chinese government had invested a lot of manpower, material, and military resources to train a special force. For example, the Snowfield Brigade only recruited 2 to 3 soldiers every 3 years. If there were no suitable soldiers, they would rather not recruit than let unqualified soldiers enter the Snowfield Brigade. The Snowfield Brigade was a special force that had no organization, was not affiliated with any military region, and was so mysterious that some military chiefs had no right to ask about it. It could be said that it had outstanding military achievements, and no special force could compare to it. It was true to say that it was obscure, because you couldn't find out what this troop had done or what missions they had completed. Han Zheng was the last soldier to report to the Snowfield Brigade this year, and he was also the one who had been raised. Identity: captain, son of a high official. Here, he was just like Xia Jinyuan. Whatever identity he had before, it was all over again. On the way to the training base, Xia Jinyuan didn't say much, but he emphasized one thing: forget your identity. Although Han Zheng was fully prepared, he was still stunned when he saw the conditions of the training base. Then he patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder heavily and said with a pained expression, "We are wearing white skin. Will we turn black when we go back? I don't know if the sunscreen will work. I brought sunscreen with me. I don't know if you will turn black, but I know that I won't. As for the sunscreen, it's already negative 20 to 30 degrees. You can take it out now and see if it can be squeezed out." Xia Jinyuan took off his windproof mask and carried the rifle on his shoulder. He smiled at his childhood friend, whose lips had turned white from the cold. "Also, there is no fire here and there is no electricity. There are only candles. There is a hand-crank generator, but it is rarely used unless we need to contact the military depot. As for heating, we basically rely on shaking. Put the supplies in the corner. Remember, don't let any fragrance out because our wooden house is not sturdy. It can't protect against anything except wind and rain. This area is where the snow leopards are active. You have to be careful not to be eaten by them. The map is made of paper, but it is definitely the latest version and is purely manual. Train well. Z7, you have to adapt to the environment here as soon as possible. After 1 year, we will go down the mountain." Han Zheng, codenamed Z7, said with a serious expression, "Don't worry, I won't embarrass the country. Before it gets dark, I will see what she wrote. You can clean yourself. The other team members will be back in about an hour or so. Prepare the food." Xia Jinyuan, who had been here for 4 months, had completely adapted to the environment on the snowy plateau. After melting the snow on his eyes and eyebrows with the warmth of his palms, his jade-like handsome face was still exquisite, but his eyebrows looked more mature and restrained. Although the barracks were made of wood, it was still windproof and snowproof. Xia Jinyuan did not dare to stand in the wind and snow to read the letter. He stood at the back of the wind and carefully took out the thin letter. The first thing he saw was, "Good luck Cantonese restaurant." The little girl really knew how to use local ingredients. Although her thoughts seemed complicated, they were actually simple. However, she treated people with sincerity and did not feign civility. Chapter 272. Xia Jinyuan's gaze landed on the words, "Dear Major Xia," followed by, "Hello." Xia Jinyuan felt his teeth ache. This girl must be doing this on purpose. She even used honorifics. The letter was very simple. It started with an apology, followed by a description of her recent situation. She also mentioned that she would be studying at number 1 middle school for the next 3 years of high school and had no plans to go to the provincial capital. At the end of the letter, she added, Han Zheng took several photos of her and asked if he could get the photos back. There was really nothing else. How many words could there be in this small menu? Xia Jinyuan smiled and counted all the words seriously. There were 627 words, and he had to add punctuation marks. He thought for a while before coming up with 4 words. 627 words, not bad. However, this girl was really calm. He had already left the words, wait for him to come back. So why didn't she react at all? Did she not understand? No, she wouldn't. With this girl's intelligence, she would definitely understand. If she didn't mention it in the letter, it could only mean that she was avoiding it or thought he was joking. If she was avoiding it, he could think of a way to make her face it. If she thought he was joking, that would be troublesome. It was enough to show that she didn't believe what he said at all. He carefully read the letter again and committed the 627 words to memory. Then, he carefully and seriously folded the letter and put it in his pocket, near his heart. It was a pity that they couldn't communicate with the outside world. If possible, he really wanted to reply. Especially when she wrote at the bottom of the letter, Major Xia, are we pen pals? It was as if her clear voice was right next to his ear. It reminded him of every second he spent with her. There were still 8 months until the end of the year. By the time he went back, little Fox would be in high school. What a pity! She was still too young and underage. He put the letter away properly and felt his heart warm up. After a while, he turned to ask Han Zheng, who was preparing the bread, did she say anything else besides the letter? Also, how did she send the letter to you? How did she get the address? It's a long story. Brigade Commander Han didn't agree to my transfer order and is still in custody. Military orders are like mountains. How long can he be in custody? As long as I don't give up, he can't do anything. But it's not a good idea to keep holding on to him like this. So, I pestered him every day until I finally reached the southern province. Coincidentally, I saw your little girl in the provincial capital's Great Hall of the People. Han Zheng put away the hard bread and gave each of his comrades a piece of ham sausage. As he worked, he recounted how he met Yi Qian and what he said. That little girl of yours is really something. The moment she opened her mouth, she asked what she should do if she took a fancy to me. That's why I said, that's great, we can still stay together. Under the gaze that was colder than snow, she couldn't finish her sentence. Although Han Zheng didn't continue speaking, his laughter didn't stop. She did say what she wanted to say, but my reaction was, my legs went weak. She really didn't say anything else. It was indeed the little girl's style to not talk to people she was not familiar with. Thinking of this, Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, she is not familiar with you, so of course she won't talk to you seriously. The bread has turned to stone. I'll boil some water and cook some dried vegetables. Once winter came, the Snowfield Brigade members in the base ate bread the most. Occasionally, they would light a fire and put the dried vegetables in the water that would never boil. It was a vitamin supplement. Chapter 273. Once winter arrived, the Snowfield Brigade members in the base would eat bread the most. Occasionally, they would light a fire and put dried vegetables and leaves into the water that would never boil as a vitamin supplement. The training process of the Snowfield Brigade was more arduous than any other soldier in the army, but their abilities were not something any soldier in the army could compare to. Han Zheng was a person who could endure hardship. He shared the bread and ham sausages that were only enough to fill his stomach without batting an eyelid. Yes, she's a very vigilant little girl. So, I'm very curious. What did you do to make her smile like the sun when she looked at you? Han Zheng had a good impression of Yi Qian. With his status, he was used to seeing all kinds of people since he was young. He could tell whether they were real or fake at a glance. Take Yi Qian for example. The first impression Han Zheng had of her was that she was open and aboveboard. Yes, she was open and aboveboard. What he saw was not the exquisite beauty of her facial features, but the temperament of her movements. She was demure and graceful, without the weakness of a girl. She had a kind of open and above-board, dark and elegant like an orchid character. But she really doesn't have any feelings for you. I told her that you rushed over and didn't see her. But in exchange, you only made her feel guilty. Other than that, there was nothing else. Also, you really have to thank me. If I hadn't hinted to her and used her guilt to write you a letter, brother, it's very likely that you wouldn't even have received this letter. As he spoke, Xia Jinyuan listened quietly. The smile on his thin lips was like the sun on a snowy mountain, bright and dazzling. It's good enough that you can make her feel a little guilty. Take out all the things you didn't take out. The letter here mentioned that you took a photo of her. No way, she told you that? Of course, this is the way I get along with her. You won't understand. Han Zheng snorted and said a little gloomily, I finally became the magpie bridge between the cowherd and the weaver girl, but in the end, I didn't get any benefits at all. She even said that she wanted to use the photo in exchange for a few conditions. Who knew that a letter would sell me out? How exactly do you guys get along? Can you tell me more about it? What kind of way of getting along? From knowing each other, to fighting side by side. They were friends and comrades in arms. If one day they could even become lovers who fought side by side, that would be perfect. A few silhouettes came against the snowy light, all of them bringing with them a chilly wind as they walked into the wooden house. The two people who were talking just now immediately calmed down and stood at attention, welcoming their comrades who had returned from their mission. This time, they were not only training in the snowy highlands, but also carrying out an important mission. The situation is not good. Tomorrow, bring some rations and take a detour. G3 spread out the map. His slender fingers gently traced across the map as he said to Xia Jinyuan, Q King, you're very perceptive. You'll go with J5 tomorrow. As for Z7, you're new here so you're not familiar with the terrain. Stay here and guard it. The company commander at the sentry post contacted me today, hoping that we can support them. You stay here and support the outpost. Q King, J5, and I are going to look for the 3 missing brothers. Han Zheng had no idea that he would encounter a missing brother as soon as he arrived. Listening to the piercing snowy wind, he said in a low voice, Okay, no problem on my side. I'll guard the back. I'll leave the front to you 4 brothers. Also, the military asked me to send a message to your sentry post. Chapter 274. He spoke in a low voice. One could only vaguely make out the words satellite, contact, and other sensitive military secrets. There was no doubt that the message he brought was very exciting news for the Shuiyu Special Forces members who had been here for 4 months. This way, they would be able to contact the military at any time in the future. Next spring, the engineers will come over and finish building the equipment. We should be able to leave the mountain around July. Although Han Zheng didn't participate in the previous missions, he still knew what the Snowfield Brigade was doing. This was definitely good news for the Sentinel Company stationed at high altitudes. G3 put away the map and patted Han Zheng's shoulder. Go to the Sentinel Company tomorrow and tell them the good news. They will arrange the reception for the engineers. We will be responsible for keeping watch in the dark. We leave at 6 tomorrow morning. Go to bed early after eating and save your energy. Z7, there are still a few oxygen tanks. If you feel uncomfortable, call for help. We will take turns keeping watch and will wake you up in the middle. Han Zheng had been at the military station for almost 2 months when the snow had sealed off the mountain. But now, they were at an altitude of more than 5,000 meters. G3 was worried that he would really fall asleep if he closed his eyes because of altitude sickness, so he told him that he would wake him up in the middle of the night. This wasn't an exaggeration. It was a real thing. Dinner was hard bread prepared by Han Zheng, a ham sausage, and a packet of pickled vegetables for each person. As for fresh vegetables, fragrant rice, hot noodles, don't even think about it here. At least the 5 of them still had food to eat. As for the 3 brothers who had lost contact with them, they didn't know where they were hiding in the snow. However, they weren't too worried. This kind of thing happened often. Losing contact for 1 day was still a short period of time. Later on, they lost contact for 3 days at most. It was under such difficult conditions that, in the spring of the next year, a confidential report from the snowy highlands, translated by Han Zheng alone, was sent back to the military headquarters. At the same time, a military layout map was also sent back to the military headquarters. This was the information that the 8 members of the Snowfield Brigade had exchanged for with their lives. They walked in the snowy mountains, accompanied by snow leopards. There wasn't even a small path. They climbed the steep mountains and the bottomless cliffs. They relied on their hands and legs to complete the mission given to them. By the time the news came back, spring was approaching in the north, and the cherry blossoms in the south had already withered. The days passed very quickly. It seemed that he still hadn't woken up from his spring sleepiness. He didn't know when the chirping of cicadas had started. After the general examination, Yi Qian did not stay at home like the other students to wait for the notice to arrive. Instead, he immediately returned to the village after the examination and joined the army for training the next day. Principal Chen and Uncle Zhen didn't ask about Yi Qian's results, nor did they ask her if she did well in the exams. When she said that she would go to the army immediately, the 2 elders took her to the army without hesitation. Results and scores had never been the focus of his attention. 1.5 years into the 4-year plan, and Yi Qian's training was getting more and more arduous. Yi Qian was standing alone under the scorching sun with camouflaged branches and leaves covering his head. He had a Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle propped up. He had already been training for a full 6 hours. Long-range sniping missions often required the sniper to run long distances without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Good hearing and vision were the basics, and at the same time, they also needed to have extremely high endurance. Chapter 275. For example, she wouldn't feel thirsty because of the sun, wouldn't move because of frequent urination, and wouldn't expose herself because of insects. Fragrance came from the bitter cold. Theory learning, shooting training, skill training, and stealth training were carried out at the same time. Yi Qian had already completed shooting at stationary targets in different positions within different shooting ranges. Now, she was entering the dynamic shooting training. The so-called dynamic shooting training was the most difficult training. It required her to shoot at targets that appeared and disappeared at a certain distance within a set period of time. The passing standard was a distance of 400 meters, and the required time was 4 seconds. After 6 hours of hiding, Yi Qian was waiting for a mouse to appear. Finally, when the wind blew, a mouse suddenly appeared in the crosshair scope. In that second, Yi Qian's breathing tightened, and with a bang, she fired her first shot. This was also her first shot in the dynamic shooting training. As the mouse squeaked into the forest, Yi Qian knew she had failed this shot. Her willow leaf-like eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her increasingly beautiful facial features revealed a rare coldness of a girl. Holding a sniper rifle that could destroy a car's engine with a single bullet, and could also quickly penetrate brick walls and cement, she stood there and let herself be criticized. Your body's functions haven't been relaxed, and the preparation before firing was too tense. Also, 6 hours of not moving has already made you feel tired, causing errors in your vision, straight line and visual image, resulting in errors in your judgment of the bullet's trajectory. Principal Chen's voice was as cold as a bullet, without a trace of warmth. His eyes also didn't have the usual kindness. This isn't the original gun, but Yi Qian. You have to get used to any sniper rifle. Let every gun be your old partner, and every bullet in every gun can be close to your breath. Taking the sniper rifle from Yi Qian's hands, Yi Qian aimed at the target, aimed, calculated the wind speed, calculated, and pulled the trigger. Bang! After less than a minute, Yi Qian smelled the faint scent of blood. The mouse that had clearly escaped was finally shot by a sniper rifle. This was the standard of a world-class sniper. He didn't need to prepare for too long. He only needed one target, and he could complete the mission. This was also Yi Qian's goal. To surpass Principal Chen, she had to stand even higher. Yi Qian gasped softly. This was the first time Principal Chen, the first time he personally held a gun in front of her. It was so sudden that she didn't even have time to react before the world-class sniper's demonstration ended. Amazing! Her face was full of admiration, and Principal Chen had a serious expression, so he lightly tapped her head with the butt of his rifle. Little girl, train hard. 2 weeks, Yi Qian. The highlands, mountains, deserts. Mississippi. Mississippi Jian, you have to be prepared. The toughest days, Mississippi. Every place had different environments, training requirements, and shooting conditions. The external environment's temperature, altitude, wind speed, atmospheric visibility, lighting conditions, and other natural conditions would all affect the shooter's aim and the trajectory of the bullet. Principal Chen wanted Yi Qian to be able to hit the target no matter what the environment was. Although the environment could affect the accuracy of the shot, she had to use her excellent skills to eliminate the environmental factors, and she would be able to complete the mission perfectly.